Go live is where we're going to go. Go live. Okay, we're going live. So, this is the Bush Whisperer. I'm here. I've got Pat with me. I'm going to introduce him in a minute. He's a fascinating guy. I did a show with him a while ago. Lovely guy. Interesting line of work. Very, very synchronous that I've met him in the last months. And welcome to those of you that have arrived and will be arriving and will be watching the show retrospectively. We've got an interesting conversation today. The two opposing faces of imagination, the conceptual and perceptual faces of the imagination. I think this is going to be something which is going to be a discussion to mirror all discussions. Somehow we're going to be fitting in a couple of different facets of the previous shows that we've done. Starting a bit earlier here, sorry to those of you that this is an issue for. People have gotten used to us starting at midday. It's been starting an hour earlier the last couple of shows. This show and the last show. So welcome to those of you. I see there's a few of you joining in. Hope you're having an absolutely awesome, superb day. It is a beautiful day here in Cape Town, southern tip of Africa, Simonstown, where I am. Pat's sorting out his technical issues. His camera was lagging. His connection wasn't good, so he's going to switch over to his phone. Welcome, Aaron. Happy Saturday to you too, brother. What a happy Saturday it is. These people have been murdering, totally murdering the police. The band, the police. Well, next door to me, there's a gig going on in this big property right opposite the beach. And they're selling tickets and all. It's some local band, but they just murdered Sting. And I love Sting. I love the police. I don't like it being done badly. I don't like it when they miss every second note. Winds me up. Like, you missed a lot of notes.
Sting's bass, isn't he? I remember reading, I didn't know anything about this music. I didn't really listen to the police at all. I remember reading a foreword he wrote in, what was it called? Dispelling with Tico. Have you read that? Book by Paul Levy. Oh, it's a good book. It's a good book. Yeah, all about Wetiko, the Mayan virus and stuff. And he wrote the foreword for that. And I was like, I didn't know Sting was based. This is amazing.
You listen to some of the songs he's written. It really, the lyrics, they take you on a real journey into the sublime. In fact, speaking of the imagination, speaking of artists, it's an interesting place to start. So welcome to everybody that's arriving. I see there's a few of you that have just walked in. We've got Pat here. Pat is a wonderful brother I've met fairly recently. Did a show with him. He's actually working in the psychotherapy division, but he's more to do with the hypnosis side of things. That's correct, yes?
Regression? Kind of. No, I don't do any like hypnosis or regression with clients. I kind of do two things. I call myself psycho-spiritual healing is what I do. So kind of I'm trained in traditional counseling, but I kind of work with people, getting them into the body, getting their attention on the body and doing some healing like that. That's my psychotherapy side. And then I'm also laid back languages. I teach people languages the accurate way, which is the fastest way as well and the funnest way. So I'm big on etymology, things like that. Syncretism, I love. That's kind of my thing.
The neuro-linguistic programming side of the story. Well, that is definitely probably the fastest route towards healing. The power of the word goes straight into the subconscious, doesn't it? Welcome, Tony, as well. I see you've joined us in the chat. It is a gorgeous day on the southern tip of Africa. We've got a few people who are going to be coming in slightly late. Gabriel's going to be walking in slightly late. Dr. K is going to be slightly late. And other people are going to be popping in at various different times. So we're going to be starting off the show, which is just, I don't even know where to begin sinking my teeth in. Basically, the two opposing faces of the imagination, the perceptual and conceptual imagination. This is a relation to the ability for consciousness to manifest an arena in which to experience information. And there are two essentially fundamental main arenas being manifested, as with the yang yin. And within each of these arenas, we have the seed of the other arena, which is a fundamental arena within which these two arenas exist, if we can consider it in such terms. So it relates to those bodies that we've been talking about, the astral body, the etheric body, within which we find this physical body and emanations, series of emanations, which exist within the causal body, which is the structuring soul, if we will, the soul consciousness. And these different forms of imagination are fundamental to the experience of reality and to the structuring of that experience. So the one is a very sublime aspect. The one is overcast over there. It's been overcast here a lot. This morning was a bit overcast, but it was a magnificent sunrise nonetheless. I love the overcast sunrises these days. I'm starting to appreciate them more and more. The way the light bounces off the clouds creates the different nuances of color. So looking at the perceptual versus the conceptual, everybody considers the imagination and they think of the perceptual imagination, that which we can produce, that which can be seen, that which is tangible, that which, when an artist is working with clay, that's a perceptual imagination at work. It's taking substance and shaping it according to what we wish to perceive, and how we can perceive the metaphors physically in terms of form and color when we're painting. Even music is a perceptual arena. We perceive the sound, and the sound creates a perceptual reaction. And these bounce around inside the emotional body until we react, producing the perceptual triggers that will cause the same perceptions in other people. Though when we speak of the conceptual imagination, we're speaking of something far more subtle. The conceptual imagination is sort of the place from which the perceptual arises, if we will. The concept of self, the concept of who I am. So when we're looking at the conceptual imagination, from my perspective, we're looking at like the very structure of who I am, because I cannot exist unless I imagine myself to be who I am. So I need to imagine who I am in order to be. Otherwise, what am I? I'm lost. And when I start to imagine myself, who I am in this world, then the perceptual engine starts to generate these currents so that I'm able to express these perceptions of this concept of myself, concept of reality, concept of whatever it is that then needs to be translated. So from a Kabbalistic perspective, we speak about Yeshut being the storehouse of images, the perceptual storehouse, the perceptual waters of the imagination. And this is the imagination that people consider when they think of imagination. Though when we think of Tiparat, we think of the heart, we think of the true imagination. And the true imagination is what has been termed higher mind. I don't like those terms. Higher mind, lower mind, like that mind's up there, that mind's down there. I think of it as a mind of pure conception, because mentally we perceive. So we perceive thought objects, and the perception of concepts we turn into a perceptual structure within our mind. So the mind is dual. It is perceptual and conceptual. So when I think of the conceptual mind, I'm thinking of that aspect of the consciousness which is, shall we say, leads to the transcendent states of consciousness. So I think that's like the basis of where we are. How this relates to the firmament. Obviously the firmament is, there's two firmaments. As above, so below. So below, we see the firmament as being the separation of the waters above and below. Obviously, there's a vacuum between what's off this planet and what's on this planet in terms of space. So there's obviously a vacuum, the same as there's a vacuum around probably a sun, I'm guessing. There's a vacuum around a black hole. That's where water comes from. Water is actually, because of its diamagnetism, it's the only thing that escapes the magnetism of a black hole. It moves in the opposite direction. It's mind-blowing. Pow! Everything's getting drawn in except the water. It's like this universe is like a squeezing. It's like squeezing a cloth, and everything gets scrunched into the middle, but out comes the water. And that's sort of what a black hole does. So water escapes. Water moves beyond. Water is the diamagnetic go-between of electrical and magnetic forces, if you want to put it in such terms, which is why life is able to incubate within the sphere of water. So there's a basic idea of the one lower below the polarity of being, in the terms of the etheric side perception of the firmament. Though on the inner planes, when we view the firmament, we're viewing something very different, something much more abstract. We're viewing something that is the division between the astral and the etheric. So the conceptual meeting the perceptual, because emotions are conceptual. We conceive emotions. We don't. They aren't a structured perception that we can narrow down and there it is. It's a very vague sphere of concept that we are immersed in, emotions. So I think of emotions as being conceptual part of the mental framework, where when we're thinking, our little thoughts are perceptual engines. They move off and we can very definitely structure that thought and that thought, but emotions are a lot more tricky. They're broad. They're much more encompassing. And so when we view the firmament from the inner planes of the astral sphere, we observe the inversion principles, where it seems like the world is inside out, upside down, back to front, convoluted. So yeah, we're going to be diving into the deep end. We've got our brother Pat here with us. Would you like to introduce yourself fully and tell us a little bit about what you do?
Yeah, of course, can do, man. Yeah, well, I'll be here taking notes basically because all of this stuff doesn't go over my head, but it is deep. You know, I have a lot of questions, a lot more questions than answers regarding these matters, but I love it. Yeah, so at the moment I'm teaching languages. I teach French, Spanish, Italian, sometimes Portuguese. I'm teaching people the accurate way of learning languages. So I'm very much into etymology and syncretism as well, seeing how everything is linked. With the etymology, there are so many like beautiful gems of truth and wisdom, and so I'm very much interested, in words and the nature of reality. And I'm also trained in traditional psychotherapy counseling. So I've trained in that for 4 years, and I've had the odd client. I've not really kind of got into that yet. I'm working on my languages business at the moment, but I love everything true. Truth is my number one. It trumps everything, you know. So it's led me down the inevitable so-called spiritual path, you know, of asking questions like, "Who am I? Where am I? What is this?" Truth is my number one love, I'd say.
Well, that actually brings us into a great place to start, because what better place to start? You see, I never know what's on the layout for the conversation. What you just said triggered me into, I know where to start. Isn't that funny how the universe works? It's a complete synergy of consciousness here. You speak about language, and I can't believe I didn't even put this into the write-up, because it should have been in the write-up. The best way to start to understand the conceptual and perceptual differences of the imagination is to look at language, because language defines. It defines meaning, it defines information, and it defines the expression of conceptual through the perceptual framework. So if we go back further into the annals of history, and I'm not going to throw numbers out here because I believe that history's been doctored, so I don't think we know the true numbers. But let's just say that what they conceivably say, like Phoenicia. Phoenicia was the beginning, I would say, of perceptual language. And when I say perceptual language, I'm speaking specifically here about the way in which the alphabet is expressing. Let me just do something with this, because it's going to wind me up. The way in which language. Okay, we got you like the first 10 times. There we go. That's better. Silence is golden. So when we first did this transition in Phoenicia was where we started to turn conceptual ideas, which were symbolic representations of concepts, into perceptual notions, and express perceptual notions in order to carry information. So before Phoenicia, we were writing in hieroglyphics. Now, hieroglyphics is a purely conceptual language. It's totally conceptual, because the entire basis of the language is metaphor, essentially. So you're dealing with, a picture which could be an animal, but that represents something else in life. It has a meaning. But the meaning isn't to be tied down or defined like the definitions defined everything according to perceptual delineation. It had a broad spectrum of meaning. And within that broad spectrum of meaning, there were chapters of meaning that were unpacked. I believe because it must have been a time that humans were much more tuned into the astral field of consciousness. And because of being tuned into the astral field of consciousness, we were so set in understanding things from the emotional perspective. So the EQ of humanity was far better developed than the IQ, if we can use such terminology. And so it's such a perfect form of EQ communication. Interesting. Conceptual purity, we will get to that. That's an interesting question. So in that time, we were thinking in terms of the emotional mechanisms of consciousness. And so we were experiencing an emotional meaning that we were contextually sharing as a concept, represented as an image. And we got to the point of evolution, development, devolution, whatever we want to call it, from that golden age where we were all plugged into the astral planes, probably highly telepathic. Probably the symbols were just like a little carrier that would carry a bigger wave of information that wasn't perceptual, it was conceptual. You touch the concept and wow, you download information like a little battery holding hidden information in it. So conceptual tends to be a more hidden reality. Perceptual is a much more engaging reality. And so obviously there came a point where we
Now I wonder if I've frozen or he has. That's the question.
Okay, sorry, I just switched
Okay.
internet connections. I'm back.
So I was like, I won't speak in case it's me. I don't want to interrupt you as you're speaking. But it was you who's frozen.
Please do carry on.
No, I wasn't saying anything. I was just there silently waiting, expecting it to be my signal.
I had to switch internet. Luckily, I've got two broadbands. I've got two internets. I've got a fiber and I got a dish. So I've got backup. If my one internet, I don't know why it went all wobbly, but I'm gonna have to look into that because I'm paying a fortune. So anyway, I've got 250 meg upload and download. So this shouldn't happen, I'm like sitting on a quarter gigabyte of internet, half a gigabyte, if you per second. It's a lot of information. So anyway, so what I was saying was the download, and I don't know if you missed much, but there came a point where the perceptual started to take precedence. People started to consider ideas as shapes. Before we were interested in the color, the emotional content, the concept, and then people decided, hold on, let's get a more finite meaning, a more actual representation. So they started to consider sound, and they thought, well, let's turn sound into the meaning. And they looked at sound and they noticed that sound had shape on the etheric plane. They could see the shape of sound. On the astral, they could see the color of sound, but they could see the shape of sound on the etheric plane. And so we became more in tune with the etheric vibrational field, which is the physical emanations. And so started to base our language upon the archetypes that we could see as shapes of sound. And we noticed that different shapes, different key, different pitch had a different feel, and there were meanings associated. So we started to map out these and came up with Phoenician language basis, which was where we started to base our alphabet upon sounds, which represent shapes, which represented the emanations of sacred geometry, as opposed to the chakric field of mystical associations based on symbolic reality, which is what the astral plane is. It's a symbolic alignment of reality as opposed to an actual place, which is defined. Where the etheric is defined, it gives definition to the walls, to the mountains, to the space, to the distance that we're here on the physical plane. And the astral field, there is just, it's the other side of the quantum entanglement field. It's just a mix mash of substance, fluids that can become charged with any frequency or vibration that we emanate into it, and then it starts to form that dream around us, like one endless flowing lucid dream.
I was going to ask, is that then in the astral? That's dream, when you like dream at night or whatever. That's where you're experiencing. Is it the astral?
Yeah, I believe that when we're dreaming, we are creating substances of the astral and the etheric together. So we are on the precipice of the etheric and the astral, and certain dreams. Okay, this is very interesting. This actually ties into a conversation I was having somewhere on Telegram, and I made a clip about it. It's about people dreaming in color, people dreaming in black and white. When we're dreaming in black and white, our dreams are based in the etheric field. And those dreams tend to be more structured and more coherent. They make more sense. When our dreams are floating into the astral, we actually see color more likely, but they become a lot more abstract. They don't make sense. They don't have to make sense. In the astral plane, you're flying. You're having crazy dreams, and the laws of physics are all wonky, and there's a whole, potential. Yeah, I did. I froze. Tony, I completely bummed out. Thank God for having a button here to switch internet connections. It's a real blessing.
It would have cut out, wouldn't it?
Yeah, man. Yeah. So yeah, that does tie in. And welcome, Mindful. I hope you're having an absolutely great day. You've always dreamed in color. You obviously have your consciousness rooted in the astral field. The astral field tends to the lucid dreaming is very often related to this when we're starting to cross the bridge from the etheric into the astral, because it's such a distance to project the consciousness back here through the etheric into the brain that normally there's enough time for us to intercept the relay of information and actually gain coherency and consciousness of what's happening further away and nearer to us. Tony was asking a fascinating question here and making an interesting statement. When we study perception in psychology, we see that the brain cuts corners. Therefore, perception may not be pure. Therefore, is conceptual purity? That's a very interesting question. I wish I had a direct answer to that question, because I actually can't say. But from my feeling and my perspective, I would say that conceptual is less defined. And because it's less defined, I would say that it has a higher propensity towards purity, because the definition is to break things down into their finer grades. I think in purity, things just are what they are without being defined. So children tend to be in a more astral state of consciousness when they're young, because they're still developing the etheric framework through which to experience reality, which is why when they're young, they can't stand up properly. Spatial orientation, all of that hasn't been developed. They're off in astral land, dreaming out in full color, having like crazy lucid dream experiences as a little child, and then coming back into this body that's trying to figure out how the etheric space works in order to be able to conceive of reality. And I suppose we should look at reality, how reality is created. So what is reality? Reality is obviously funny. I was talking about this in just a group today. So it's funny how these things work. So we experience the senses, and through the senses, this is coded into information by the thalamus. And the thalamus recodes all of the information and translates into a different language so that it can send it through the cerebral cortex to the parietal lobes, where the information is interpreted and the imagination, perceptual imagination, takes hold, gives us a shape of reality that we're in. And this world is born. So it's created out of imagination in the parietal. You have these two sides of the brain here. So these lobes are really important for the creation of the etheric space and manifesting it, which is what's developing in children. So basically what this means is that as we develop, we're moving from a purer state of the astral to a more defined state of the etheric. And I think it's in the definition of the etheric that we can get lost in over-defining. And in over-defining is where we lose the purity of being. That's my opinion. I can't say it to be a fact, but that's my perceptual of it. Thank you. Wow, I'm getting served curry and rice. What a yummy adventure. So I'll eat it one day.
Top service.
So yeah, this reality that we're in is essentially created out of our imagination. It is a perceptual framework of the imagination, an extension of the imagination, and it is fundamentally where we find ourselves. So I hope that is any good to you, Tony. So what have we got going on here? We've got quite a lot of comments. So was there something you wanted to say, brother Pat?
No, about that subject, man, I have not a Scooby-Doo. I have just a lot of questions about it all, you know?
Fire away anything that's on your mind at any point.
Yeah, I will do. I'll put my hand up and cut in if something comes to me.
There are reports documented where while one person was dreaming, they projected as a ghost in another person's house. Now that's when we are able to project our etheric double. You see, our etheric double, we've got like essentially our physical body, our etheric body, and our astral body. And these are emanations. The etheric and the astral are emanations of the causal body, which is the soul. And the causal body emanates the Ida and the Pingala flow of consciousness, which is the etheric and the astral, the masculine and feminine polarities. And they reverse between men and women, by the way, which makes it all the more complex. And probably between left-handed and right-handed people too, I'm guessing. But I can't put money on that. But these two then become the union in the physical form of the generation. And the generation becomes the reflection of this polarity in physical form, the seventh principle of Hermes. So while we're projecting into the astral, we can control our etheric form. And our etheric form can go and do what we are telling it to do when we're in the astral. There's dream yoga and dream magic, which is based upon these principles, where the adept will go into the astral plane and use their etheric double to do on the physical plane what they wanted to do while they're in the astral planes, gaining an insight of distance and space, which is much broader, and time, much broader than what it is here, able to see more and achieve more through the etheric influences. So this is what you're saying is essentially the realms of dream yoga and dream magic. Very powerful form of use, essentially. Very dangerous as well, I would say, because what we don't realize is that we can shape ourselves according to this experience, and it can obviously affect each other as well. And the REM, yeah. The REM is the REM gates are controlled by the not the pituitary, not the pineal gland directly, but the pineal gland's region of the brain is where the gates are. So these REM gates are effectively what opens and closes our world to REM, which is what allows us to slip from the body, to slip from the physical form into the etheric, and to slip from the etheric into the astral. And that's where we experience in dreams. We don't have to experience dreams. We can just experience thoughts. If we choose not to have the dream translated into language of the form, then we can just have it as very abstract concepts. So I tend to dream conceptually. I'll just be asleep and these concepts will fly through my consciousness. I'll be like, you can turn that into a whole story if you want, but it just is what it is at the end of the day, because it's the story is supposed to try and translate what that concept means to the mind. And I personally find dreaming takes a lot of my energy away from me if I turn it into a big story, which is why I prefer to sleep for like 6 hours and not 8 hours, because that way I get all the charge and energy that I require in 6 hours or 5 hours that I would have gotten in 7 or 8 hours. Because of that.
I wondered about that, like dreaming taking like your energy. Because sometimes when I go through periods of dreaming a lot, I feel knackered, like I feel tired. And it's not because I've not slept, you know. I've been sleeping. I feel like I should be rested, but I'm not. Is that because it takes up energy, does it?
It definitely seems like it takes up energy to me. I remember getting like fascinated by the lucid dreaming. And then I realized, hold on, this dream is just all my creation. So why am I bothering with it? And I unraveled the dream. And I was like, oh, wow. So this is where I am. This is where I really am. And I'm projecting my imagination, conceptual and perceptual, into the astral planes, bending back the force of the perceptual imagination where it should be flowing into this world, bending it back into the imagination of the astral and blending it with the conceptual imagination, creating a pocket of etheric in the astral, between the astral and the etheric, where we can experience that reality as a concept. And so it occurred to me that, wow, so I'm using a lot of this, is taking a lot of this takes a lot of me, like energy to make this happen. So I just decided to stop and I dissolved the dream and just took it apart, and it just sort of unraveled before me. And I was just floating in this zone. I was like, okay, this is a better way to sleep. And then you get well rested.
Okay. So that's when so you realize you're dreaming, you become lucid, and then you can actually deconstruct the dream. Anytime I found myself lucid, I'm like, great, you know, I'll fly. I normally start flying because it's a fun thing to do, isn't it? But you can actually deconstruct it, and then you're in the void, dream. Or you focus on the whole dream. How would you kind of do that? Just like looking around. Yeah.
That this dream, I'm creating this dream. So what does that mean? You focus on that. And then you realize, oh, so basically this is all me. Well, then what's the point of it? What's the point of all of this? Like, really, what is the point of this? And you go deeply into what's the point of this, and the whole thing starts to unravel. Because it doesn't want you to know what the point is, somehow, I guess. That's what it seems like.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
And can I... A memory of leaving the physical body and traveling wherever I wanted on the planet. That's interesting. That memory could be very much, you see, it's a perceptual. It's a perceptual part of the imagination. So when we travel in our etheric body, we can literally travel anywhere on the planet. So if you go into an etheric body, you can go over there and you can see through walls. First thing, you can see through walls. It's pretty nifty. Walls, you see right through walls. And you travel at the speed of thought. So you don't have to go like, yeah, then there, then there. Then you're like, where do I want to be when you're there? You're like, you zoom around like really fast.
And that's in the etheric rather than the astral.
In the etheric, yeah.
Right, that makes sense. Because the astral, you kind of have to fly around or move around, I feel.
Yeah, it's like you move at the speed of thought, and obviously walls don't exist, and you don't have to think about how to go somewhere or where to go. Your emotions drive you, like what you're focused on is where you'll end up going.
Right.
So that's where you will be. So you can generate these experiences by moving around. The perceptual imagination is a very powerful, it's a powerful matrix. It's in the Kabbalah, it is considered to be Yetzirah. So, okay, when we look at the Kabbalah, now we've got to understand that they speak of Isya as being the full load, mother load of all the emanations that we're experiencing, the percussive state of emanations, we call this reality, which is generated by the parietal lobes. After the thalamus has decoded, and the thalamus is obviously the REM gates. And the REM gates are where Maya is manifesting this reality. So this reality, from a shamanic perspective, is dream time. So we're existing within dream time in the etheric sphere, and the dream time of the etheric sphere is then recoded in our brain to create a false version of that reality, which we call the dream time, that contains the three fundamental dream times of the shaman, which is a divine dream time, the lower world, the underworld dream time, and the middle world dream time. And the dream time of the middle world is essentially the astral planes that we've been talking about. And that lower world, underworld, is essentially the etheric planes, which relates to concrete perceptual structures, where the astral is conceptual. And when we move into the sphere of the pure spiritual domain, which is the causal field, we're now in the Akashic field. This is when we cross the Visuddhi chakra and we enter into the Sushumna consciousness, where there is no division between astral and etheric. Because the astral and etheric is a division which generates through, you look at the tree of life, right? You got this generation into two pillars. The one pillar is the astral pillar, the other pillar is the etheric pillar. There's two different ways of experiencing reality, give and take. So once you go past a certain threshold, you are in the Sushumna state of consciousness, where it's the unity state, and then you are in the Akashic field. And so you aren't conceiving or perceiving, you are becoming. So the information becomes you. It is you. You are it. It's not, I have to conceive of this information or I have to perceive that information. It's just what you are, the substance of you. It's the very memories that exist inside of you, but all the memories of all time, the future and the past, they're just sitting already there, not needing to be conceived or perceived, just existing in their pure state. They can then be drawn through the conceptual framework into the perceptual parameters and be projected, and we can make sense out of these experiences of the Akashic, of the causal field, the soul level of consciousness. That's why we speak of the seat of the soul being Visuddhi chakra, the throat sphere, and its focus is in the Ajna chakra, and it reaches through the Sastra chakra into the death realms. So in order for us to reincarnate. So yeah, man, there's a lot of interesting conversation going on here in the chat zone. Describing flying. That's something interesting. Like, I never used to have those flying dreams when I used to dream normal dreams. I just used to have crazy dreams, but not flying dreams, which is interesting.
Yeah, I've only had flying dreams when I'm lucid. Once I get lucid, then I'll start flying. But I've not like had flying dreams without being lucid.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I would have lucid dreams, but I suppose my dreams are more focused on very abstract, extremely abstract dreams. My dreams are very, very extremely abstract, like they didn't make any sense. They're not even in this world, so to speak. How does knowing multiple languages affect the imagination and subtle aspects of communication? Oh, that's a fascinating question, huh? Or can you know a bunch of languages but not grasp the depth beyond being fluent with the etheric communications? Wow. Aaron, what a question. What do you think, brother?
Let me read it again. How does knowing multiple languages affect the imagination?
Languages affect the imagination and the subtle aspects of communication, right? So when you're talking, knowing different languages, does it affect the way that you speak? Does it affect how you express what's going through your mind, the way in which you interpret information? Or can you
Yeah.
know a lot of languages and not grasp the esoteric truth? Or does it
Oh, I mean,
automatically reveal the esoteric truth, knowing a lot of languages? It's an
no.
interesting question.
Yeah, it's a very fascinating question, man. No, speaking from my experience, no, it doesn't mean you're going to grasp the esoteric truths. I've kind of had a slight spiritual awakening from speaking foreign languages just when I was learning French and I was there thinking in French and speaking in French. And I was self aware enough to realize, oh, this is a character I've created. So then my next logical question was, well, surely then the English me is also a character, you know? So I've had the awareness then that I'm not my thoughts. I can't be if I'm here creating thoughts, casting spells upon my own kind of mind upon reality, then I'm not my thoughts. But as far as about knowing about the etheric stuff, I don't know. I don't know. I know that when you let me think about this. When I learn languages and when I teach them as well, I'll get people. I won't get them to translate directly. I'll get them to feel into the word first. I've intuited that words are emotions. The link you were talking about, like words and emotions and sound and colors, as far as them being words, you learn them a lot faster. You can download them into your subconscious a lot quicker if you connect with them emotionally first, rather than just translating English into the language you wish to kind of learn. And there's some concepts, a lot of concepts in different languages that just don't translate perfectly. They don't hit the spot. And there's some things like in Spanish or in French or in Italian that just they don't hit the spot as they when you try and translate them into English, you know.
I would go as far as to say, continuing on this point, and Tony says yes to part one of that question and no to part two,
Yeah.
which is, I think, similar to what you were sort of getting the gist towards. There's a feeling that I get. I can't explain this. Now we're going into pure conceptual. It's not perceptual necessarily. There's a different feeling I get when I'm in a different language. Like if I speak Afrikaans, I feel different.
Yeah.
If I speak like Hindi, oh gosh, I feel different. Like it's such a different feeling. Speaking English, even different ways of speaking English, I feel different. Like if I'm speaking correctly, I feel one way. If I'm speaking in a slang manner, and I noticed this when I was young, like the different ways that I spoke, even English would make me feel different. And I noticed if I spoke Afrikaans, it's like I went into a different headspace. So there's quite a lot of subconscious effects. It's like the language carries its own egregoric field that you submerge your consciousness within. And everybody that's speaking that language, that cultural fixation that's related to that language, somehow you're in that bubble. I can't explain it in terms of
Yeah.
actual,
100%
but there's a
agree, man.
feeling.
Yes. Yes. Because I tell my clients you've got to imagine the Spanish you. You know, what would the Spanish you be like, sound like? So they use their imagination to kind of tap into that collective. Yeah, it must be like an egregore then that kind of gets created. Yeah, yeah, fascinating. That.
Yes, there's a very subtle thing to language, and the words we use are such powerful tools. There are different ways of saying the same thing, and using different words, you can almost think you're saying the same thing, but you're not. But because you're saying a different version of that thing, you experience a different notion of reality. So that's what I think why the notion of reality being so connected to the languages that we speak, and why languages and the alphabet seems to be the reflecting, structuring facet of language that becomes the universe, is because in a different state of language, we're a different person, it seems. And being a different person, we exist in a different universe because we tend to anthropomorphize so much of our reality. And so the etheric field defines so much of our reality based upon these anthropomorphic projections or assertions that we put out of ourselves towards reality and towards each other. So there's, I think there's going to be a lot of research yet to come in the so-called knowledge spheres of psychology. Unfortunately, they are very locked in by particular forces. You know, the pharmaceutical industry's got they got their money in the
Oh
pocket, haven't they?
yeah, there's
They
a
pretty
lot
much
of money
control
there.
a lot of what's going on. Sadly,
Yeah.
so they want research to say that you need pills, basically,
Mm.
and that the price should go up. That's like the main research, that the price should go up, and we should be happy about the price going up, and we need more pills. And so that's like where psychology is going, sadly, although it doesn't have to go that way, because I do believe that Bruce Lee was right when he said self-knowledge makes great people. We don't have to go and study in the fraternities. We can just study for the sake of studying. And that's the beauty of the internet and books and the scale of information that's available to us. We can start to educate ourselves. Yeah, cursing and swearing. Now, this is an interesting facet of the imagination, the expression of the perceptual imagination, and how that affects the conceptual state. Because when we're cursing, it puts us into a mood, doesn't it? And the F word, right? So the F word. I've always seen that F word that everybody uses so much as relating to the procreative functions. And so there's an ancient root to that word with the beige seeds of structures of language. And it relates to obviously joining the two spheres of the astral and the etheric and creating a generative function in terms of energy. So when we use that word, I've noticed in myself, it seems to cut me off from my emotional state relating to sex. So the more we use the F word, the less emotional we become about sex. Doesn't mean we're not passionate. Doesn't mean we're not that our desires are not operating. Our desires are firing, passions are firing, but emotion is that romantic aspect to the sexual emotionalization of it, which brings romance, which brings, a broader sphere of activity. And so the more we use that F word, the more sex becomes a physical act. I noticed this in myself many, many years, 30 years ago. I was like, hold on, that word makes me think of sex in a different way. It's just a small word. And you're saying it not even about sex. You're saying it in a context of like that. Like, oh, fuck, I kicked my toe, whatever, right? Oh, fucking hell, that was sore. Whatever you're saying, that comes back to express some kind of an influence on the inner planes. And I think it's quite important, like the whole cussing and cursing thing. We all get stuck in those patterns. And I think the reason is because if you hear it a lot, you're going to do it a lot. And let's face it, television has thrown cursing at us and cussing at us like it's normal, right? A lot of like comedians, seems to be a thing which is slowly being phased out, which is a good thing. But I do think that the more conscious we become of how our perception molds reality, the more conscientious we become about our language. The more careful we become in using our language, trying not to swear unconsciously. Because it doesn't really produce anything. It banishes an emotion in that moment. So you got a lot of emotion, you say that word and it knocks the emotions away. And you feel like you're in control now because you said that word. Isn't it funny? And so we speak of it as being a curse word. So it banishes emotions. It's like a curse. You put that on someone else, you make them feel less emotional, which can make them react with passion. Because when you suppress an emotion, it comes out as a passion or it comes out as a desire. So when you resolve your desires, you see they stem from emotions. So the emotion brings about the desire, which is acting out the passions. So the passion and the desire are sort of two sides of one coin, stemming from an emotion. Like I've always considered that emotions, we feel it in our throat. We don't feel it. We experience emotions in our throat. We get a lump in our throat when we're emotional. Then we feel the presence of the energy of that emotion in our bodies, in our hearts. That's when we're feeling it. That's where it becomes our passion. And then that passion becomes sculpted to be turned into a desire in our bellies, in our sacral plexus, where the desire grows in your guts, maybe reaching right down into the nether regions often. You know?
Yeah, that
And
makes sense.
so there's three aspects to this story of this. The way in which the conceptual is becoming perceptual. Because the feeling of the emotion gives concept to what becomes a perceptual expression of desire, which is desire's very definite. It's a perception, it's a perceptual thing. I desire this, I desire that. It's got a root, it knows where it's going, where feeling is a very abstract conceptual state of being, where does it begin, where does it end? It's just in my heart, it's flowing through me, which is a rather abstract way of being when we're in our state of our emotional bodies. And I think it's interesting how we've been taught to look at our heart chakra, and we forget that the heart chakra is the feeling, and it's feeling on our skin as well. It's all of the feeling on our skin, the feeling in our bodies, the feelings in our emotional bodies. The way we feel according to the emotions is what we will take out from this diet, state of mind. So yeah, I think that's like basically the perceptual expression of emotion becomes desire, and desire, listen to the word, desire. So to sire is to parent. So to desire is to disconnect from parental, right? Siring, parenting. Desire, disconnect from parental. Disconnecting from responsibility. Where in the space of feeling, we feel responsible. And when we move beyond the state of feeling, we disconnect. And so the feeling is related to the parental state. And the emotion is what the parental guidance is giving us. And the parental guidance from inside, Godhead, Father, Mother, comes through us, and we experience in our heart as a feeling of that emotion that's been given to us. And then that feeling, if we lose it, becomes a desire. Or if we hone it, it can become a passion. And I think the passion and the desire are interesting because desire tends to be selfish. We tend to desire things. We tend to become passionate about things that aren't selfish and desire things that are selfish. What do you think?
Yeah, passion and desire. I think, yeah, they come from different places, don't they? I think the passion kind of comes from a space of connectedness, and yeah, desire. Yeah, like you said, yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Comes from the ego, selfishness, the little me kind of thing. I need to do this. I want to do this for me. That's desire. Yeah, and a passion. Passions for me, passions are something that kind of almost they're given to us, from a higher place. I don't know why I'm passionate about language learning, for example. I don't know why I am. I just know I am. And there's a feeling of joy and excitement to share it. A passion is shared. And that's why I feel like it comes from an innate knowing of connectedness. Whereas, yeah, desires are very much survival based, It's very much the lower chakras, lower energy centers desiring to keep this thing alive or to feed its addictions. And a passion is something, yeah, it's a power that's experienced through us, but yeah, it's definitely to do with connectedness and oneness rather than separation. Yeah, and it's fulfilling as well. There's a deep satisfaction when you fulfill your passion, or you're in your passion, there's a feeling of like satisfaction that stays. I see it as like it's like soul food. Is another way I look at it. You've kind of got your ego's desires, which are like little bits of chocolate and sweeties. I want that. I want that. And you eat that. You give it a bit of satisfaction, and you get a tiny high from it, and then it just might feel regret or shame, and it's demanding more of that thing. It's an addiction. So I see it as that, yeah. Especially when the ego, when the mind is either like judging someone or gossiping. And I think I asked you on the interview we had about is there some kind of like off of this, when there's a feeling of talking about some low frequency, but there's something that's wanting it, and it gets a little kick, a little high, but the aftertaste is bitter, it's horrible, and you need more of it to then refuel it. But with passion, it's just like the overflowing cup, it just kind of flows through you and keeps going and going, and you just want to share it. Yeah, that's what I think.
I've got my mic off. I missed the last 1.5 seconds while I switched internet connections, because my 250 megabyte upload and download is the one that I should be on, because it's really fast. It's got really, it's like 3 seconds ping rate, 3-4 second ping rate, which is pretty good. Pings immediately.
That's good.
And sorry, yeah.
No, I was gonna say I'm on 4G. I'll have to charge my phone in a bit, so I'll switch my camera off and move around and get it set up so I can stay on listening, but the video will be gone.
No, that's totally fine. And that's very interesting. And what you were saying about the difference in the chakras is totally as it's understood from the Vedic perspective as well, and it lines in with the Kabbalistic considerations, and it reflects the Hermetic knowledge perfectly, which is interesting. I mean, you've got this basic fundamental 3 states, that becomes the 7, that becomes the 12. And passion, when you were saying the word passion, I keep seeing, whenever I hear the word passion, I see passing of ions. So when you are passing ions, you're passionate. So we are ionizing. Our consciousness is ionizing within our system. And when we become so highly ionized that we start to shed ions, we're passing ions that can affect other people. We're passionate. So it's got to do with the heart. It's got to do with the breath. The breath cycles the ions through the body.
Right.
We remove the positively charged hydrogen ions when we breathe out. And we take in the negatively charged hydrogen ions when we breathe in. And so these two processes are working together, because obviously those positively charged hydrogen ions can produce illness in the physical body because they produce acidity. So they've got to leave with the CO2. And the oxygen that we're bringing in brings an alkalizing effect to the blood. So there's this balance of alkalizing, acidic interplay of the ionic frequencies in our blood. And the blood is carrying the consciousness like a fluid. And the pulse of the electromagnetic field of the heart keeps the resonant frequency of consciousness centered in our blood, so that we can experience the passion of our blood, the passing of ions through our blood. So I think that when we are in tune with the blood flowing through our body, we're in tune with our passions. And that's why we say that the blood flowing through our body is related to the heart chakra, because the heart chakra controls the circulation of all of the blood plasma flowing through the body, and the pulse of the ionic field, which is generated by the heart pulse, which is actually a vacuum in the center, bottom region of the heart, which creates this pulse, electromagnetic EM wave. Fascinating. Welcome, Daryl. You've come to join us. Hope you're having an awesome day. Daryl from South Africa. Yeah, man. Good on you, brother. Enjoying the power cuts, are you? The land of no electricity. At least we got water in Cape Town. So, do you know what I mean? Could be worse. That's what I keep reminding everybody. Yeah, exactly. The blood flow carries the prana, and it becomes the chi in our guts as well, which is carrying all this ionic force of the passion of the heart that can be focused into the desire. The chi is sort of the expression of the desire because it's the lower manifestation of that passion. And it's like you can achieve things with your chi. You can make things happen. Your chi can knock things over. If you desire something to be knocked over and you project your chi, it can knock it over because that's what chi does. It manifests desires. So it's an interesting, concept to the Taoist alchemy, the way that they operate within the Shen. They consider the Shen to be the source of passion, the spirit that comes into us, makes us become spirited, passionate. And then that Shen translates through the blood to become focused into chi crystals of energy. And those get bound in the hara or the gut or the tantin, Japanese or Chinese depends what system you're most fluent with. So respiratory issues, you notice this it's very I also looked after people that were disabled, and I noticed the difference in the consciousness with the breathing. And this is why pranayama, somebody was talking about doing kriyas. I think it was Tony, yeah? Tony was talking about doing the kriyas, and many of the kriyas relate to the breath. This is why meditation and the breath is so important, because the breath awakens the passion to become liberated, the passion to become integrated, the passion to become consciously aware. And it drives us. NLP requires a sort of projection of chi to another well in the subconscious too. That's a very well thought out point, Aaron. And that's one of the reasons why I believe the Phoenicians switched to this form of language, because they noticed that these sacred geometric forms of language, which relate to sounds, could channel chi and could actually change the way the brain operates physically. And so maybe the reason why people started writing in this way was to cast spells, to create verbal counterparts to conceptual ideas, that they could lock a perception into it, and that the perception would then structure the reality and keep us tracked and focused in. And that's a beautiful notion, by the way. Welcome to Cosmic. We've got Cosmic Prankster here. Cosmic Prankster is a wonderful brother. He's an interesting character as well. He's been channeling the Fae for a number of years. He's been devising this system, and he's step by step, slowly but surely, putting it all together, channeling and tabulating and channeling and tabulating. And he's discovering I can call it an occult philosophy, an occult cosmology, an occult practice of occult therapeutics system, if you will, because obviously understanding these structures gives you a strength to change your consciousness. Welcome to us, dear Cosmic, and how are you doing? And
hello there.
I don't know if you've met Pat, but welcome,
I don't
Pat.
believe I have
Cosmic.
met Pat. What's up, Pat? How you doing?
Sup, Cosmic? Yeah, doing great, thank you. Doing good. Doing well. Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you.
Do you want to say a bit about what you do, Cosmic? introduce yourself to those that haven't seen you or those that will watch the show retrospectively?
Yeah, hold on. So basically, actually, kind of hold on a second. Got my stuff here. So yeah, basically, the way I would describe this system is it's essentially I would call it it's an epistemology of extra dimensions. So it's basically, the idea is, you start to think of dimensions as spheres called Zerfaxes, and each sort of like immediate experience constitutes sort of like one Zerfax of thought. They're like units essentially. It's a way to sort of measure astral space, or at least kind of create a sense of distance between different points in mind space. So it's a way you can kind of like, quantify and calculate sort of these extra dimensional realms. And there's a lot of work to be done. So I'm trying to think about, what am I currently working on? So I guess the last notes that I worked on were where I talked about the concept of a Zurfix, which is like, it's essentially like, it's like a belief system that keeps you sort of trapped within this reality. And I kind of basically what's really cool last night is I figured like a simple way to understand the 4 different levels. So like, all right, you know what? Actually, I think I kind of rambling on too much. I kind of lost my train of thought. So I'll let the conversation kind of roll on its own.
Well, welcome to you. And where were we? We were basically at the point of been talking about how the passion is a reflection, an experience of the feeling, and that we become highly ionized because the consciousness is moving through our central nervous system as ions electrically, right? And these are transported as well through the amino chains of the hormonal system. So we've got the magnetic currents moving through the hormonal system, and we've got the electrical currents moving through the grid system of the electrical CNS, central nervous system. So we've got electric, we've got magnetic. The electromagnetic universe is reflected in our bodies. And we are perfectly created to do what it is we need to do. And so this emotional energy that we experience as passion is the buildup of that magnetic energy. And the buildup of that magnetic energy is what basically gives us the passion, which is hatched through the lower aspect of the subconscious. I call it lower only because it's closer to the physical dimension of being, defining the physical dimension, shall we say. And so that's basically it. And obviously these kriyas work with the breath. So the breath is rather fundamentally a key to tuning in to the point between the conceptual and perceptual imagination, where perceptual imagination is definitive and conceptual imagination. You would probably relate those, Cosmic, as being different Zerfaxes. Am I right?
Well, I would say so to a certain degree, yeah. I think that's just really what the whole Zerfax concept is, that you can pretty much apply it to any concept. So the best way to understand Zerfax is, I think, is with numbers. So if you think of each number as being its own sort of conceptual universe, its own like quantity, which becomes a kind of a quality. So you have like 1 and 2. Conceptually, these 2 units of experience are like 1 Zerfax apart. But if you take 1 and 3, then conceptually they're 2 Zerfaxes apart. And then you can apply the same concept with color. So red and orange, that would be 1 conceptual Zerfax, 1 conceptual universe distant from that quality. And then red and yellow would be 2 Zerfaxes of distance in terms of quality, like your red universe, an orange universe, and a yellow universe, like a rainbow. Like if you think of like a rainbow and each color being a circle, you can kind of like calculate. So like how many like numbers are in between each color, how many spheres between each color, it kind of tells you how many Zerfaxes the concepts are away from each other. So by kind of like thinking in that sort of theory, that kind of like reflection theory, you can kind of map out the universe if you kind of measure it in that kind of way.
I like that. The different tones, the different textures can be mapped. Tone and texture. And that's quite interesting. I think tone and texture represents conceptual and perceptual in a sense, where tone is more of a concept, texture is more of a perceptual engine. And it seems like the consciousness seems to polarize everything. So everything seems to be beautifully polarized and be an expression of the polarities that we're experiencing. And so we tend to anthropomorphize everything because we're polarizing everything. We thus have to split everything back off to mirror each other in some kind of a representative left and right hand, if you will. So what we're receiving, we're going to give. What we're giving, we will receive. Because that's the nature. When you polarize, that's what happens. You start to receive and to give instead of just to be. And I think that it's now we're getting into a very interesting part of the conversation, because how has education affected this? How does the way we've been taught to think, the way we've been taught to consider, the way we've been taught to communicate, the way we've been taught to behave? Because when we think about education, the Duke, learning the court rules of Duke, and to learn the court rules of the Dukes isn't about knowledge, it's about how to behave in court. And that's why we don't go to places of learning, we go to schools. Because the school of fish blindly follow the fish in the front, right? And it's about survival. School of fish is about operating in a sphere of survival and to escape things that will create friction or stress or damage or danger, and just follow your leader. So it's a sort of a sheep mentality that they're trying to ingrain into us. How does this affect our experience of conceptual imagination, and how does it affect our expression of the perceptual imagination, and why are so many people suffering from a very limited paradigm of imagination? I don't know if there's any of you guys that want to jump on this.
Well, I think, in a more simple sense, ideologies, and this is basically what I would call Zerfixes in my system, is that they're intentionally designed to sort of limit the imagination. Because you think about it, if you want a person to believe in a certain set of parameters of what's real, what's not, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, you have to create a psychic boundary, sort of like in the astral realm. See, this is what's interesting about the Zerfite concept, right? Is if you think about the dream realm as a literal place, like in storybooks, like, you ever look at these sort of these fairy tale books where they have like a map of the world to be like, the gnome kingdom, the fairy mountains, the nightmare city. And if you think of the dream realm like that, what the Zerfixes essentially are, it's like a dome. It's almost like kind of like a Logan's Run kind of like dome, where you're inside of a dome and you think there's nothing else, and you're told there's nothing outside the dome, or it's it's the forbidden zone. And let's see, when it comes to the imagination, is that the imagination is it's like a plant. It wants to expand. It wants to find new forms of novelty and find new things. And these belief systems constrict the imagination and kind of pigeonholed it into a very specific section of the astral plane. It's like, okay, you can go into this 7x7 square grid in the astral plane, but you can't go outside of those limits. So they're basically, the belief system limits them to a specific section of mind space. And I think probably one of the most examples when you're talking about like education, I'm thinking about when Rupert Sheldrake was talking about like how we're taught the theory of vision. And that so he believes that not only do we sort of like get images into our eyes, but we also project images outward. And that this is kind of what most people commonly believe. But in school, we're taught that we only receive information into our eyes. We don't project the information outward. So I think in terms of like perception and, you know, faults of the imagination, I think it's also, we should also just consider just sort of like the human limitations, you know, outside of like, you know, obviously indoctrination is a variable too, but I think what's going on is that, you know, if you think about evolution and you think about how we evolved from sort of these like very basic form of consciousness where it's all just about survival, you know, eating plants and animals, you know, living in the forest and stuff, being apes. But then at one point we created an imagination. And the thing about the imagination though was it became very tempting to imagine a world better than this one. You know, it's like, oh, why should I care about this world when I can envision this grand heavenly place? And so in a lot of ways, because we get so hooked up on that fantasy, there's an imbalance. You sometimes, like, you know, you start to neglect the material world. You start to get caught up in this imaginal realm that's, you know, and you start to neglect nature. Or you go the other way around, and where you start to totally embrace nature, but you neglect the imaginal. And so I think when it comes to really having a fully fledged imagination, you have to kind of embody both the polarities, because if you only have one polarity embraced, you're going to be very limited in your capacity to imagine.
Yeah, that's I like the way you put that out there, the capacity to imagine, and how the very notion of etheric space contradicts that in a sense. You know, the fixtures of space and time. This was the other part of the conversation that I really wanted to get into, because you mentioned about the expansive nature of the imagination. And so I see the imagination as breathing. I see it as having an expansive nature and a contractive nature, which is a rather interesting concept. So the expansive nature of the imagination, I would call that the conceptual imagination, which is wanting to embrace, expand into new concepts, bring it all into yourself. Where the contractive imagination is about creating limits. So there's two different ways of utilizing the imagination. The one form of utilizing the imagination is to think broadly, conceptually. The other way is to contract your perceptions. So to imagine your perceptions as being the limit, which is what a lot of people do. So they're actively using one pole of the imagination at the denial of the other pole. And I think that causes people to become lopsided, because we automatically use the perceptual imagination in the nature of constructing. For example, when we're doing magic and one is doing a magical act and one is focusing what one calls one's intention, this is focusing the perceptual imagination towards a goal and tuning into that through your passions and your desires, and allowing the feeling, the desires and the passion to create a synergetic flow of chi, basically, which is what was basically being inferred a little while ago. And so this expression of this chi in this way puts us into a state of directing the imagination into limited structures in order to achieve a shift in consciousness that will produce a change in the world, a magical effect, which is sort of using the imagination in the way that we consider it. When we speak about the treasure house of images, we're speaking about Yesod from a Kabbalistic perspective, the sphere of the moon. how the sphere of the moon contains all the subconscious energies that can sublimate and is sublimating our consciousness field into the subconscious, and how we can utilize all of those images from the subconscious to focus subconscious forces towards our goals, to allow our chi to work for us, so to speak. So that's like the way that we can use our imagination towards objective reality. But what you were talking about, that expansiveness, that's going inward. That's utilizing the imagination to go into the subjective realms and to expand into new conceptual territory, which I consider to be an expression of the astral plane, which is the polar opposite to the etheric, and so exists in context above the firmament into the expressive nature of an undefined space, where below the firmament we were in a perceptual framework of defined space. And the definition of space is bound by the perceptual imagination, which we call our reality, but it's the parietal lobes that are imagining everything that we think we're experiencing, which we experience between 2 and 4 seconds in the past anyway. We think we imagine we're experiencing it in real time, but we're not. So there's a lot of imagination working hard to create this Maya, this dream, this aspect of reality, which is a template upon the etheric reality, which is the real reality that we're actually in. So it's an interesting concept to look at the imagination as having those two factors. What do you think about the polarity of the imagination in this fashion?
So you said it's perceptual and conceptual imagination. Those are the two terms. Are they both like visual in nature, or is only one of them visual? Like, I'm trying to think of like how to like actually imagine these two modes of imagination. Like, would you say maybe one is like more like dreams, or one is more like daydreaming, one's more like just purely mental, but no images? So I'm thinking there's kind of a two different modes of sort of thinking, where you can think in images and you think in thoughts. So thoughts would be just sort of like language and sort of like abstractions, and then there's just pure images in which those thoughts have sort of a connective association with. So you think of like, the word tree as opposed to an actual picture of a tree, and the difference between those two things. Is that something in line with what you're talking about, or am I totally off base here?
You're not totally off base. I would say though that it's more like and you're right about the thinking, the thoughts being perceptual, because when you can limit it and you can put your finger on it, it's perceptual, right? Because it's separate. When I speak of conceptual, I speak of color. I'll give you an example. Color is an expression of conceptual. Tone is an expression of conceptual, because you can't put a finite there or there. It's color. It's such a broad field. Tone is such a broad field. The feeling, the emotion that we're feeling, the feeling is such a broad field, right? But we are imagining the experience of emotion. But it's not imagined in our visual cortex centers. It's a different kind of a sense. But color might be perceptually noticed by vision, but it's definitely not to do with that. It's to do with feeling, because color and feeling, and you'll probably fit right into this with the way the senses and color and sound are somehow wrapped up in each other. And they are purely conceptual, because you cannot define them, can you? Not in the way that you can define a thought.
No, they're
and
definitely a lot more abstract in that way. But I think the interesting application with magic in terms of color is that I've realized that different colors are sort of they're different portals to different parts of the spirit realm, in the sense that if you feel a certain, if you close your eyes and you have a certain feeling in your mind, or you have a certain type of music playing in your head, or maybe there's a certain type of smell, it's going to guide the images that, you know, show up in your head. So maybe if you're thinking of, you know, the color black, for example, you might be thinking of, you know, skeletons and demons and shadows and, you know, or, you know, monsters and stuff. Or if you're thinking of the color white, maybe you'll think of clouds and angels. Or if you're thinking of the color red, maybe you'll think of a mushroom. If you're thinking of the color yellow, maybe the images of bees will start up. So if you think, or if you're thinking of blue, you might see dolphins and octopuses. So the idea is that if you know these sort of these I call them gates, of color gates, if you will, you can sort of direct your attention to certain specific sectors of the astral plane by understanding what kind of colored energy is associated with that realm, and using that as a way to scry into the location of choice. So I think that in a lot of ways, you know, color is definitely, that's why color is such a fundamental aspect. What's interesting, what I've learned though in my system though, is that you're supposed to, you know, when you visualize a color, the idea is that you're supposed to visualize it outside of your peripheral vision. So for example, if you're thinking of the color purple, you don't just think of, you know, a little splotch of purple in your mind's eye. You try to imagine like the entirety of outer space is black. You know, if you think about black filled with stars, but the idea is you take that infinite blackness and make it into a different color. And if you can really do that, and if you can really visualize space being a different color than what it is right now, you start to enter a completely different kind of universe, and things orient differently. You have different mental imagery inside your head. And because that when they talk about, like, you know, astral projecting to the outer Zarfexes in my system, that's one of the things you have to do, is what they call illuminating the fourth xiphoid membrane. I know it's a lot of jargon, but it's kind of like, you know, it's kind of hard to talk about sometimes just because of that reason. But I will say though about the stuff I'm working on is that it's not so cryptic that no one can understand it. It's like I kind of have a way to understand it in this very step-by-step kind of way. It's like, it's not like something where it's like, oh, you gotta, like, you know, it's not some weird puzzle. It's actually very simple and intuitive once you kind of understand the theory behind all this stuff. It's like a domino that just, you hit one and all the others start to fall. So, and then if you going back to the two modes of thinking though, it's like that you have certain thoughts, the feelings, there's a symbiotic relation to it. It's like the images invoke thoughts and the thoughts invoke images, and there's a back and forth relationship between these two things. So, and perhaps by only really engaging in one, you don't have that stream, you don't have that electrical current between positive and negative, and you get a kind of a stilted imagination.
That's very, very on point. And it's interesting how the conversation in the chat has been sort of mirroring this idea, because people have been speaking about sanity and insanity. And who was it that first mentioned? It's like moving into madness to sanity, but to observers still stuck in the insanity. They would perceive me as mad, if that makes sense. And just that little comment says so much about the nature of the way we are perceived by others, because perception locks things in. This is what I was saying. Like, so when you look at someone, your perceptual imagination locks them into a box, and your conceptual imagination feels their essence. I don't know if that makes sense in an abstract form. And the conceptual imagination is a bit insane. It's not, well, insane. It's chaotic. Color is chaotic compared to
Can be.
Form. You know, form is very rigid. It is what it is. Color is a very expansive, like you say, it expands out into an infinite sphere, and in its own sense, it is profoundly it communicates such profound intensity. And look who's come to join us, the wonderful Slick Dissident. And Slick Dissident, thank you so much, both of you guys. And I hope he's going to be back. Pat will be back when his phone is charged, for joining us, joining this conversation. Pat was having a few issues with his connection. Welcome, Brother Gabriel. You're looking slick as always, looking smooth. And Gabriel is a wonderful teacher of the Ennead, the 9 spheres of the ancient Greek traditions, and which I consider as like, the Greek Kabbalah, which is, it's all coming from the same source. It's all the same thing, just different people had different ways of idealizing. And so he teaches the Ennead, but he's a great thinker, uses astrology, various different forms of philosophy and occult therapeutics to sort of tie it all together, martial arts being at the core of it, obviously. Because he's going to tell you all about how this imagination is going to operate through the sphere. Welcome. Do please tell us a little bit about yourself, and it's such an honor to have you here. What a blessing. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly. Yes. How's my sound working out? Am I coming in? All right.
Crystal.
Yes. So Slick Dissident is my channel name. Long time practitioner of many martial arts and mystic mumbo jumbo of all flavors. And yeah, you're so right, man. The Greek traditions have really captured me in a fun and playful way. So I'm stoked to be here and share some of what I've been digging in on recently is actually right on track for the conversation. So can I pick up on some of the little tidbits I heard you guys laying down? I saw a mention of passions in the comments. PK, big up PK. And I've recently mapped out the passions in a fun way in history with the Greeks. They have like a very simple 3-tiered social construct where the guardians are on top, and then the auxiliaries are in the middle, and everybody else is at the bottom. The demos, the sullied masses, you could say. And the name for those sullied masses, they sometimes refer to them as the desires or appetites. They're recognized for their appetites, and that is one of their primary contributions of the masses is consumption, is that they want things, they're needful. The auxiliaries are provided for by the guardians up above. But the appetites of the masses generate resistance or a struggle against the auxiliaries in the middle, and that tension between the desires and the appetites against the auxiliaries creates a predictable value that is called the passions. And so when we go throw ourselves against the shields of the SWAT team or the riot squad, that tension between the masses and that riot squad has already been mapped out. They already knew you were coming. They even put the Freemasonic bricks and pallets of bricks out, and the insurance company is anticipating paying for the damages in advance. So the social manipulations are over 2,000 years old, as it's explained to us, maybe 2,000, 3,000. So yeah, the guardians, the auxiliaries, and then the everybody else's has an interesting predictable value around the passions that they know are going to spark up when they trigger us in such ingenuitive ways and means. And what my other thought I wanted to throw in the mix here, because you guys were just on it about purity and how people have these high ideals, and the high ideals, that guiding light, we're drawn to it like a moth to a flame. A lot of people get caught up into it. Can be very mesmeric and detrimental. People jump off a cliff trying to get to that light. I have We all put ourselves out to the utmost for those high ideals. I'm on book 4 on Plato's Republic, if anybody wants to check and look into this, but they are talking specifically about using the art, the techne of the dyers, those who instill color or tonality into wools and fabrics. And they are literally explaining how they will instill a belief in the benevolence of the archons at such a young age that that belief can never be washed out of them. And they are explaining the process that the dyers use so that a fabric can never have so that it is what do they call it? They call it fast what is it called? Fast thought, fast-minded, I think. Yeah, I think it's fast-minded. That this belief that the archons have your best interest at heart can never be washed away. No matter how people bring evidence to you, it's somehow built into the program of your thinking. And now keep in mind, this recipe was concocted in the language of Greek with totally different phonetics. The social engineers have taken that recipe and instilled it into our language in really fascinating ways. And one of those ways is the word pur, P-U-R. And now we think of this as pure, which implies generally in the textiles, people think of white, but it's also correspondent to the purple. And that is the color that they use to instill into the young acolytes so that they can never have faith extracted from them. And in our language, this word P-U-R, it contains both of those extremes, the purple that we start out with and the whiteness that you would hope you would be able to reach to cleanse yourself of the belief that the archons have your best interest at heart. So there's pull in the beginning, and then you go out in the world and people are like, yo man, that governor, he doesn't care about you. These senators, they don't care about you. That's all blackmail industry. And then hopefully you can wash the purple out and become purified. And then in cult community, that point where you don't believe that your culture was actually working to your benefit at all, in cults they call this going clear. So once you go from purple to white and then you go clear, and now you're ready for a new initiation into whatever, the new mentality that you're going to move into. So that
specifically
PUR,
a Scientology term, going clear, if I recall.
You got it, buddy. You got it. It's also the very last words of They Live. Yes, clear is a super fascinating trigger term, and it also is street slang for meth. And meth, in reverse, is them. And now this is so weird, but going clear is removing your ego so that them can move into you. And so there is a fascinating possession potential when once you go clear. It's like you're in international waters. You're a free for all vessel that anybody can come and pirate you. And there might be systems at play involving other archons that you didn't know were out there in the international waters.
Symbolically, it kind of reminds me of I don't know if any of you have ever read Michael Eanes' The Never Ending Story, but there's in the book there's an evil witch named Zaida, and she has this army of these like mechanical like beetle creatures, and basically she says like, I can move anything that's empty. I can move anything that's empty of will. I can move with my will. And I thought that's kind of like, symbolically speaking, sort of like what you're talking about, where a lot of the thing, the thing about the term brainwashing is it actually originated in communist China from, I think it was Emperor Mao. His idea was that they would wash your brain of all the bad stuff so that they can put in their own, propaganda into your mind. And yeah, that's why sometimes I kind of am like a little bit wary of like when people tell you to, drop your ego and like, lose your sense of self and like, be super selfless, because to me, that's the dark side of losing your ego, where you become essentially an empty vessel to be controlled by someone else's ego. Just kind of weird that if you lose your ego, you just kind of get swallowed up by another one. So that's kind of one of the reasons why I'm a little bit more, not so much on the whole Buddhism, no self side of the occult table, so to speak.
That's very interesting when you speak about the ego like that. And that's something that I must admit that's also always been in my awareness, is that there's this desire, and I'm gonna call it out, right? I'm gonna call it out. We were sold by the masters of this world that own all of the TV channels and the news and the media and the publishing presses, that this Mahayana Buddhism is the Buddhism, right? And that these particular translations, as they come out from the Dalai Lama, who is the major proponent, those of you that haven't checked out 2045.com, please check it out. So many people don't know about it. I was in Juan on Juan's chat the other day, and these guys have come up with it. I'm like, more people need to look into this 2045.com. It's all about transhumanism. It's been running for 20 years. The amount of money that's moved into that is all about this vacancy that we're talking about. They want to remove us from our bodies and put us into machines that can be made vacant. So we are like, yeah. So there's definitely this desire to remove individuality. And I agree with you that I think that the persona and the ego have been definitely mismatched. People don't understand the difference between the persona and the ego. I think of the ego as being a very conceptual field of me. And then the persona is a perceptual field of who I think I am, of how I perceive myself. I perceive myself as this. Because of the concept of me, which is the ego, I perceive myself and I start to act out my perceptions, my persona. And so people speak of that as being the ego, but I'm like, hold on. The ego's got like filters. The ego operates through the filter of the persona. And the persona is really what we're looking at. We can't see the ego. The ego is hiding behind the persona. It's like, so we're being told we need to drop our ego, and that's neuro-linguistic programming. Like we were saying, that words control chi. So when you say you want to drop the ego, the chi is saying, okay, disconnect from my ego, disconnect from source. What do you think? I see you aching to say something, Brother Gabriel.
This has been a topic on my mind, my heart and my mind lately. It is very hard to speak of impeccably. The one thing about the ego that I see about it, it is in our language, it's everywhere, it's so very everywhere. Uh, um, but it implies a student-master relationship, or somebody is subservient to the other person's will such that they are vulnerable to their opining whatsoever. And so the ego is, I think, a professed vulnerability. It's something that you've agreed to allow somebody to project onto you regarding. So the ego, I have a specific ego about how I mow the lawn. And if somebody comes along and says, "Yo, man, your lines are all messed up," well, my ego actually doesn't care. I'd be like, "Yeah, I fucked that up." It's just not invested in how my lawn looks. But the guy next to me, if I even look at it wrong, he's looking at my eyes to see how I'm reflecting his work. He's that pumped up about how invested he is his whatever superiority or inferiority. So that inferiority and superiority is the playing field of the ego. And so I've worked up quite a thick skin about a great many things, but I'm also aware that there are certain things in the world that I'm worse than my neighbor about his lawn about. So it depends on the arena I'm going into as to what my ego is going to take shape as. And then there's this other word that is way better, esteem, right? Self-esteem. And this is your estimation of yourself, and also your awareness of your thresholds, and also knowing what your value is. And so ego and self-esteem are closely related, in but I like the concept of self-esteem much better, because if you have a sound estimation of your own worth and value and what you deserve, and that is a healthy level, then you are in a position to actually expect more out of other people. And so, and even being in a forgiving mindset of other people's shortcomings. And so having a self-esteem, this is all playing into something I've studied recently, is magnanimity, and understanding deeply what magnanimity really means, soulfulness. And now I'm oversimplifying by using one word for the definition. I recommend everybody go get into magnanimity, get into it, actively engage it, practice a level of theurgy with this word. It will benefit you. So magnanimity is a greatness of soul. And I think another way to say that is to have healthy esteem. And if you have healthy esteem for yourself, then you become a source of abundance for others, and people will be drawn into the magnetic power of your magnanimity because you have self-esteem.
That's so beautifully put. The
And
magnetic
not
power
ego.
of the magnanimity produces self-esteem. And the self-esteem is what drives the engine of the self. It's like a little little steam engine. And that is actually very much moving into the broad expanse of the imagination, the conceptual imagination, the idea of considering a word, what it means, and really absorbing into it, like when I think of that word, I think of being bigger than something in such a way that I become small. Being so small about something that I'm bigger than it. like like I'm so insignificant in this story, but because I'm so insignificant, I'm bigger than that story. It transcends space, doesn't it? It transcends the borders of self, transcends the borders of thinking. And I mean, that's what Jupiter is all about, isn't it? Being jovial is a reflection of this magnanimity, and the joviality produces self-esteem, because joy and happiness brings a sense of self-esteem. But we only get that joviality when we practice the magnanimity, which is not allowing things to be bigger than us. When we think that we're all big shot and we're all important, that's when we're actually facing something bigger than ourselves, because we make the topic bigger than us. And when we make the topic not important, then we're more important than the topic, even though we don't seem. It's such a beautiful concept. Thank you for that, brother. It's really, my brain's rattling like a hamster wheel. What do you think, Brother Cosmic?
About the ego. Yeah, I think there's some truth to these ideas in terms of like size and whatnot. I think when it comes to ego, I guess I have to think to myself, like, what is sort of the catalyst for ego, and perhaps what the thing with the ego is like, because I've been thinking about, interconnection and sort of interconnection with nature and interconnected with the universe. And perhaps when we feel separate from that connection, that this sort of egotistical, narcissistic self starts to emerge, to either, because you feel like you're at war with the universe, you kind of have to, bulk yourself up to kind of combat it, or that, where was I going with this thought of the idea? Or that you just, maybe you're trying to expand yourself so much that you become interconnected again, not even necessarily realizing. I had a funny thought earlier when you were mentioning like people trying to puff themselves up. I wonder if there's an egotistical person who strives to be the most insignificant being in existence. Like they really tried and put effort into being insignificant. And they're like, no, I'm even more insignificant than you are. How dare you say that? But that kind of makes it kind of interesting, though, because it's like it shows that narcissism can kind of go both ways. That if you try to be the most significant being in the universe, the universe is going to kind of like, humble you. But at the same time, if you try to make yourself, totally forgettable and insignificant, it kind of gets at you too. So, I didn't even really think about that until today. The idea that, that kind of narcissistic ego can kind of go both ways. And it's kind of like, because it's like, it's basically saying, it's like, wait, you're not so significant that you're God, but at the same time, it's like the universe is also saying you're not so insignificant that you're completely worthless. So I think that's actually kind of hopeful.
Yeah, I like that. Narcissism. I think we're going to have to get into narcissism because that's when we imagine ourselves to be our ego, or our perception of the ego, which is what I call the persona, because the ego can't be without a persona. It needs to have a personal context. Welcome. We've got a new addition to the conversation, an old addition, new but old. Brother Indy Sage is a shadow worker that helps people come to terms with their shadow. Exactly what we're talking about, yeah. Looking into the deep recesses of the ego, the polarity that the bridge of the persona creates in creating this ridge between what we perceive to be and what we are, what we repress, what we hold in our awareness and our consciousness field. So Indy is a beautiful brother that helps people work with the shadow energy, integrate it, bringing out what is repressed into the conscious awareness so we can become wholesome. And he's also an anthropologist as well. So he's just a fascinating character. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Do please introduce yourself, brother. And yeah, let's keep the conversation flowing. Brother.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the great introduction, Franklin. I always appreciate that, and you do such a great job with it. And it's going to be a great show today. I'm 2 hours late here today, but I'm glad to be here now. And I'm excited to get into this discussion with you guys. Shadow work is extremely relevant to this stuff. Now, a lot of times we use our imagination when we interpret our emotions, and we have been kind of like pushed societally to interpret a lot of what are deemed as negative emotions as detrimental, and we view them pathologically. Usually, we have a tendency for that. But these so-called demonized or negative emotions can be very beneficial for us, and all emotions are essential. There's nothing to shy away from or discourage yourself from being able to feel, but being able to control your emotional reactions is something that takes a lot of discipline and practice to be able to work on, but it can help you be able to have those emotions in a safe way. A lot of times we have these emotional reactions that give us a tendency to act before we think, and which, if it's good to be able to experience your feelings and let them out, but if it can create issues for you with you live in a society where they've been demonized and people discourage those kind of emotions, the practice of catharsis has done me well in being able to channel that energy and being able to release it in constructive ways. So that's one of the ways in which we can use our imagination to understand that, oh, okay, maybe what was told to me that's so bad is actually not that bad, and I need to go into that darkness and bring my light in there and see what's going on with it and let that stuff out. And so it's really part of the interpretation of perception and the imagination to interpret these feelings that have been bottled up in us. And it takes somebody to open that cage for us, maybe give us the key to the door, bring us to that doorway for us to open that door for ourselves, to understand that, these are essential feelings that are meant to be released. And a good friend of mine, from a tarot class I took in Asheville, North Carolina, a couple of years back, taught me that when you bottle up these energies like that, it's like the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea has a lot of different inlets coming in, rivers and channels and estuaries and such. It doesn't have anything that comes out of it. There's nothing where that all that water coming in is able to pour out to somewhere. And so that's why it's got so much salt to a level where it can't even sustain life, and it's dead. And that's what happens in our hearts when we bottle up these energies and we don't let them out for so long. Our heart is really struggling, and it's in a dark place. And a lot of times, the establishment, the cabal that runs the establishment, calls the collective the undead or the walking dead, because they've pushed us in this the societal programming where we're really not supposed to go into the dark night of the soul and be able to retrieve that inner peace. We're supposed to live in that inner turmoil until our deathbed if we follow our societal programming. But luckily, a lot of us have been able to reach back to mysticism and find some of the roots. Carl Jung has really opened us up to the ability to go into understand. He created shadow work and understand what happens and why does that happen and how can we free ourselves and become whole again. So this is going to be a fun discussion to go into some of that a little bit deeper. And the two opposing faces of imagination are absolutely fascinating to me. So I know that we can see things in a different way. There's kind of a way in which you have two people in the same room and there's a phenomena that happens. One person might think it's an angel, the other might think it's a demon. So there's things we don't understand. There's other realms amongst us, and we a lot of times use our imagination to perceive those, but there's something there that we can all agree on. So that's something I'm interested in. I got a paranormal pin for my hat yesterday when I was at the dance club. I was excited to get little pins for the hat. And I'm interested in getting into some more paranormal research with my buddy Austin. We're going to do some of that. He comes into the chat sometimes. He might come in today. So what have you guys been talking about since I got in? I missed you for a couple of hours here.
We've been talking about the imagination.
Slick, I'm kind of curious about that diagram behind you. Could you maybe explain it a little bit? It's really
That's cool.
Fascinated.
Imagination.
It is
That's
something.
the enneagram.
It really. Yes. It really is something. This is my my project on my channel. It is the tarot, the major arcana integrated into Gurdjieff's Enneagram in a way that you won't find anywhere else in the world. And it is essentially my Palantir. This is my crystal ball. This is my divining system, and it's really rewarding in ways that are almost impossible to convey into technology. Like a lot of what I do, I can never share with the world. I just give people the Cliff Notes version, because that's kind of the definition of a miracle, is an experience that can never be repeated or conveyed onto somebody else. So yeah, this is my magical system here, and I get all kinds of fascinating revelations regarding the Enneagram. Are you familiar with the Enneagram, Cosmic?
I don't think so. I've heard the term before, but could maybe you refresh me on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Enneagram is the simplified version is that it's 9 personality types, and that the 9 personality types have predictable relationships with each other that are literally mapped out in a what's called the it's basically a 6-pointed heptad where the 6 personalities are interdependent, and then there are 3 more personalities who make the external triangle. They're more centered in each of the 3 trines. And their relationships to each other are very predictable. And in fact, if you were to do like a good way to convey this this system is if you were to take 9 groups of 9 people, and scientifically you already have determined everybody's score, and you put them all in 9 different rooms doing different exercises, you could actually predict people's responses to one another. Their aversions and their attractions are highly predictable, especially dynamically considering the other 7 people in the room that they're not interfacing with. And so these energies are completely blocked out, like just like a theatrical production. So there's a great amount of predictable value in knowing like where you orient in the circle. It could also be considered almost a color wheel. Like your personality is like
Would you say it's sort
generally
of
very
like
green, but when you get around this person, you
would you say it's like an occult sort of Myers-Briggs kind of layout, where you have like, or the Myers-Briggs has like the 16 different sort of personality types?
Yes, and you got it. Yep, you got it. And one thing I like about it is it's even more. It's very simple. It can be packed into an even more simple system. You can almost get a person's score with just 2 questions. If you ask the right questions, you can really get them sussed out in a situation. Whereas the Myers-Briggs is like a huge, long, in-depth questionnaire. Almost, I think sometimes a lot of those personality things are uh, overly complicated for the sake of driving an industry. And the Enneagram, I think, is extremely efficient. It doesn't require all that. Yeah, I guess I'll just leave it at that. It's much more natural and not. But that's not really true because some people make it complicated. I can't really say that. I use it in a very simple way. Some people come in and they put in wings and secondaries and trinary relationships, and that works too for each their own. But for me, I just love this because there's so much availed in a single glimpse. There's so much information in there. So that's my
You kind of
best attempt at a quick
okay, yeah,
introduction.
that's cool. It's kind of, I just had a thought just now. The idea of like, if you take certain systems like this, or you take something like the 12 signs of the zodiac, it's essentially like a color palette. I think like certain animals can see certain ranges of colors. Some people have like color blindness where they can only, they can't really see like blue and purple. Or there's other animals who can see in different colors, like beyond ultraviolet. And they can, like, I think bees can see colors beyond ultraviolet or something. But what's interesting about just thinking about this now, the idea of like taking personality to color types, it's like, depending on kind of what kind of like palette you have of understanding personality types, sort of gives you the resolution understanding of how you understand people. So if you see the world, people as existing with 8 personality types, you'll see essentially 8 different types of colors of people. But if you subdivide that into like maybe 24 colors, then you see 24 different types of people. And so this is kind of an interesting like avenue to explore just now, the idea that everybody, like, maybe the more expansive that color palette is, maybe the more spiritually kind of like, I don't know, on point you are. Because maybe people who are really close-minded and maybe they're very judgmental or hateful, they have a very limited color palette of how they understand different personality types. It's just like, me and like the other jerks, that. And so by expanding that rainbow, you expand your perception of what kind of people are possible in your life, what kind of existences you can not only see in others, but embody within yourself. So this idea of like personal color palettes for other people. And this is an interesting idea.
I'd love to add into this because it's very interesting. So you've got the 7 chakras. Now, when I look at the 7 chakras, the 7 principles of Hermes, I see the 3 aspects. You see, there are those fundamental 3 aspects in the Enneagram. that are somehow connecting all the dots in a sense. And so those three aspects are repeated within the 7 chakra sphere, the 3 below the firmament and the 3 above the firmament. And the firmament is bound in the heart, the polarity, sphere of polarity of Hermes. So all the 7 principles, you know, the sphere of the mentalism, the sphere of the vibrational world, the sphere of all things being connected, all things being quantum entangled, that there is a order to the chaos, that things are in correspondence, the polarity of the heart, the rhythm of the solar plexus, because the stomach generates the metabolism of all the cells, all the rhythms, bringing all the rhythms together so that the metabolism can be kept in check by the triple burner. And then, of course, the cause and effect. You know, eat too much, you get a big belly, cause and effect. And what you carry in your guts, right? If you're courageous, if you're not courageous, the guts is the causality, the causal influences of your choices. And then the generation, obviously, you know, the 2 testes that can test the situation, or the 2 egg pouches that can produce, you know, the situation. So, but then these are reflections of, you know, the causal space of the soul, then the astral sphere of the astral reality that we're in, and then the etheric sphere. So there's the 3 triangles as they're reflected in the yoga philosophies or in Kabbalah, or they're all there. So there is a point in the Visuddhi chakra where the upper causal reality meets the astral sphere, because they're not separate. And there's a band there in yoga. And then there's the heart. The throat is part of the sphere of the astral with the heart and with the solar plexus. And the solar plexus is shared between the etheric and the astral. And there's another band there in yoga, not a coincidence, in the solar plexus. And then the solar plexus, the Svadhisthana chakra and the Muladhara chakra make up the etheric triangle, which roots itself in the physical body, the Muladhara. So the solar plexus has got 2 personalities, and the Visuddhi has got 2 personalities. And it's going to make me want to ask you about Janus in a moment, because this is making me think about Janus. This doesn't have a Greek counterpart as far as I can tell, but this Janus is something that the Greeks made up to teach the Romans. Like, what were they up to with, who is this Janus? It's a nymph that was, there's something interesting. Now, these 9 spheres of the Enneagram, if you go to India, they speak about the 9 planets, not the 7 planets, the 9 planets, because they count the north and south nodes of the moon as being a planetary influence. So they speak of the 9 activities. And when you got the 9 planets moving through the 12 signs of the zodiac, you have 108 degrees on the pentagram, right? The 108 degrees of the pentagram. That's why you chant with a mala, a rosary of 108 beads. So these are all connected, whether you're coming from Indian cosmology or the Kabbalistic cosmology. The Kabbalah is the story of the etheric. So we're speaking about the 72 paths of the quinence, the way that the 32 becomes a 64, and the way that when you add the 32 to the 64, you end up at the 96. Now we're looking at something interesting. We're looking at a different system here, which goes down. We're looking at the Arabic law. What's going on here? The Phoenicians. So there's interesting different perceptions of how to use this, but 9 is the fundamental of all numerology. So it's like it's the root. The N8 is the true Kabbalah, I think. And the tree of life that we've been taught is just the way the Jews particularly associated with the Enneagram, because it's the same thing. But I want to hand it over to Gabriel. This Janus personality, I'm sure you've come across it a lot in your research. It's astounding to me, and I think it's relevant.
Yeah, buddy. Oh, this is great. I'm so happy to be here. For one, Cosmic, I want to say, your reflection of the color wheel potential is advanced beyond my workings thus far. You jumped way into the ninja class. I want to imply that upon seeing the project, it has imprinted insight and enlightenment onto you. So your reflections of the color wheel is high grade kung fu. When I put these cards down originally, I was adhering to their numerological correctness. I've put them in their numerological locations. I'm about to flip the script in a major way. Long story short, I've been analyzing the Enneagram onto Plato's Symposium, and I'm about to self-initiate out of Plato's Symposium into Xenophon's Symposium. And when I do this, I have to break the numbers. I have to go out of numerological order. And Cosmic, it's amazing that you went into the color wheel, because when I go into Xenophon's Symposium, I think I'm going to break the numbers and adhere to the colors. And I think that Plato's Symposium and Xenophon's Symposium were both here all along. I just need to get out of the realm of forms regarding mathematics and move into the realm of colors when I go into Xenophon's Symposium. And so, Cosmic, for you to have said that is definitely a signpost on my path. So
All
thank
right,
you for
glad
that.
you
I
could
think
help.
I learned about a stupa, the stupa in Boulder, famous stupa. What's that?
I just said glad I could help.
Yes, yes. Well, this stupa in Boulder, its name translates to the stupa which enlightens upon seeing. And I'm going to flatter myself and think that my Enneagram project enlightened you upon seeing it, because you definitely went to ninja grade right out the gates. That was great. And you're correct. Yes, the personalities are like a color wheel, and it gives you the ability to appreciate another person's perspective, because now you see through their lens. And that actually has retro healing potential. You can look back at situations that you were all caught up about, and you can actually see, oh, they were in a controlling, domineering position psychically, and I can now see their shadow better. And it's very healing to be able to go back in situations and see it with more clarity. And then regarding Janice, Franklin, you're going to dig this, buddy. There's very strong reason to believe that Janice has a powerful relationship to Ganesh, Janus and Ganesha. And part of this, it is the Phoenicians are kind of the bridge in between. Yes, the bridge between is totally Phoenicians because of the double-headed axe. The double-headed axe is the symbol of that Phoenician oceanic conquest, the two-headed axe that sometimes Ganesha is seen carrying. But then think of Ganesha's two ears. An ear going this way and an ear going that way is kind of, to me, very similar to a two-headed god looking in two directions, but it's even more enriched by the fact that there are two types of elephants. One is the African elephant and one is the Indian elephant. And in their ears literally look like the shape of the continents. That's a huge synchronicity in the taxidermy of elephants. But or is that, did I say that right? Taxidermy? I don't think that's the word I wanted. In the the anatomy of the elephants is that their ears
Taxonomy,
literally
maybe?
look like the continents that they're from, and in that aspect, the African. Thank you, thank you. That's it. Thank you. Yes. So yeah, in that aspect, Africa would be the west and India would be the east, much like Janus looking in two directions. So there is a strong, fascinating weave between Ganesha and Janus. And then I'll just say one more thing. In war strategy, Justinian and Hitler practiced two-faced battle strategy, fighting on two fronts. And what they did, both of them, nice, nice. Both of these battle strategies were play nice with this group and play dirty with this group. So when you lose and they overcome you, the two groups that defeated you, they can't even agree on the nature of the war. And they're going to fight over what that war was even all about, because they were experiencing two totally different realities on two totally different battlefronts. Justinian started the Janus two-front battle strategy. Hitler completed it, and we're still feeling the waves of that confusion. It is a fascinating means of strategy that when your opponents defeat you, now they have to fight each other to the death.
So that's a very interesting concept, and it's sort of taking this war out. And I think that's why that. Okay, so I'm putting on a tinfoil hat for a moment. Like, this is going to get a little bit political. Hope you guys don't mind. So the Greeks invented Latin in order to subjugate all the people that they conquered peacefully. What a concept. They peacefully conquered the world by rocking up with a big army saying, do you want to fight or do you want to join us? People were like, if you join us, you get the benefits of Rome. Only Rome doesn't exist. We're inventing Rome for all the people we conquer. But don't worry, we're going to give you your own language. It sounds just like ours. It reads just like ours. And in fact, you'll think you're one of us. But you won't be. You'll be paying taxes to us. You'll be subjugated by us. But we will be one happy family, all speaking the same language. And when we give you a religion, we'll write it in Greek and you'll read it in Latin. So that'll be fun. And I think the whole idea of double speak was invented in this way by the Greeks. When they invented Latin, there was like, this is like a very clever step. And I don't think it was just an accidental development of Greek. I think that they were very carefully schooling the people and teaching them Latin. And once this Latin had taken on, they had invented Rome. Only Rome didn't exist, really. I mean, it was the Greeks and the rest of the world. But let's all call ourselves Romans. And the Greeks will call ourselves Romans. But like when we're amongst ourselves, we'll talk Greek. And it's all Greek to you. Because you're thinking we're talking Latin. So what it means to you is what it means to us. How ingenious is that? And then, of course, they had to add this symbol of Janus. So Ganesh, which is a really beautiful perception. I can't believe I wasn't making that connection before. Represents the gunas. The gunas are the 5 grasping facets of reality. They're also what limit us. They're also what hold us back. When one grasps, one is grasped by what one grasps. Classic example is how the Khoi people, the Khoi San, the San people used to catch monkeys. They'd make a hole in a tree and they'd put a piece of fruit in there. And the monkey would be, oh, and then, I'm stuck in the tree. My own greed has become my vehicle of entrapment because I'm not letting go of that apple now that I've got it, right? Even though I can't get my hand out of the hole, you're not going to get me to let go of that apple because I've got that apple. It's mine. So this is what I'm seeing that the whole Janus represents as it was given to the people was in a way for people to grasp, I'm Roman now. I'm not going to let go of being Roman because all these benefits come with being Roman. Look at the roads you've built. Look at how you're educating our children. I don't know. I thought I'd put that out there for the guys, for the team to play with.
Yeah, I wanted to mention something about Janus as well. The idea of the two-faced God is thought to articulate the idea that the gods are liminal entities standing at the thresholds of spiritual realms and serving as guardians and messengers. In Hinduism, they suggest that the 2 or 4-faced gods suggest the divine power of seeing through space and time. But we have the original two-faced god, Isimud, who was the Sukal or divine attendant of Enki, and his 2 faces were thought to represent the one seeing in the past and one seeing into the future. And then we have also the mention of the 2-headed axe and Ganesh. Is fascinating to me that the axe actually is a word that comes from the Basque language, or the Basque language rather. Is one of the words that's been brought into the English language from Basque, which is one of the antediluvian languages. And it comes from the original word axial, and that means stone club or stone axe. So that's a very old word from probably about 10,000 years ago, which is amazing. And something I found when I was looking into these gods, there's other gods, the god Lear of the Anglo-Saxon people, the god Dwyer of the Nordic people. But interestingly, Hercules came up as one of the two-faced gods. So sometimes they integrate aspects of different gods from of the other culture that are aligning. So it might have been that was a time where Hercules and Janus were kind of linked together, kind of like Serapis was like Osiris and Apis between the Egyptians and the Greek. They'll intermingle the gods sometimes through the ages. But it's actually very Go on.
I got something really fun on Hercules being two-faced.
Yeah.
That hits a strong chord for me. I can really substantiate this. I think you'll dig this, Indy. So Hercules had the Urim or the Thummim, the two stones. That's like, pick a hand, and then it determines your fate. And one of them is always the yes, and the other is always the no. I don't claim to know which was which, the black or the white being yes or no. In 50-50 situations, you're either 100% wrong or 100% right. I'm not going to guess which stone of the Urim and Thummim was which. But that has the Janus aspect, the two stones. But then, you know what? I think it goes even deeper, buddy, because Hercules constellation is in the fall. It's a scorpionic minor decan of Scorpio. So when we're in under the sign of Scorpio, we are also powerfully it's like Hercules is on the earth, is here, has come down and is like integrated with us on the mundane plane. And during that season, there is a fascinating meteor shower. And this meteor shower has two heads. It's a two-headed meteor shower taking place just above Taurus. It's the double terminated Taurid meteor shower. This meteor shower is the keystone to my philosophy, to my worldview, to many of my theories. And so imagine the double terminated meteor shower. I often describe it as, you remember in Star Wars, when you go to light speed and all of the lights become striations, and you're flying right into the center of these striations, like a tunnel or a tube, like you're going into the belly of Quetzalcoatl, and the stars are becoming banners. Well, during this meteor shower, it is unique because there are two tunnels at the same time. And I believe that this signifies the split of the Sagittarian sagittal ridge of the right and the left hemisphere of the brain. And I think that mythologically, we are being told over and over and over and over that this double terminated meteor shower is the divide, splitting humanity in two. And it is during, it's in the symposium where Aristophanes tells the story of Zeus. Humanity was rolling around like Kung Fu Panda, fused at the hips to their soul spark counterpart. And Zeus had a stroke of genius. This is the stroke of Genesis for the Greeks, and he went and he sliced them all in half. So instead of 4 arms and 4 legs rolling around like Kung Fu Pandas, he now gets double dividends. He gets twice his returns for cutting them in half. Well, the number 4 speaker in the symposium is signified by this card. This is the act of cutting them in half. And then he has the nerve, Zeus, he's patting himself on the back for what a great stroke of genius that was. And he says, if they screw around again, I might slice them in half one more time, and they'll all be hopping around on one leg for the rest of their lives. So see how they do with that. And everybody laughs because it's this big joke. But that joke, that story, has been repackaged and served up 1,000 different ways in 1,000 different incarnations. But what fascinates me is that it is all a cosmodrama. It is corresponding to this double terminated split meteor shower that kicks off during Scorpio season. So yeah, Hercules. And by the way, this is the shape of Hercules. You take the Hercules constellation and you fuse it into the anatomy of this card, and this is Hercules. So while this constellation is on the ground over in Taurus, every year there is a split terminated meteor shower that is the two faces.
This is incredible, man. I feel like you just explained like how I came into being like astrologically. All right, so I have a Scorpio moon, And my mother and my grandfather are both Scorpios, born on November 11th, the day before the northern face of the Torrid meteor storm peaks on the 12th. My father's a Taurus. So like Scorpio and Taurus came together during the Torrid meteor stream with the face of, looking towards the future, the northern face. My mother is a psychic, and she passed down to me her psychic abilities, the ability to see through time psychometry. And this is incredible, man. Like all the synchronicities are unreal with this. It's really cool. And I love it. And so we have the southern face of the Torrid meteor stream peaks earlier on November 5th. And those occur both during Scorpio time. So this is really interesting. And actually, I didn't know that I had a Scorpio moon for a long time. My mother had the wrong birth time for my date. And then I found out that I was so excited because it makes so much more sense.
Well, I want to welcome one of our new members. I just want to say one thing about that. Something to consider. Scorpio, the Reaper. The Reaper was Saturn as he was reaping the wheat from the fields with that scythe. It's a Saturn connection, even though it's Mars extension. Very interesting. Welcome, Brother Jeremy. What an honor you've come to join us. Brother Jeremy is a cosmologically gifted philosopher. He has a wonderful way of looking at the world. And he's also grounded himself in martial arts and considering life in the form of, he's a bit of a poet, really, in the way that he looks at life. What a beautiful brother. I haven't known him that long, but I've listened to his stories. He's very shamanically inspired. He tells these beautiful stories, allegories, which I find so touching. Thank you for honoring us with your beautiful energy and your space. Welcome. Do say a few words about yourself.
Hey, everybody. Is my mic on? My mic is on. Good to be back here. Thank you for the introduction, as always. Not too much to say about myself. I came in right as Indy Sage was talking about the alignment of stars and I think constellations during important moments. And when I'm usually up around like 5 with my child. This is when she gets up ready to go. So it's dark outside, and I do my best to pay attention to the rising of the sun and where all the stars and planets are and stuff like that, and try to see if when I'm seeing the sky has any impact on my day, how I'm feeling, how things go. And I'm slowly beginning to kind of feel that out, and just from paying attention like that, I can definitely see, and I can definitely see from my own experience that whatever's going on up there, it really does affect us, and it's subtle. It's subtle to your perception, but the subtlety is all pervasive.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's really subtle, but I feel like it makes a big influence on us, like you said. And I had a vision one time that, like, it could be a factor that, like, when we're born, there's certain stars and constellations and planets that are actually behind the Earth, blocked from us, that are we're in the shadow of them. And I feel like that when we're not connected to those stars, we have a weakness with those stars, and we have more of a stronger connection with the stars that are above us, that have more of a stronger influence on us. I had a vision of this one time, and I feel like that might be an aspect. I don't know if that's part of the astrological perception of it, but that's been one of my perceptions.
I feel that. I mean, I definitely feel like the just the light that comes into you through your eyeballs as you're seeing those stars. I think that like when you look at the what is it, the Great Pyramid in Giza, they have those, they call them star shafts.
Yeah.
I always thought that, like, that's for the light of that one particular star to come in and have that direct influence on whatever was going on in the center there, you know.
That's beautiful. I know the Egyptians during the time of the matriarchy, before the secret cult of Amun changed their whole story. They originally had an aspect where they believed that when you did not commit any of the transgressions of Ma'at, of which there were 42, you would actually rise to become a star, so that you could shine your light of your wisdom onto the universe, onto the cosmos, and share that wisdom and that love and that light with people that you've been able to gather up through your life, living a good life of integrity and compassion, and that shines back onto the cosmos.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That definitely vibes with, you know, the concept that, you know, if you act as a light, you know, for my family, I want to be this light of inspiration, and, you know, the lantern that finds the way, but also, like, you know, the fire that they warm themselves by, and our you know, our light combined just becomes even more powerful, you know. And the inverse would be like being like a black hole, you know, like when we're just feeling really shitty or pessimistic or fucking bitchy, you know, we're just kind of like sucking all the light inside for us, and it's got a, you know, not so great effect on people around us. They don't want to be, you know, you want to escape the fucking black hole. You don't want to get too close of it and then be
That's very interesting, because that ties into what Brother Slick was talking about. Isn't it funny how this happens, Slick? We're back to the magnanimous way of being.
Smiling definitely helps too. I've done my best to practice that since I've been listening to Franklin. It's like just automatically, just when something's happening,
Nice.
just put a smile on. Even if I'm not feeling it with that, I'm just trying to get that up there, and then let it follow through that, and it usually has a lot better effect. Like okay, you know, like when your child, if you have a kid, you know, they're freaking out about something. You don't want to match that. You don't want to match their facial expression or their energy or their volume. You want to come on, yes, my love, I understand that you're feeling a certain way. Like, let's I don't know, look outside, you know, do something else. And yeah, it doesn't just work for children, you know, it works for everybody. And you even might encounter a situation that you smile at, and that smile may seem to ignite even more friction, but it's almost as if that you're bringing what's happening to a point, and it's going to wash over that smile and dissipate even quicker, if you can follow that.
Yeah. Yeah, smiling activates different muscles in the face that trigger happiness and release endorphins.
Yeah.
It's
And
amazing.
people you know, they want to, people want to smile. They see you smiling. They see people smiling. Oh yeah, well, what's going on? You know, it's the same thing as if you see people running down the street. You're like, oh shit, what's going on?
The problem is that you get all these boyfriends looking at you like, why the hell is she smiling at you? It's because I'm smiling at her, dude. I'm smiling at everybody. You get all these jealous boyfriends giving you these weird looks like, you're smiling at my girlfriend. Yeah, I'm smiling at everybody, dude. Like,
Yeah.
I learned that from my dad, actually, because he was a pervasive smiler. And I think that when you smile, you laugh more. Because smiling leads to giggling, and giggling leads to laughter. And it makes you become more magnanimous. Because when like bad stuff happens, you just smile and go, ah, damn it. Before you'll see the funny side of it. And you see the funny side of it, and you can actually have a giggle. The moment you can giggle at the bad stuff that's happening, you become magnanimous. I think you can't become it directly, but you can become it indirectly. I don't know. What do you think? How does one become magnanimous? Because this has got a lot to do with the higher opening of that expansive imagination towards embracing life. And like you say, bringing the light through you of this imagination, because the imagination is how we, well, it's how we exist. What isn't of the imagination? Thoughts exist in the field of imagination, emotions, the expressions of what we think we're living in. When I'm staring at that wall, that's my imagination. Those are my parietal lobes telling me that that wall's there. It's not really there. It's just vibrations and different fields of resonance. But my imagination said, no, that's not fields of vibration and resonance. That's a wall. You know? So I think there's something interesting in the smile and the tuning of the imagination, and also laughter therapy. People don't understand. Like, you can go into a room with a group of strangers, and if you start laughing, and you will end up laughing so hard that your stomach hurts. I don't know if you guys have done laughter therapy.
Yeah, let me comment on this real quick. So I'll go real quick. So, you know, in a lot of our modern life, people find themselves sitting quite a bit, and when you sit, you don't activate your abdominal region.
Mm-hmm.
And chronically over time, you get a lot of stress in your back, your lower back, because those you know, posterior chain muscles are being overworked, and they'll find themselves in a locked position. And so if you're not exercising your abdominal muscles, even just by the act of conscious breathing, by bringing it in, the laughter therapy is an activate the belly laugh, you know, that belly laugh where it takes those muscles right here and it goes whoop, 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 you know. You get that laughter, and that those muscles activate, and it's like a release. There's energy in there, you know, and it feels amazing, you know. It's like going like this and like this. And if you're in a group setting and everybody's kind of feeling that way, you know, those energies are you know, I'm trying to get like this, but like, you know, they do this, and it just, they all work off each other. And but to bring it back to the body, you're using your abdominal muscles. You're using something that maybe it needs to be worked more.
I can see Slick is got words on the edge of his tongue rolling up like the heads of snakes.
Yes. That's great. I want to not miss the chance to confirm, Jeremy, when you were talking about astronomy and integrating the belief and living by the knowing that astronomy is so influential. And then Indy, you picked up right after he was done talking, and you said influence. The word influence is something to marvel upon, and it is the touchstone of astronomy. And I'm tempted to read the whole definition. I like to tell people to go and get into these definitions, like make them part of your mental family and have them in the foremost of your mind. You know, bring the definitions forward in your worldview. But influence is a great definition to have ready at hand, because we still look to stars and celebrities and who's in whose orbit to determine the value of their insight or their information or their opinion. And so the influence, its original definition, was based on the belief that when somebody gets sick, that the stars have aligned in a malignant fashion for them, and so that energy inflew into the window and give them influenza. And sure enough, with the global shutdown and the epidemic of false witness that just took place, it was the influencers, it was the culture makers who made this illusion happen for everybody. Also, another thing about influence Influence is the key to equity, working in equity. And now working in equity is much more nefarious than people think. Like, we talk about these things in really like light-hearted, publicly acceptable context, but am I coming through? Am I back on?
Yep.
Back.
Nice.
Yep.
So this is the Magna Mater. She is the high priestess, and some people would say she has a Torah scroll, but I'm not coming at it through the Judaic lens. I'm coming at it through the Greek lens. And so for me, that's not a Torah. That's the history of Thucydides' history of the Peloponnesian War. And in that text is the provenance of equity, working in equity. And equity means that two people of equal power potentials are going to negotiate with the full understanding that the other person has equal power potential to you. They are able to see eye to eye. It's a level playing field. And so when people want to go into a courtroom and start talking about equity like they have access to it, that just is not the case. That is not the case, because there's the power differential cannot provide a level playing field. So you can't go into a courthouse and have equity because everything is on the record written down with receipts. In order to have equity, you need to have influence. And if you're not perceived as their equal, you have no influence. You are under them. And so the provenance of equity is in the high priestess's lap. And it has a great deal to do with, are you able to influence the other person off the records, actually? This is it working in the private with no proof, no receipts. There's no touch point. And this is also in the occult world, this is the touchless death. And that is to say that, let's say Madonna has some psychotic fan who becomes her thrall, and she maybe gives him a little of what he wants to lead him along the way. And then eventually she's like, I got this other guy who I don't want in the world anymore. Why don't you go take care of him? She didn't write it in a letter. There's no receipts. There's no money order. There's no tracking. There's no fingerprints. She used influence to get him to go and hurt somebody else. That was working in equity because it was just the power of suggestion. And so this is also the cornerstone of influence. And it's fascinating that it has to do with originally has to do with stars and people who imbue awe. If they can put you in a state of awe, they can also channel your decision making in various ways, and that is influence at its finest.
Yeah, I think a crucially important thing to understand is that as a human being living this life, you will be influenced. You will be traumatized and you will be influenced. But the beautiful thing about being here is that you have choice and you have discernment, and you can align yourself with that influences you to be your greatest potential, right? Yeah, you will be influenced, but you can choose your influence.
Yeah, I'd like to say, like, you choose your influence, but if you don't choose it consciously, something will be chosen for you. Standard programming for the sheeples.
Right. Yeah. Slavery is a choice.
I think about that word influence, and I wonder whether it's got to do with Pluto. Like the F and the P. Sorry about that. The wind blew the door. The F and the P. And would they remove the T? Why would they remove the T of changing the masculine, the feminine, the masculine P to the feminine F. It's like an interesting concept. So what happened to Pluto? Did he have something cut off?
Damn.
I'm not familiar with the story. Give me a
I
run.
believe he had something cut off, something very important to himself.
Okay.
It was he valued this very, very much. Did he lose his manhood in a debate? In a debate that went wrong with his kids?
That with Hades too, or is it just strictly Pluto?
Wow. Wow.
Look at this.
You know what, guys? I'm tripping because you guys are talking about the number 9 station. Everything we just said, and you guys aren't even into the Enneagram. He says Pluto, and you say Hades, right? Because they're the same. Pluto is Hades, the Roman to the Greek. But what's blowing my mind is that that's the number 9 station in the Enneagram, and the 9th muse is Urania, who is holding a star globe in her hands. And so you guys came to it. That's anamnesis right there. You guys found it, and you're not even like nerding out on the Enneagram like I am. So yes, Pluto, Hades, and Urania, number 9 all the way, right here at the top. So that is fun. That is really fun.
Hey, Slick. Any connection between Artemis and those arrows?
Yes.
Those arrows that you got behind you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, isn't Artemis the isn't she
Yes,
symbolized
yes.
by arrows? Yeah.
She is the
Yeah,
great huntress. Yes. And
Pluto
her
was-
brother Apollo is like he's like the
Sun God.
he's like Buzz Lightyear. Apollo is like the Buzz Lightyear of the Greeks.
So that brings us to an interesting conversation. And you talk about Urania, makes me think about two things: urine and Uranus. And by Uranus, I mean your anus. Your anus, his anus, her anus, my anus, everybody's anus, Uranus. So Muladhara, the root chakra, and anus, right? So anus is another name for Janus. Am I right or wrong? Is that a something that was done?
Janus, is that what you said? Janus?
Jay on anus.
Yeah, I think we're like coming back to this story of how they've split the heads of the serpent from the tail of the serpent for us, cracking open the egg of the Ouroboros so they can trap us inside it by educating us and schooling us like fishes.
Indoctrination.
Yeah, because I see these lots of little schools of fish in the sea every day when I swim. I didn't swim today. But if I'd swum, I would have probably seen a school of fish. They come like around you and you can play with them. And whatever you do to them, they just follow the leader. If you can trick that leader to going into a net, you got them all. That's just how the fish operate. So you can literally like play, you can like manipulate, like you say, you can influence. And that word influence, it's interesting because when you say it, I have a visual imagination. My perceptual imagination creates a funnel. And I see this funnel, and maybe it's an old word in Old English. I've got to go and look it up at some point. Fluence. Is a fluence a thing that you can pour fluids into a smaller thing with? Is that called a fluence? Am I right or wrong? From like older forms of English. I used to read a lot of older forms of English when I was young, or play around with reading these older books. Get frustrated by the way we spell in this modern world, saying like, why do we spell like this? Whose idea was it to like change from the phonetic spelling? And I think this is another point of, once again, the Roman idea of complicating things. Everything had to be overcomplicated.
You know what?
Spelling.
This might be relevant to what you're talking about, because I know that the English language is partially derived. It's Latin I think, French, Germanic, and Old English, the English that we have. And one thing I learned that's interesting about the French language is that it was actually made to be like intentionally like overcomplicated and confusing so that peasants couldn't read it and understand it. And so I think to your point, why is English so complicated? Well, it's like intentionally hard to learn on some level.
Influence distribution.
That where they had to school us. You see, otherwise children would just learn at home. They needed to get a reason why we have to send our children to school. And like why we would agree that our children be treated like fishes. You know, there's something like bizarre about putting all the children together in one place and they're going to learn there. In the ancient times, children learned at home with their families, and your children would carry your skill sets. And I've met fakir babas in India, where the original Sanskrit knowledge and law has been carried over from generations for thousand plus years that they mapped it. Though he said it went back longer, but that was where he mapped it till in his generation. So he had been taught the same that his great grandfather had been taught. And so that way of chanting the Sanskrit, the way of understanding how to utilize it, the worship, the pujas, the rituals was so ancient that it had never been mixed with the outside world. It had been kept in the family. Interesting concept. And that was when I first... Okay, so I'd been in India for years.
Yes.
And that was where I saw the spirits around this guy when he was chanting. I was like, holy crap, those words are moving these etheric currents. And I was like, that's not the way they chanted in the rest of India. That sounds not the way it sounds there. His way of chanting was different to the rest of the Indian way of chanting, but it was powerful. Sorry, gay brother, you were saying.
Oh yeah, I love this topic. I love this topic. This is like my favorite topic. And I love that you mentioned that the French kind of came in and overcomplicated things. I'll just kind of put these numbers in the on the table. They say that English language has up to 1 million different words, give or take. Other languages have far less. Some say that like Hebrew only has 33,000 words within it. And what is fascinating about that is that now that I speak English, I'm no longer psychically available to perceive the world through a more conservative, uh, uh, maybe even more accurate data set. Um, I think that the English language, okay, well, hold on, I want to say this too. Did you guys know that English is not the official language of the United States? And in fact, we have never had an official language in the United States. And they're still going up to the court, to the Senate, and trying to make it official, and they get shot down every time. So that fact, to me, it gives me a lot of permission to do a lot of what I do with the playfulness of words. And in fact, it kind of insinuates that there is no wrong or right, and that spelling is just self-enslaving, and that you can spell anything any way you want, because there is no authority on how these words are supposed to roll out. Not in this land. There's no authority on how you use these symbols, these spells. But then I want to mention Francis Bacon was in tight with the Witchfinder General. He was in tight with the Witchfinder General. And I believe that by taking gender out of the English language, it became neutral, neutered. It became a Baphomet. And other languages still have their potency. They still have their generative potency of masculine and feminine terminology. And what is really hard is I can only list these factors peripherally, but I can't move into a different way of thinking. I'm in this adulterated, watered down 1 million different words, each one with 16 different definitions to every sentence. So it's the potency is just not there for my psychic access. And we're all kind of swimming in international waters. But if we were speaking a language that had only one definition for every word, we would be that much closer to true causality. And I think the English language is speaking primarily in effect. We're talking about effects of effects of the effects of the effects. And other languages, I think, have more traction, more rubber on the road as to what true causality is.
I think that there's okay. So I'm going to reference two books here. One is right here, Twilight Language, by Michael Hoffman. Okay, and then I'm sure there's a few people here, but you're familiar with Dylan Sakashio, right? And his Spirit World series books, which they're just like, I mean, that first one, man, it's just page after page of fucking gravy. Like, you got to read a couple pages and really ponder that shit. So, okay, so to speak to this language thing that you're talking about, it's like there's the more ancient and expressive ways of communicating. Okay, right? That's what we're talking about. We're communicating through ourselves, expressing ourselves through communication to, the rest of the realm, the universe, right? And there's like these really really primal ways, or not primal, but universally true, and it's a through line. It's a golden thread through existence, right? And like what Franklin was talking about earlier about the Indian gentleman chanting in a certain way, and through the sound and vibration and all of it going on, created that space to attract these other beings. They hear these other beings. They hear this thing, and they're coming in to do whatever they were doing with this gentleman. Okay, but then there's, like you were saying, like the English with with the different pieces of combinations of words stuck together to mean certain things that we're not always aware of. And when we're speaking these words, we're bringing them in something through them into reality. That's how powerful our words are, because we can speak things into reality, because we have influence. You will be influenced, but you can influence. Okay. And this language that we're speaking right now, it's like, it's I don't want, it can enslave you. And so we have to use it right now we have to use it to be able to communicate to each other. But as I'm sure we're all aware of in the listeners, that there's so much more out there. And beginning with breaking down these words that we're all using, and getting further and further into them, and letting them rewire the deeper understanding, to rewire our brains, to bring it to imagination. We're going to be able to imagine so much more through the deeper understanding. And the more you can imagine, the more you can, the scale of your awareness, it can expand around you. Like, the more vectors of truth you have to draw from and to align yourself with. Like I was, so you said influence, okay? I think that word flew, I think that's important. I actually think that's a positive thing. Flew. Whatever that is, that's a positive thing. And it kind of flows. It does flow nicely, separated from the sickness and the disgusting stuff. Flu. It does kind of flow, right? Okay. But it comes in, right? It's an influence. So, and then I thought immediately, like, okay, confluence. And so I had to work up con. And con doesn't necessarily mean to, pull the wool over someone's eyes. If I can bring it up on my phone here real quick, just hang out with me for a minute. To study carefully on the negative side in opposition to argue. Here's one: to argue pro and con. So the confluence. I almost thought for a second there, it's like an energy center, but I think it can be that. But I think it's a place that can hold energy for you to consider before sending it on its way.
The word flu also relates to flow. I think it's the same word. And I think it's the word plow. And we're talking about the Big Dipper.
Okay. Nice. One more point that I was going to say here with the word confluence. Notice that con is in front of flu. Flu is separate from con because you got influence. In and flu are separate. So what is this flu thing?
I feel like it relates to a stream. In science, they define fluence as a time-integrated flux of a particle stream. But in language, when you say fluence, it's like we have fluid of our words.
Say that again. A time what?
A time-integrated flux of a particle stream is a scientific definition of fluence.
I like that.
They define flux as a measure of the rate of flow of the physical quantity of particles through a given area.
Yeah.
So you're talking about a stream, really, of particles.
Yeah.
Which that stream could be either particles, it could be a stream of words that are flowing from someone's mouth. Fluency is a stream of things. It's kind of this liquid, the ideation.
That's funny too. I can kind of tie this all back to color. If you think about words in a language also being like a color in your palette, like you have a bunch of imagine like a big like universal like palette, but instead of having a paintbrush with different colors of the rainbow, you have different words that you can use. And as for going back to the subject of being trapped in language, one of the things that I find is really helpful for freeing you from the boundaries of language. I mean, one method is obviously, learning another language, which can help. But what's a really fun exercise to do, and this is great with magic and mysticism, is create new words, but not just like made up nonsense words, but make the word actually have some kind of meaning towards it. Because if you learn, one of the things about language, as I've kind of realized, is that when you're a creative type and you can you make up words, you're not as limited by language, because language basically says that you can't really come up with your own words. You have to use the words within the language set. So if you can just learn to look at language instead of as this this is sort of the boundaries of my existence, to just merely kind of a starter kit, is that you can start to create your own words, and then you start to create your own language, and then you get a deeper understanding of reality, because then you realize that because that's one of the things that what limits our language is that if there isn't a word for an idea or a concept that we encounter, then we can't describe it. But you can kind of gain power over that. It's like, oh, I'm gonna name this thing and call it something, and then once you call it something, then that concept becomes tangible. Then it becomes a new part of your universe and your understanding. Whereas before, where it says, no, you can't name that new thing because there isn't a word for it. But if you name something if you find something new in the universe, a new idea, and give it a name that no one's ever named before, you get to sort of step outside of language. Not just because I'm thinking about is learning a foreign language a good substitute for I guess, or learning a foreign language is what I'm talking about, because then I guess within that foreign language, there's the idea that there's sort of limited sets of sort of like words that you can use, and you can choose from one subset to another. But the thing is, I guess if you're making up new words, then there's a kind of an infinite potential. But obviously you don't want to, do it in a kind of a totally arbitrary way where it's just kind of like to obfuscate, to confuse, but simply realizing that, maybe that's the thing with language. Maybe that's why it's limiting, because if there is a certain parameter of words for everything we know in existence, then it's like your existence becomes limited to those things that can be described, and everything that is outside of description is beyond your imagination and your ability to conceive it. That's why I think synesthesia and just like playing with abstract words or just like fantasy words, made up names, made up places are so, I don't know, valuable as a way to sort of see beyond the boundaries of language. Is that once is realizing you can create language to a certain extent. Obviously, you have to have some kind of like methodology and some kind of theory behind how you come up with language. Like, so for example, with the Fey language I use, is that the meaning of the words are conveyed within the symbols themselves. So I'm trying to think of something, for example. So with the Fey language I use, is that the meaning of the words are conveyed. The meaning of the words. Hold on, there's like some kind of like audio coming out of my stream here. So my audio is coming out. I hear my voice. I've lost my train of thought here. So hold on. What was I talking about again? I had to kind of mute my audio for a second there because I was hearing myself.
You were talking about how you can create words in a arbitrary way.
You can create worlds, but so I was talking about my symbols, and so for example, there's two symbols. There's kth, which is KTH, and zith, which is XTH. One kth is like a green kind of like triangle. It almost looks like a cat or an animal head, and that's sort of like a symbol that symbolizes something organic, life. And then there's zith, XTH, which is like a pink crystal ball. And that means basically dreams and mirror and reflection. So if I take those two symbols and put them together, you have sort of like nature dream. And you can create words by sort of stacking these like sub meanings together to create larger meanings of words. So that way, if you hear a word, you can kind of deduce what it means. But I've also been thinking in terms of the actual sounds of the words themselves, that the sound should sort of be representative of the symbol that you use for the things. So if you think of like, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Kiki Bobu experiment. So what they did in psychology is they took, there's two shapes that they put on a board. There's one shape, it's all kind of like, it's angular, it's jagged, it's really pointy. And then you have another shape, which is very round, and it's like kind of like bubbly shaped. Pretty much consistently, people would name the sharp, pointy shape Kiki, and they would point the round, bubbly shape Bobua. And I think that language has this same kind of effect at a more subtle level. So when language becomes more arbitrary and abstract and divorced from that kind of initial musicality of the symbols, it kind of loses its sort of its magical zest, because it's no longer a kind of like a reflection of a vibration in reality and spirit. It instead becomes a vibration of a vibration, a copy of a copy, and it becomes more diluted. So I wanted to add that into the equation.
A reflection of the perceptual imagination rather than of the conceptual imagination. And the perceptual imagination strives to contain, and the conceptual imagination strives to express and to expand, to absorb. So the one is to absorb information through expansion, and the other one is to contain information through contraction. And so I see the perceptual imagination has become dominant where we're living in this world, because, like you say, people have clear perceptions of what is right and wrong. And I had a big problem with this in school because my teachers did not like the fact that I made up my own words. But I didn't just do it haphazardly. I used to use available prefixes with available suffixes. I used to follow the laws of grammar. I used to keep it all in the realms of reality. And I used to turn nouns into adjectives, or, create adverbs and then use the adverbs to add to other prefixes and suffixes to create a new word. And it was all like legitimate. I used to fight with them because they'd mark me against me in like tests and exams, like, because I'd used my own words. And so I think it's absolutely what we're touching on here is something really key to that expansive imagination that we've lost as children. And I think there's so much that can be said about onomatopoeia. I think onomatopoeia is a natural part of language, and we are only able to hear some of it. But I think onomatopoeia is a lot broader than what we give it credit for. Like, we can hear the onomatopoeia so obvious when you say slap, or, burp, or hit, or crack, or like, fuss. Fuss is like you're ruffling things, you're ruffling, fussing. You're to tie something fuss in Afrikaans is to that sound of rope being tightened, fuss, fish. What is that? So it's like a p, it's like a p, it's like a pish, it's like a fish. If you listen to the word, it seems to convey like an impression of something that moves through a funnel, something that's streamlined, something that can move deftly and quickly through a medium. Fly is also got that moving deftly through a medium, that flew. So we got that flew, that flow. Flow is moving deftly through a medium. Plow is moving deftly through a medium, right? Moving that thing through the soil. It's like flowing like a river in a sense, but it's something flowing through the earth. But it takes a little bit of force to flow through the earth, like a bull. So you need a bull, and the word bull, right? That's like an interesting concept. Like, bull is almost like pull. The word pull must have evolved from bull, right? Like, add an extra bit of force to the bull and you can pull, So all the words in English, to me, often have an onomatopoeic. And I think this is interesting because I feel words. Like, I'm sure we all do if we really consider it. When someone says a word, you feel the impact of the word resonating inside you. Like, it hits you. That's an interesting concept. Like, how do words hit us? I'd love to throw that at the table.
Well, I was thinking about full.
Yes. Oh, man. All right.
I was thinking about that full.
Go ahead.
You went from full to pull to full, and then full stuck with me because like when you say it, the ooh moo all together, it really does kind of, you can fill up a room with those sounds.
So there's definitely more to language than what we've given it credit for. Hence, the magical arts are all about using words. And how words transform reality, literally, by transforming our perception through the enactment of the imagination. And I think this gives us an interesting doorway back into looking at this: the waters above the firmament, the waters below the firmament, and the space between. And then the emotional impression of information above, the hieroglyph. And the hieroglyph brings meaning and context. And below that vacuum and the two polarizing waters, which is really interesting because it says that there's one water polarizing one way, another water polarizing another way. So it's yang, yin, yin, yang. Yang, yin, yin, yang. No, yang, yin, yang, yin. No, it must be yang, yin, yin, yang because they're repelling each other. Yang, yin, yin, yang. No? The electricity. In order for the firmament to exist, there must be yang, yin, yin, yang. And that yin, yin creates the parameter, and the yang yang creates the parameter. So what an interesting concept. So you've got this notion of this little doggy is going to cry outside my door. I'm going to have to let him in a minute. But he can wait. He didn't want to come when I called him. So yeah, 5 minutes is good for him. He's a cheeky little bugger. When you call him, he's like, no, I'm not coming. Now you're going to wait, buddy. So I think this firmament is the translation between the hieroglyph above the firmament and the phoneme beneath the firmament. And the phonemes is how we write and speak. We use phonemes because they are shape sounds that we group together, a group of shape sounds, and then we infer meaning upon that, which is an interesting concept. It's almost working back to front. Once again, yin, yang, yang, yin, yang, yin, yin, yang. So there's this very interesting concept of these perimeters being formed. And it must actually be, sorry, not yang, yin, must be yin, yang, yang, yin, if you think about it. Because the edge must be masculine, delineating finality. And the middle of the firmament must be two yangs, which is shapeless. Yang, yang, yeah, double feminine. So when you look at that in that sense, you've got this notion of the hieroglyph, the phoneme, the thought, the sound. So when we speak a word, we're acting through the firmament, and we're acting on both aspects of the imagination, whether we realize it or not. We're using the imagination that we think we're deciding what the meaning is, and we're imagining what we're saying and what it means. But on the other side of the imagination is why NLP works the way it does. Maybe that's a good place to look at. Why does neuro-linguistic programming work the way it does? Why does it affect us? It's obviously there's another aspect of the imagination being hidden from us. I'd love to throw that at the table.
Well, I was thinking now.
Yeah, man.
If,
So
just go real quick. The thought that I had was that, if you're like if your life is at stake, why wouldn't you want the greatest adversary that you could encounter to overcome? And you were starting to allude to, why do certain influences exist for us to choose from? And like that's where the fight is. And it's like it's so good.
You were going to say, Slick, brother, Gabriel?
I wanted to say something too. But Gabe, you got something?
my signal's a little choppy, so forgive me if I get a little glitchy. But on the Enneagram, a lot of what we're talking about maps out in a really fun way. The number 2, 3, and 4 are the feeling groups, and the numbers 5, 6, and 7 are the thinking groups, and the numbers 8, 9, and 1 at the top are the doing action groups, theoretically. And so what I've learned is that the number 3 is the center of the feeling, the number 6 is the center of the thinking, and the number 9 is the center of the doing. And so when people talk about psychology, I can actually map it very quickly into a 3-6-9 correspondence. And when we're talking about how sound impacts us, I've also put the system to music in really fun ways. So I'm cutting a lot of the path how I came to this just for the sake of expedience. But number 3 is the position of impact. It is the phenomenological Dionysian shining. It is the appearance. Before we put any social projection onto the phenomenon, it is nothing more than the appearance of a thing. It is impacting us. Musically, this is impact. This is literally like percussion. This is the beat. This is the rhythm. This is getting us into patterning. We're beginning to pattern. And then we jump from the feeling of the 3, we jump across into the 6, and we start to think of what is this pattern? Is this iambic pentameter? Is this English? Is this French? Is this round? Is this sharp? We start to, in the 6, we start to put attachment and labels onto the thing. And then it is up in the 9 where we decide what we're going to do about it. Are we going to acknowledge it? Or are we going to ignore it? So I just wanted to mention that's also a kind of a fun aspect of speaking with others about phenomenon. I literally have a map of the process of how people interface with these things. And then now what I just mapped out is the 3, 6, 9 in order. That is feel, think, do. Generally, people believe that that's how most of us operate. We feel the thing, the phenomenon of it, the shining, the appearance of it. Then we think about it, and then we act. But actually, there are situations in art forms where you break out of that order, where you act, and then you feel, and then you think, or other arrangements of the 3, 6, 9. So I just wanted to mention that when you said impact and phenomenon, I knew right away that we're in that Dionysian number 3.
You broke up there for just a second. Can you finish that?
Sorry.
Last we heard was Dionysian number 3.
Yeah, this might be.
I'll try one more time.
Okay.
So oftentimes when we are talking about these things, I feel like I have a cheat sheet because I can literally predict movement of the thought form as it evolves through the feel, the think, and the act, the divine trinity of the Gurdjieffian system. So yeah, the phenomenological, some people say the Dionysian, it is quintessential number 3, which is the achiever with the shadow of deceit. And that if you think about it, that is the essence of it. It's achieving something has happened, but the deceit aspect is that you haven't put any projection on it. You can't put a finger on the phenomenon just yet until you think about it from your past and you bring all this context onto the phenomenon. Is this a sound? Is this a letter? Is this a feeling on my skin? Is this a flavor that I'm tasting? And then you start to categorize and identify more and more what the thing in itself actually is. So yeah, this is just kind of how I put the Gurdjieffian lexicon onto our little symposium here.
Real quick, what are the numbers? And this might be too much to get into, but what is like 1, 2, 3? What are those numbers? What do they correspond to? Like what's coming in from those numbers?
Personality types.
Personality types.
In the Enneagram. Numerology, associations.
Sorry about that. I'm zapping out a little. Can you say your question one more time?
Yeah. What are those numbers corresponding to? Oh man, where is Slick? Is Slick in the U.S.?
Sorry about that. I'm in Indiana. Yep, I'm a Hoosier at the moment.
All right,
Slick, if you turn off your video, will it help your stream? See if it's better. Are you with us?
No, it's unmuted.
How's that? Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm here now. Can you hear me? Am I coming through?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, nice.
100%.
I was asking, what do the numbers correspond to? The 3, like 3 of what?
Yes. Now, this is a fascinating thing about the Enneagram is the numbers are important, and it's all in a strange way, like it is getting intimate with the nature of threeness. So your question, like what is the three mean? It does unpack into like real intimacy with like the character of the number. And there is a great amount more to that. But yes, the number three is an achiever. It's and they're so focused on performance and accomplishment that they actually self-deceive and they forget about themselves. They can overextend themselves in their achievement. They often sacrifice shadow of the person is knowable. If you see an achiever in a room, you're like, oh, well, they probably didn't clean their bedroom because they were out accomplishing so much at work. And number threes will relate to each other in that aspect. And then a number six is a loyalist with a shadow of fear. And they have a strong need for group confirmation. And it is their fear of being left out of the group that is their shadow. And then the number 9 personality type or indolence, and it's a defense in all situations. And they seem like they're unmovable. They're not kind of agreeing. They have a hard time. They get stuck on the fence, and that's the bad aspect of their personality. It's kind of fun because the metaphors, getting stuck on the fence, it literally is like how it appears as the pinnacle of the 9 in the Enneagram. He's on the top of the fence and he's balanced up there. And so a lot of our metaphors and turns of phrase and little quips and innuendos are actually also confirmed and reinforced by the relationship of the numbers to each other.
Now, is this synonymous with the life path number?
I have found out that it actually is, Indy. And this is amazing. You got great questions, dude. So I found my Enneagram relationship through a more circuitous path. I had to, really get into the system before I could find out where I am, where I land, generally speaking. And then it was in hindsight that I tested it against the life path number, which is basically a numerological reduction to your birthday. And it was a home run. It was a home run. And then I start going to other people and asking them, respond to your Enneagram score. And almost everybody I've talked to says, yes, their life path number lands them on the Enneagram. And so what that might mean, this is so hypothetically, I'm not going to do the math because I'm on the fly. But let's say today, everybody who's born today is going to be on 1 personality type. Everybody who's born tomorrow is going to be a 2. Everybody the day after that is a 3, then a 4, then a 5. So that means everybody born on each sequential day is essentially going through the cycles. 1s are today's, tomorrow's will be 2s, 3s will be the day after that. And that is profound if that is actually how the Enneagram works. That everybody born on the same day gets the same Enneagram score. That blows my mind.
Incredible.
That does make a lot of sense, that there's going to be the sequential alignments in some way. If you consider it, the way in which numbers spring from each other, because what differentiates 9 from 8 is that within 9 there are 8 relationships between the 9 parts of the structure. And what differentiates 8 from 7 is that there are 7 relationships between the 8 actors on the stage. And then there are 6 relationships between the 7 actors on the stage. So 6 becomes the mystic number of 7, 7 the mystic number of 8, 1 the mystic number of 2, 7 the mystic number of 8. There's something quite interesting in that, because when we talk about octave, we're talking about the 7 mystically, but we speak of it in terms of 8. Right? Something quite profound happening there. It's got to do with the sequentiality of time and space and how things progress from each other, progress outwards and inwards, which is an interesting concept. And I think the enneagram as a concept is so fundamental. I mean, if you think of the 9, right? It's not by accident that we have 9 holes on our body, right? 9 openings into the body. There would have been 10, but we closed one when we were babies. Someone closed it for us. We needed to close it so that our food didn't go pouring out of our guts. So can you see how 9 becomes a mystic number of 10? We are all individuals. We are ones. We are tens. But one of the holes is closed. The other 9 are open. Something quite mystical.
I love that. I love that. Yeah, I've also considered the endocrine system as having a potential to map out on the Enneagram, and I've gotten a lot of really promising feedback from that theory. But I love that you point out that we have essentially 9 orifices. I never thought of that. That's really profound, also. Yeah, because there's 7 in the head and then 2 down below, generally. I guess ladies get a, they've got the birthing orifice as well. So maybe ladies get the 10 and dudes only get the 9.
No,
That's
we've
pretty
also
far out. I
got the
love it.
same holes, which is smaller.
I wanted to respond to Franklin's question about neurolinguistic programming and how it affects us. I feel like the connotations of words are programmed into us through stories and the way people talk and just our culture. Like one great example is like light and dark. Like darkness is associated with bad. Light is associated with good. But there's aspects of light and dark to all words. Like chaos is associated in a bad way, has negative connotation usually. But once people start to reprogram their understanding of the world and their understanding of their self and gain self-knowledge, I feel like we can start to understand these things in different ways. Through Taoism, we can understand that all things have an aspect of yin and yang. Through Hermetic principles, we can understand that all things have aspects of male and female. And there's ways to see things in different light when you can understand that. And so one example is through the work of Mark Passio on the What on Earth is Happening show. I learned that we see things that we're programmed to see, like chaos is seen as in a bad way, the way we're programmed, because it's associated with being the opposite of order, following the rules. And so if chaos is a thing where it means people are breaking from order and stopping to follow the rules, that's one understanding of what it is. But if it's something that is beyond our understanding of principles, we can't really pin down how things are operating, but we understand there is a higher operation of order in an organic form of natural order and the cosmic aspect of our existence. In the Chinese culture, they call this concept Li, the organic order of things, which is not comprehensible. It's beyond our comprehension of rationality to understand this higher order. And so if we can understand that aspect of chaos is a wonderful thing. It's unfortunate that we can't comprehend it and control it, and with our minds, with our perception of it. But it's wonderful that it operates and facilitates the things around us to be the way they are and scintillating. So I just wanted to mention that. And I also drawing great associations between my Enneagram and life path number. So I feel like that stuff's really cool. And the openings of the body thing is really fascinating as well. I never really realized that there was 9 openings either myself, which is great. And this all lines up with numerology too, I feel like, which is also a really fascinating thing. So I'm just looking at my life, my Enneagram number being number 7
What
is the
did you
enthusiast.
score on?
Is the enthusiast, number 7.
Yeah, that's great.
And that definitely like rings so many bells for me. I'm like, yes. Like I really try to do that so much. And I don't really realize that I'm doing this, but I try to really encourage people to get involved in their passions. It's been given to me in a tarot reading that I'm a transformer of dreams. I help people transform their lives into the dream that they want it to be. It's just kind of how I operate. I just kind of go into people's lives and I just encourage the things that I see that are great in them. And I didn't really realize this. I hadn't really thought about my Enneagram for a while, but there's some real resonance there and strong with my life path number and with the numerology of the number 7 as well. So that's really cool. But I didn't want to get off topic.
That's
And we can get
great,
back to this.
Indy. I love that, man. That's so perfect. That puts you that
Oh, I think we're losing you for a second there, Gabe.
so that gives you a strong relationship to Socrates. Socrates is the number 7 in the symposium. And
Really.
that's something I love is actually like knowing some of the heroes and the archetypes through history. When you find somebody's score, you can be like, somebody who you resonate with. And I can totally see you and Socrates having a good old time.
I feel like Socrates was the secret prophet. He was just the prophet that was banned, but survived in philosophy
Totally.
because it's very profound.
Yes. The dynamo of skepticism, the dynamo of skepticism. And to dance with Socrates is to find out, are you going to become a cynic or are you going to become a stoic? And I think that that dance is something everybody does at some point in their life. But engaging Socrates will bring out either side, your cynic or your stoic. And I think both have value in certain situations.
For sure.
I suppose, I do break down to a 4. If you look at the Enneagram, I've always been eccentric, to say the least. It's always just been about.
I love that.
I mean, have you looked at this? Have you looked at what's going on here? It's a very unusual look. I've looked like this since I was a teenager. No, not since I was a teenager. Since I was like in my early 20s. Except that I wasn't quite Santa Claus yet. That came recently. But there's definitely a lot that we can learn about ourselves
So
through the numbers. And
number 4
sorry, do
is
continue.
in the symposium. That's Aristophanes, and he's the.
We're losing you, brother. Have you thought going on your phone? I don't know if you
Yeah,
can
it's
hear
a
us,
little
Gabriel.
choppy today. Sorry about that, folks.
Have you considered
Yep,
switching
I can
from
hear
your
you.
laptop
Can you
to
hear
your
me?
phone?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
You broke up a minute ago.
I'm
We
going to
lost
do
you.
that. I'll be
Gabriel.
right back.
Okay.
Sweet brother. Yeah, we're getting into really interesting topics, and I think this is really fundamental to understanding the different forms that the personality takes, because we ourselves are a reflection of our imagination on two levels: how we actualize ourselves and how we consider ourselves. And our actualization will be based upon how we perceive ourselves, and our consideration of ourselves will be based upon how we conceive of ourselves. So the way we conceive ourselves will consider ourselves, and the way we perceive ourselves will actuate ourselves. So there's this, like, let's think physics: the strong and weak nucleic forces of magnetism and of electricity. There's always four. When we look at the Parabrahma is facing in four directions, speaking about these elements. When you look at the yang yin, there's the yang, there's the yin, there's the yin within the yang, making a polarity. There's a yang within the yin, making a polarity. And then you've got the yin yang making a polarity with the yang yin. You've got four fundamentally expressed in the yang yin symbol. So wherever you go, you end up coming back to the notion of square. And it's how the idea of the square in Freemasonry is relevant. Yeah, Slick's back. You were saying, Brother Slick, before you dropped off, let's hope you're back.
Yeah, how's my audio?
Sounds good now.
Okay, good deal. I forget what I was saying.
You're totally back.
Aristophanes
Oh,
from
thank you.
number 4.
Thank you. Yes. So yeah, that's kind of a fun thing about this is, like,
You're coming a little glitchy. Can you move the mic somewhere different, maybe?
Let me try that. How's that?
Much better. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Franklin, when you said I'm a number 4, in the symposium, that is the comedian who actually switches seats with the physician. They do a little musical chairs, and I see both of those personalities resonating with you very, very strongly. The physician is he actually gives the comedian a prescription to get over his hiccups, and he tells him, hold your breath while I give my speech, and if that doesn't work, then tickle your nose with a feather. And so Aristophanes is like kind of a side distraction, while the physician is trying to give like genuine revelation on what love is. In the background, there's a comedian who's like kind of distracting from the dialogue because he's getting over the hiccups. So it's a very comedic dynamic in the story. But I see both the number 3 and the number 4 resonating strongly with you, buddy.
Yeah, that's funny. My birth date breaks down to the number 4, but it's built out of a 1 and a 9, and finds its extension in 4 when you look at my birth date. But when you look at my names, it's a 9. All the letters in my name add up to 108, and that breaks down into 936 as the vowels and the consonants add up respectively to 3 and 6. So that's quite interesting. The 3 is probably coming through from that side, if that makes sense, from the creative it's the aspect of how I externalize myself. Where the 9 is sort of my compound number for my name. The 3 is how I externalize myself, and the 6 is what I use to do it with. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Totally. Yep. So, just for anybody who doesn't know, I'll do a quick run through. This is a great way to convey the numbers. The number 9 is a strict perfectionist, a reformer with a shadow of wrath or anger. The number 2 is the considerate helper, the giver with a shadow of pride. The number 3 is the competitive achiever. They are a performer with a shadow of deceit. The number 4 is the intense creative, and they're an individual with a shadow of pride. The number 5 is the quiet specialist. They are the observer with a shadow of greed or jealousy. The number 6 is the loyalist with a shadow of fear. They're called the loyal skeptic. And the number 7 is the enthusiast with a shadow of glutton. They're the enthused visionary is another way to summarize that life path. And then the number 8 is an active controller, and they will often be a controller with a shadow of domineering or a shadow often of lust. And then number 9 personality type is the balanced peacekeeper with a shadow of indolence or slothfulness. And then one other thing I love to point out is that these shadows that I just listed, they're all like publicly acceptable. Like everybody is okay with using the word sloth, and they're okay with using the word wrath, and it's okay to use the word pride. But what is really mystically supercharged is realizing that these publicly acceptable words, sloth, wrath, pride, they have infernal names. And their infernal names really spark the imagination, because we know them as characters from biblical, from sacred texts, from all the different cultures. It's not just biblical. I should be careful about that. But Belphegor is the name of sloth. Like sloth has a character, like a cartoon character, and its name is Belphegor. And it's hilarious to know this. And then to look into the provenance of sloth is to literally study Belphegor. And just a heads up, Machiavelli wrote a play about Belphegor. And so you get into the history of these infernal spirits, and it really enriches your life. So Satan is wrath, the number 1. His shadow, the shadow of the number 1 personality, is Satan. The shadow of the number 2 personality, their shadow is pride. Their shadow is named Lucifer. And knowing this fact is very helpful. It's very helpful on a personal level. Number 3 and number 6, they don't have specific infernal correspondences, but I have found some interesting possibilities in the 3s and the 6s, because there's only 7 deadly sins, and the 3 and the 6 are late arrivals to the deadly sins list. So there's no infernal names for their shadow per se. Number 4, envy in the infernal realms. Envy is the shadow of the number 4, and its name is Leviathan. And it has a great amount of historical provenance. And then number 5, their shadow is greed. Well, in the infernal realm, that is Mammon. And then I'm skipping number 6, even though I think Belial is the infernal spirit of fear. But that's a theory. That's not, I don't have receipts. And then the enthusiast, here you go, Andy. Your shadow of gluttony is named Beelzebub. Dun dun dun. And then the number 8 personality types, their shadow of control or domineering or lust in the infernal realms is named Asmodeus.
Breaking up a bit. I
Oh,
don't know
sorry.
if are you on your phone internet or your broadband? Curious.
I think I'm on the phone. Yeah, I'm on the phone internet. I think
Have you got your phone connected to the broadband? Curiously.
I don't know. I don't know how to do any of that. I'm so irresponsible. I probably shouldn't even be on the internet. I don't know how this stuff works at all.
There might be
Well-
something on your microphone if you rub the mic, or if you move it face.
Maybe it's my hands.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was probably holding it wrong.
still a little fuzzy.
Damn. Well, I think I'm actually going to call it a day, fellas. I'm gonna slide along. But thanks for letting me take you all on a tour of my my little dry erase project. That was really fun to share.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you
Thank
for
you,
that.
Brother Gabriel.
Yeah, definitely.
An honor having you as always. Your beautiful, sparkling ideas. And it gives us a lot to work with the imagination, looking at the enneagram, because it is the extension of the 9 doors of the imagination, if you want to look at it in such a fashion. The 9 ways that it can manifest the self, which is an imagined entity. So much stuff to you, brother. Have an absolutely awesome, amazing weekend and enjoy.
Thank you so much for having me. Much love, brothers.
Always an honor to have you, brother. God bless you.
It's a total honor. Much love.
Well, it's sad to see Brother Gabriel going,
Yeah.
but I think he's organizing a lot. He's got a lot going on, and he's left us a lot to think about. You know, these personalities, because these are how much of us is and how much of us is imagined. How much of us is just pure imagination? Can we be anything more than we're imagined to be? Can we be anything more than we imagine ourselves to be? And in order to be more than what we are, do we have to imagine ourselves as being what? Something to think about. What would you guys say?
Yeah, I wanted to mention the concept of the simulacrum in reference to answering this question. The simulacrum is represented as something that replaces reality with its representation. A simulacra or a simulacrum could be something like a statue of an idol. If you actually have an experience where you like talk to God, so to speak, and you are able to get yourself to that state of being, and then you created a statue to represent that being that you had met, and then people began to worship that statue. They never had an experience being able to speak to God, so to speak. And then later on through generations, they lost track of the understanding that there was somebody that actually had an experience. And so instead of being able to pass on that experience by not creating a physical thing that they could see, they created a physical object in the world in which people began to reduce their understanding to. And so I think in a lot of ways, in the way that we're programmed, we see ourselves as a materialistic way. We're programmed to see ourselves as a body. So I am my body is like how people say themselves, which is separate from the world around them. But if through different understandings, we can also understand a different view that we are not just a body, or that the body is actually connected to the world around it. And that's a part of our body. We're all just part of the one cosmic whole together, and we're from a different reference point, is one way of seeing it. But I think there's a greater way of understanding that we're more than the body and the connected body of the greater material world. There's a greater aspect of us. There's the emotional body, there's the spiritual body, the etherical body, and all these things are very important. And so when we fail to realize the aspects of these things because we don't see them with our eyes, it can kind of be detrimental to our wholeness of being. So being able to find masters that can show us to doors to greater understanding and seeing these other aspects of ourselves can really help make us whole and give us greater capacity to operate in the world. And so this is a very fascinating aspect of our interpretation of what our being could be and what it is. But there's always so much more. So if anybody else has got something on, how to define, like, what's part of our imagination, what's part of the physical realm, like.
So I think in regards to Franklin's question, in terms of imagination in regards to the self, I guess the framework that I've always kind of used for that is what stands up when the tornado hits, like what's still standing after the tornado hits, the house, so to speak. And like what, because I've been thinking lately, there's certain events in our life that we take on different kinds of especially like in teenage years where we try out different personas. We get into like specific subcultures, maybe where there's a certain time in our life where a certain fashion choice. So I think to really find the part of you that's real is the part of you that's consistent throughout your entire lifetime. Like, think about the qualities that you have right now that you still had when you were 5 years old. What part of you, like, I think I remember recently I was watching some old home videos of myself, like when I was maybe like a 6-year-old kid. And the part that always strikes me when I watch like old videos of myself is not so much how I was different when I was younger, but the sense of, oh, I haven't changed at all. I'm still just like that. Those qualities that I have, those like, because like right now, like, I consider myself to be somewhat of a spaced out kind of person. I just kind of like stare at the things and zone out. And then I look at old videos of myself and I'm like doing the same thing as little kids. So I think in terms of finding out what's real is which parts of ourselves transcend the sort of the causal linear flow of time. What is it about ourselves that time as a river can't erode away from our being? And I think that is what we can find in ourselves as being truly real, because it transcends time and it transcends causality.
This might be a controversial thing, but I feel like if somebody gets like changes their gender or sex or something, I feel like that's their imagination aspect of themselves. You know what I mean?
That totally makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it's not
But
really.
I think when it comes to like the whole gender thing, I think this is kind of a problem. I've been thinking about this lately. It's the dichotomy between who I am and who I wish I was. Because there's so many people, they look at themselves, oh man, I wish I was tall, or oh man, I wish I had a better nose, or I wish I was more assertive. There's so many, and it's not to say that you shouldn't like improve yourself in any way, but there's a lot of times people can kind of get caught up in the fantasy of who they wish they were. Like maybe they want to fantasize themselves as being like a rock star, or some kind of like guy who gets all the girls, or like some kind of supermodel. They have some idea, and then they get so enraptured by that fantasy of who they are because they're not satisfied with who they are. They then start to think they are that fantasy. And I think that learning to, and that's what I mean by, when the tornado hits and you're all cut up in your ego and you think you're this thing, and then life kind of like hits you with something really awful and traumatic, and you're just kind of left shaking, and the ego's gone. It's 4 a.m. You're all alone. And then it's like, what still stands? What still, and I think that's, to me, it's like there's certain things that we prop up in ourselves because we don't like who we are. And we wish we were another person. We wish we could take on. That is what I've been thinking about, like the trans thing. It's like they're unsatisfied with their life. So it's like they want to jump into the next incarnation without dying. It's like, I'm a failure as, this nerdy guy, but hey, maybe I can switch things around and be this like beautiful woman instead. And that'll erase my past, So I think that it's a difficult thing when it comes to discovering who you are, because sometimes that means like brushing away some of the fantasies of who you wish you were. But I think over time, if you really start to kind of like get into the mode of who you are, you begin to really accept it. And so I think in regards to make a summary of that, in regards to what Franklin was saying about how do we discern the real parts of us versus the imaginary parts of us, it's basically what's what can basically, if you think of time as like a river that erodes rock and erodes the things that touch, what about ourselves that the river of time is incapable of eroding, and that's who we really are? That's my opinion, at least.
For any of you watching, when Mexico says yebo, it's how you say yes in Africa sometimes. Yebo. So it just means yes. There's been some wonderful chat going on here in the chat room, and I totally get where you're coming from, Cosmic. It's one of those dilemmas of being. I like to consider it as a dilemma of being, because in the same way that we cannot escape who we are, because we cannot escape our imagination, because the very act of thinking is imagining, the very act of feeling is imagining, the very act of seeing, experiencing is imagining. The senses are imaginary. The impacts emotionally, the way we react to this, it's all falling into the sphere of imagination. There's nothing that doesn't fall into the sphere of the imagination. So from a Kabbalistic perspective, when we speak about the imagination, we speak about beauty. We speak about Tifaret. And when we consider Tifaret, if you look at the glyph, it's 6. It's at the heart of the tree of life. And above it, there's 3. And below it, there is 9. See? Because the 4 and the 5 sort of like are the hands that hold up the 3. And above it is the triad that sits above the head. That's the supernal triad, which I equate to the causal sphere, or as it is called, Atzilut, from the Kabbalistic perspective, which sits upon the astral triangle, which is the Bria, which sits upon the etheric triangle, which is bound by the lower spheres of 8 and 7. So 8 and 7 fit into 9 to make the lower triad of the etheric triad, or the etheric field. So you've got the 6 sitting in the center of everything. And so the powers of 6 is imagination, which is quite interesting if you consider it. Yes, the sphere of 9, which is relating to the moon, is considered the treasure house of images. It's one of its secret names. And when you consider the moon as being the treasure house of images, that is the perceptual imagination, the imagination below the firmament, which is when you meditate and you start to see these things exploring, expanding within your consciousness field, images, colors, things, that symbols that will come arising into consciousness are murmurs or whispers of the field of the sphere of the moon and the sphere of what we would call Ishot. And Yeshut is essentially this Kundalini arising, where one will often see, serpentine symbolisms as they relate to this rather fundamentally, and other symbols that relate to these processes of consciousness shifting. But when we look at the higher imagination, which is symbolized in Tafart by a book, which is rather interesting, where in Yesod we've got the double cube. So we've got the cube of the etheric, but we've got a double cube representing the cube in its mirrored form. So it's sort of expressing to us that the real cube exists, but there is a reflection of the real cube that we are seeing in this physical world, which is the guf, the physical body, the physical form, that it seems to be distinct from the etheric form. So when we look at this double cube as it relates to the altar, where we make the sacrifices of ourselves in order to uncover, sublimate, recover repressed and suppressed parts of ourselves. Shamanically, we speak of this in terms of, well, it's in essence, it's self-remembrance, but in the way that it's discussed, in the way that it's done, we speak about it as soul retrieval. And soul retrieval is when we're going into the subconscious forces to retrieve parts of ourselves we've left behind in the past. We've allowed them to become so deeply repressed, either through an act of suppression or through inadvertent repression, that it becomes shadowed, as you know. Indy would probably be delving into those forces deeply with his work. But when we're looking at Tifarat, we're talking about the book which represents idea. Id as being id. So id is the forces of the imagination, which is related to objective reality, which is constrictive, constructive, and restrictive, and relates to what I call the perceptual imagination. And id, ia, and ia is an old name which relates to the premium, earliest of deities. Actually, another name for the one of the original brothers that was here fighting the war on our behalf, where the whole story of the Grigori comes from, which is essentially, you know, we're looking at Enki, we're looking at these two brothers, we're looking at this war, we're looking at Ea, which is another name of this. I think that name is Akkadian, is it of Akkadian roots? I think it's Akkadian. It might have come before Akkadian, but it was used extensively by the Akkadians, which is interesting because a lot of our language seems to go back to this point. And so anyway, this id, ia, is that part of the id, the personality that's looking up. So the id, ia, is looking up, and the id is looking down, because downwards is the flow of the etheric current. But the id, ia is the reverse. And we're talking now about the astral emanation, which is the reverse of this, though they work in opposition to their direction. In the same way that the right brain controls the left side of the body, the back brain controls the front side, the front, the back, and the left, the right, and that the left works in concert with the front, and the right works in concert with the back, if that makes sense. So the right and the back are rising currents, the left and the front are descending currents, but of the same nature. It's got to do with the flow of these Ida and Pingala forces. So bring it back to the four notions once again. So when we look at this, idea is represented by the Tiparat, is represented by the sixth sphere of which is called Anahata in Vedic cosmology, obviously represented by the sixth red star in the heart chakra, the same in the Kabbalistic system. They take it one step further, they go into the Markaba, represents the Tiparat and that level of consciousness, which is the Markabic vehicle, which travels. Now, somebody asked about numbers. Who was it? Was it Mormon? Yes, it was Mormon. Was asking about the number 7 in the tarot. Now, the tarot and the hieroglyphs from which it comes are calibrated. So the one is the mystic reflection of the other. So when we speak about the number 7, intrinsically, we're speaking about the chariot. And the chariot represents the white and the dark horse those aspects of the forces of the imagination, one which is looking down, one which is looking up, that power the vehicle of consciousness to move us forward through this experience of life. And obviously there's a lot going on there with that glyph. When we look at chariot, it relates to chet, which is an enclosure, which is actually related to the number 8 when we look at the hieroglyph from which that card has been drawn, which is rather interesting. But that's to do with how there are 7 possible relationships between the 8 characters on the stage. And so the mystic nature of the story of Chet is being expressed by the tarot, which is why it represents 7. And but not just 7, not just Chet. I mean, obviously there's a lot more going on here when we look at this. Yeah.
When you say chet is an enclosure, is it a fence? Because the letter H comes from a fence symbol.
Yeah, well, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense. But it's more like a ch. It's more like a, but it's like an H, but it's like a throat cleaning H.
Yeah, it's not
Kind of H that cleans your throat.
Yeah.
You can't do that at the dinner table unless you're Jewish. Then it's cool because you're talking. But yeah, that's interesting. Like that number 7 as it relates to the chariot, which is relating to the sign of Cancer, which is the 6 and the 9 cupping. And the 6 and the 9 cupping is an expression of the 3, the 2 expressions, the polarized expressions of what the 3 becomes. And Cancer is the tail of the Ouroboros zodiacal sign, and it only has one influence. Speaking of influences, the moon. And Leo, the head of the Ouroboros, also only has one influence, and that's the sun. That's what differentiates Cancer and Leo from all the other 10 signs, is that they only have one influence, where all the other signs have more than one influence. They have 2 influences, which is quite interesting because the polarity then they become each other's other influence. So when we're speaking about Chet, we're speaking about chariot, we have to connect it to the card strength because they make a subset. And so we look at the card strength and we look at the chariot, because the whole purpose of the charioteer is to harness strength. And strength is what is produced by the journey of the charioteer. So they are 2 parts of a peas in a pod, 2 parts of the same expression, effectively. So this is like another way of looking at the imagination. And then we've also got to then take it one step further as well. We have to consider what the other aspects are, right? So we got to look at I-in and what follows I-in, because when we're looking at that, we're getting into an interesting little Samek story. Now, Samek is Sagittarius, and Sagittarius is a rather fundamental point of the upward facing triangle of the goal. Why that upward facing aspect of ourselves is looking up, looking towards the ear, the id, and the idea. The id ear is looking, why it's looking up has got to do with the bow of Sagittarius. And that's why the word sage is in sag, sagji, and terius. So terra is the earth. Is, terisius. So it's the lordship of the electrical Zeus principle over the earth, Tereus, and Sag is the sage that knows where to find Zeus. Zeus being the rulership of Sagittarius as its masculine expression of Jupiter. And why this is relevant is because it speaks to us about temperance. And temperance is the other card that relates to the number 7. Sorry, I'm going off on a tangent here. That was Mormon. Mormon was asking about the number 7 in the tarot. You can go on about the number 7 for quite a while, actually, if you can get quite sidetracked into it. But it's fascinating when you look at the different aspects of the 7, how it relates to the tarot, and then of course you've got to look at the 7s, right? The 4 aspects of the 7s. So you're looking at Netzach, and you're looking at how triumphant, how you can gain, how you can become triumphant, because this has got a lot to do with this Netzach, with this principle of overcoming, in a sense. It's the power of Venus in one sense to overcome. And so you got to look at the 7s in the 7 of Cups, 7 of Wands, 7 of, and how the 7 relates to, for example, when you got the 7 in the sphere of water, it's not looking good. Just as an example, it's not a good look. Go look at the 7 of Cups and tell me how it looks to you. So there's quite a lot you can actually gather from the tarot about the numbers, and see what the influences are of that particular frequency. Some numbers work well in certain elements, others don't work well in particular elements. Like the 10 of clubs, you always want the 10. You always want the 10s in the earth element, but you never want the 10s in the air element, because the 10 of swords is calamity. 10 of clubs is like, man. Sorry, did I say clubs? 10 of coins in the earth element. The 10 of coins or the 10 of pentacles is only going to bring you what you're looking for, more of what you're looking for. Like it's gains of all sorts. So there's a lot to consider when we look at how these things work out. And I think that, the imagination is the key expression of the tarot. The tarot is sort of the language of the imagination, if you want to get right down to it. So it probably does well to dwell into the imagination and looking at how the tarot has the major arcana and the minor arcana. Now, what are we talking about here? Are we talking about the perceptual imagination versus the conceptual imagination? It gets very interesting. I've chosen these words, conceptual and perceptual, just out of a hat, by the way, but they make sense. Because when you look at, so if you want to get to the tarot, how does it relate to the perceptual and conceptual? The lightning bolt is the powers. And the powers is what manifests this world through us, the Sephirot. So when we look at these powers manifesting the universe through us, we're looking at the perceptual. The lightning bolt is striking down towards the earth, and it's bringing the presence of reality into creation. And then the conceptual is, what do we get from this? How does this inspire our hearts to conceive of the self? How does this help us to conceive of the hero's journey, of the fool through the archetypes, to achieve that purity, bliss, and childlike expression of individuation that is represented by the fool when it stands before the pack? When the fool stands at the back of the queue, he's a fool. So when the fool is after the major arcana, he's like, he's burping and farting while he's talking and like urinating against a tree, and he's just doing it all. He's a mess. But by the time he's done this little journey, He's enlightened and perfect. And so that full represents us conceptually, reaching into the conceptual depths of our psyche in order to conceive of the different forces that are the holding the paradigm of our being in place, where the perceptual forces are those 10 numerations, which is actually the enneagram's expression, which is constructing the reality that we live in as a matrix. Anyway, I don't want to go on too much. What do you guys think?
I think that it's amazing how knowledgeable you are about all the different numbers and all the different astrological signs. I strive to be able to have an understanding of the interdynamics of all the different numbers and how they get along in the horoscopes as well. But that's pretty inspiring. Yeah, as a number 7, I was glad to hear about some more information about number 7 myself. But Mexico mentioned that I should check out Joseph Campbell. And I was showing a book earlier I have up here on the table, Joseph Campbell, Transformations of Myth, which are 13 brilliant lectures that he had done. And I love the story of the hero and the challenges and the failures and the building of resilience to persist and carry through and bring the journey to a close. I love it. It's such an interesting way to see like a template over all the different mythologies that have come through. There's that common themes that we can pull out and really draw out the real great insights from all the stories through the different cultures of the world, whether they be through fairy tales or through religious worldviews or all of the above. But I'm always fascinated by letters and words and symbols. And the mention earlier of the Keth and the Zeth, I think it was, of the physical and the imagination. Those, it's interesting to give things words, and I like to show some appreciation for the mention of that earlier. I don't know what it was in reference to, but I like that he was using like different colored symbols to represent those words. But it's fascinating. I'm working on a language project myself to kind of trace back to the language of the birds, back to the roots of language, where language had much greater meanings in the alphabet, represented more than just a phonetic symbol of things as we have in the West. In the East, they don't actually have phonetic symbols for their characters. They just have to memorize like thousands of characters that have a referential meaning. And they used to actually have a pictographic symbol that would look like what it represented, but over time it's become more kind of flattened out, as all of the alphabets have been. But if you trace all of our languages back, they go back to a pictographic language of pictures, which had allegorical meaning of stories associated with them and gave principles of understanding. And also each symbol represented a musical note and a number as well. It was a number system and musical system all in one. And in Hebrew, that's still maintained in a lot of ways. They don't have the pictographic aspect, but there's a way to read Hebrew in which the way to sing it is written into the language. And in Chinese, there's an aspect of intonation with the pronunciation of the words that will change the meaning of the words. So it's very important to know the right tone to say a word at, otherwise you'll say something completely different. Because I know the word "sh" can mean a good thing, or it can mean "sh" means like kill or something. It's really bad. So if I say my name is Robert, for example, well, "sh" lo bu tu, since they can't pronounce R, they usually just use an L. But if I were to say, well, "sh" lo bu tu, I would say I'm killing Robert. Or I'd kill Robert. So very important meaning of the pronunciation of words for different languages. But if we go back, it was probably all singing. It was all spoken. Singing the words is the best way to do it. And I think in Hebrew, they can't say the word of God unless they do a full song and they say the word of God with a song. Otherwise, just mention the name, the reference to God.
One thing I kind of wanted to touch upon in terms of these two modes of the imagination, I think that there's sort of our personal, imagination, but there's also the part of our imagination that's inspired by the natural world and nature itself. I think that if you kind of look at the older myth, if you look at the progression of myths from like the myths of like, the earliest stretches of history to the myths we have now, you'll notice a trend of sort of deviating further and further away from the natural world. You start off with like, the shamanic type who are just literally worshiping, the rocks and the trees and the animals. And then over time, like the animal gods, they became more anthropomorphic. Then they just became humans and they were no longer a part of nature. Then they became part of the sky. And then they kind of came along with technology and they became secular. So what became secular? And so what I've always been finding interesting about like the imagination and sort of its dynamics is that nature really is kind of like a muse for it. It's like thinking about like that we were talking about astrology earlier and the stars. It's like there's this sort of like there's this mystery, this sort of like of these stars that you see in the sky, and it's like because you don't really have any like real like references to what they actually are in ancient times. Your mind comes up with all these stories to kind of fill in the blank. So I think that there's that old phrase, nature abhors a vacuum. I think that's true for the imagination as well, that if we find like a place in the imagination in the world that's new to us, it's almost like the imaginative mind of the universe just sort of like fills the gap. And then like that's kind of how like I guess in a sense how the universal mind expands, and how like God sort of expands through time is just like these new sort of avenues. And like you're looking at or even like looking at different rocks and like seeing like a specific rock, and you think, oh, maybe there's like I could envision a castle in my mind that has similar kind of shape and sort of aesthetic look, as that rock. And I think that maybe what's going on today with the imagination is that we kind of maybe we're not as connected to that sort of more primordial source of nature. It's like we kind of take the myths that have been and relate the myths and stories that have been inspired by nature. We just kind of look at the and it's a game of telephone. A myth inspiring myth, inspiring story, inspiring story, inspiring story. Instead of going into that, looking into the primordial natural world and gaining inspiration from that, like looking at a rock and thinking, I wonder if there were like little people living under that rock, or maybe looking at like a cloud and thinking, what if there was a city up there? What if there was a castle up in that cloud with a bunch of gardens and stuff, and realizing that when it comes to the imagination, there's that interplay between the internal and the external, and sort of the creator, which is us, and then there's the muse, which is nature. And I think the problem is maybe the reason our imagination is so stunted is that we're getting further and further away from that natural muse, which is sort of that fertile ground which truly novel imagination springs from. I think that's why psychedelics are so important, because it's like a literal direct connection to that.
I think that's quite elucidating, to look at the concepts of nature as being an expression of a universal imagination within which we find our own imagination, which is yet another loop of the imagination. Because if we want to consider nature, I always think of nature as being an externalization of the self. And by the self, I don't think of the personal self. I think of the chain of life, of which the self is an emanation. The primary emanation that we're experiencing and seeing and dealing with, but also the culmination of the chain of life's interactive cooperation between these various orders of beings that operate on the spiritual domain in order to produce all of the domains through which the nature of time and space and change can find its articulation. So I think of the organs as being separate beings in the body. I think of the tissues as being different colonies of yet smaller beings. And they're bound together by microbes and maintained by microbes. And that there's whole villages. So like what? Is it 60 trillion? Are there 60 trillion cells? I don't know. It's hard to keep track of how many cells there are in the body, all in all. Certain number of them.
I think it was 30 trillion, but that's like around the right ballpark from the tens of trillions, I think.
30 trillion is how many human cells there are.
Yeah.
But the microbes, there's tens of trillions of microbes. Those cells are also in the body, but they're not our DNA, but they're part of the story. Like, I think when you go to the toilet, you lose trillions of microbes. What a concept. Yeah. When you go to do your number 2, you've just lost trillions of cells from your body, because a lot of those cells are part of your body. What a concept. Makes us feel more like flies. We can relate to flies a little bit better now, can't we? Only thank God we don't take it back in. That would be a bit much. But so, yeah, like you say, that's probably the latest number that I've seen is about 30 trillion cells. But then I think there's maybe as many as, depending on your body type, depending on how healthy you are, and that's in a male. But then I think there could be as many as 30 trillion more cells, or 20, 25 trillion more cells of microbes. So when you think of the interactions of all of these beings, it's as above, so below. I think in the spiritual domains, there are as many beings all interacting. The same as it takes all of these trillions and trillions of beings interacting in order for this to be here and for us to have this conversation. It takes that same on the mental and spiritual realm of interaction for that to occur there, in order for the next to occur, for the chain of life to bring this causal experience of time and its influence into being. So, yeah, I think it's fascinating. And Buddhi, you mentioned the yod, the id, which is very interesting, because the id is also like a sperm cell, if you look at the form of it, right? Spoken of as a finger, but it looks very suspiciously like a sperm cell to me when you consider it. And makes me wonder, how much of what we think we want, how much of what we think we need is programmed from the outside. It's an interesting concept. Like, we think our desires are our own, but I'll give you an example. If you've ever been in a space where you need the toilet and you decide to meditate on the fact that you need the toilet, just for the kicks of it, you might notice everybody else needs to go to the toilet. You can make a room full of people go to the toilet, by the way. Did you know you can do that? If you can mentally overcome the forces and turn them back on themselves and consciously suppress that need, other people will start suddenly feeling they need to go and use the toilet. So you can literally make like a whole room full of people go to use the toilet, and they'll all be like, the toilet will be blocked up. It'll be like crowded. There'll be queues. It's funny how that works. The psyche, like, we're all connected, like, fundamentally. So what is happening in the group affects us. What the group is repressing and suppressing emotionally and mentally is coming out through us, whether we're aware of it or not. So many of these impulses and thoughts and feelings that drive us through our imagination, how much of it is us? Since the imagination forms who we think we are and what we seem to perceive, how much of the imagination that what we desire is of us? So how much of the personality that we're carrying, which we're imagining to be us, is actually us? It's quite an interesting concept. It makes you like really want to ask questions about, like, what is the self the nature of the self that seems to be so definite. And it brings us back to why it's so easy for people to be brainwashed, right? Because they lack a root. And when you lack the root is the Muladhara chakra. So if you've got a well-developed Muladhara chakra, you can never be brainwashed, ever. It just doesn't work. They can try. You're just not going to take it. Because they tried with me to brainwash me when I was a kid. I was like, I'm not having it. I'm just not having it. I didn't realize why. I could see through all their crap and I just wouldn't tolerate it. And they couldn't control me with fear. They couldn't control me with those things because I was like, yeah, okay, I'll do cuts. I'll do it every day. It's fine. It's only a little bit of pain. I'm not scared of pain. What, you're going to send me to detention? I refuse. What are you going to do? You're going to expel me for what? It's an extramural thing. I'm not doing extramural unless I have to. You can't expel me for not doing extramural things. Come now, sir. So I kept it real. I'll take cuts though, because I am prepared to cooperate. So, you know, if your root chakra is well aligned and developed, and I was lucky that I trained so hard because I trained like 25 hours, 27 hours a week, probably maybe a bit more. My Muladhara chakra was well aligned because I trained so hard. So physical training is very good for the alignment of the personality and the self to be grounded in the physical body. Something that I'm really concerned about, and this is actually a very interesting conversation because now that we're getting into the imagination, let's talk about the world. Let's talk about children and imagination. Are children getting to exercise and develop their imaginations in this modern world of computers like they ought to? Like when we were younger, we had to like pick up a piece of thing. When we were much younger, we had to like make our own toys. Right?
Or make up your own games.
This stick is a spear, right?
Yeah,
Then
that's
we got
something I
older.
definitely worry about too. Just like, seeing that kids, you're wondering if they're really going to develop an imagination because I think about like the times in my life when I've been imaginative. It's times when I've been, bored and I have to kind of fill in the gaps. Like in a lot of ways, having an imagination, it's like you use that to fill bored. And now with kids, they have phones and they can just basically like call up like whatever they have. They don't really need to utilize their own imagination because the phone kind of already does it for them. And so, yeah, I'm definitely concerned about that for sure. When it comes to, kids and developing their imaginations, which, it's also not just good for just like art and stuff, but also for critical thinking and formulating your own kind of unique worldview and stuff like that. It's just not even like the imagination, just like thinking. One of the things that's the way cults work is that they always give you extremely like tight schedules. You're always moving around. You're always doing something. You're always dancing, cleaning. You're always chanting. You're always doing things. And the reason they make you constantly work all the time is that you don't have time to actually think about the cult. So you're constantly distracted with doing things. And that's the key word here. It's distraction. It's like, we're forgetting that, and it doesn't help too that we don't really like, in our secular society really value the imagination because we think, oh, it's just, something that's going on inside our brain. It doesn't really have any deeper meaning. And, looking back in ancient times where people would look at dreams as a doorway to a spiritual realm, they would, every night when you go to sleep, you would, astral project and leave your body. What's interesting, so I talk about the whole, Zarfexology stuff and this like, extra dimensional channeling thing. So the idea is that, so a basic concept is that there's kind of like, there's a division between the physical world and the so-called, spiritual world, which is, the physical is I won't use any terms. I'll just say that the physical, but the idea is that the physical and the astral, it's like the physical is on the left and the astral is on the right. So if you're somebody that doesn't believe that your mind is essentially connected to a broader dream world, that astral plane then gets shifted, instead of being horizontally right to vertically below the physical plane, and it just goes into this pure isolated information space. So the experience of that dream world is still there, but because of the way the beliefs are structured, it's dimensionally shifted to a different part of the Zarfax that's disconnected from the interconnected mind. It becomes this kind of like this isolated bubble enclosed in this like deep white void. And so when I think about, and I think that, to me, and the whole technology thing only further reinforces that dynamic. I think that's what I was trying to get at. This idea that we're taking the astral plane, which is something people used to believe was out there, and we're taking it and we're cramming it inside of our skulls, putting it all in there so that it's within our skulls and disconnected from the rest of the world. And then with the phones, I think that's also why a lot of people believe in really weird stuff like the gender thing and, all these other conspiracies and so forth, is that people have gotten so used to living in this virtual realm of the phone and computers, that they almost feel like they can reject external reality, because the reality to the phone is just as real as the world outside of that phone. Going back to, it was either Jeremy or Gabriel talking. Indy was talking about the simulacrum, and that's exactly a kind of simulacrum. There is that sort of virtual phone world, and that's something I think what's different about the millennial Gen Z. What really distinguishes like millennials and Gen Z from like the boomer generation is that we have access to this sort of virtual world, this alternate mirror reality in this virtual landscape that's it's not really connected to the physical world around us, or even connected to the astral world. I tried some of that virtual reality stuff. I did one of those virtual headsets, and what was interesting about using virtual reality was that it doesn't feel the same as dreaming. It doesn't feel the same as like, or visualizing, or even a psychedelic experience, because there's a lack of that sort of internal feedback from the external world. Because if you think about your imagination, when you really imagine something, it's kind of inside of you and outside of you at the same time, in the sense that there is that internal landscape inside your mind. But in a sense, when you're using your eyes and your nose and your ears to kind of visualize the landscape, you're also kind of creating a sort of an external invisible hologram, which your mind sort of creates. And so, yeah, I think definitely the role of technology does have me a bit worried when it comes to how the imagination is going to cultivate for future generations, because I think the thing about technology is that it kind of removes ourself from the actual equation of engaging with the imagination, and it's going to be artificial intelligence kind of guiding that sort of stream, so to speak. I guess that's my thoughts on that.
Yeah, exactly. That double-sided feeling of the imagination seems like it coats things from the inside and from the outside. It's a good way of looking at it. Sort of, once again, like the firmament, in a sense. It coats the inside and it coats the outside. The imagination is sort of like, could it be the firmament on the inner planes that we speak about? And could the imagination being connected to the element of water? And water takes in information the way it does. It's diamagnetic in the way that it's polarizing inwards and outwards simultaneously, taking into itself but also putting out. So there's something quite fascinating about the way in which the imagination does this, and the way in which we can utilize the imagination to create things. We say that someone is creative when they've got powerful imagination, right? It means that the forces of creation, the life force, the prana, is strong within that human being as well, which is quite interesting, which has got to do with the ability to sire, right? And so desire is the influence that the imagination acts outwardly with, as we've sort of discovered earlier or discussed. I find it very interesting when we're looking at the children and the way that they're evolving. And like you say, definitely it seems like we're heading into a deficiency, because to me, imagination is related to knowledge. True knowledge is an expression of imagination, because people think that memorizing words in books is knowledge, but that's just cultivating belief. But true knowledge is the ability to think autonomously and to decipher originally information, to absorb information from the surroundings in an authentic, integrous manner without the duplication necessary, or without being schooled in a fish pond. And so I think it's rather fundamental to understand and grasp that what is happening to this world, this dumbing down that we all hear about, to put on the tinfoil hat for a moment, is really effectively the decultivation of imagination. And I think that's what the internet has become, the decultivation of the imagination. Because we don't have to imagine things anymore. We can get the bottom line. We don't have to think for ourselves anymore. We can just Google the answer. We don't have to imagine how we're going to do something anymore. We can just Google, how is it done? Watch the YouTube video. Oh, that's how it's done.
Well,
There's no imagination.
Yeah, exactly.
Anything.
I mean, I think what you're really kind of getting at here, Franklin, is that I'll give you kind of an example from my personal life. You know, growing up, I loved video games. I loved playing N64, your Super Nintendo. And what was different about playing video games when I was younger, maybe like 8 or 9 years old, was that these video games really had a sense of mystery to them. You could look at, like, you know, some kind of mountain, you start to think maybe there's something beyond that, even if nothing was programmed in that game. And you start to you kind of think, like, you know, you just sort of wonder and speculate, and your mind comes up with stuff, and you kind of imagine, oh, what's that last level like, or what's on that one part of the map, you know. But nowadays with the internet, you can just look everything up. You can find out something if there's some kind of something hidden in the game. There, you can just go to a website and all the secrets are revealed. And I think, but that's just sort of one example. But I think in a way, kind of science has kind of done the same thing in a sense where, you know, people really believe in, you know, materialist science to the extent like, oh, there's no God. We've proven that, you know, there is no soul, and like there's that sense of like we have everything figured out. And I think that's also the death of the imagination, because I think if you think why people were so imaginative in ancient times, it's like there was so much of the world they really still didn't know, so they were kind of at the sort of the mercy of the gods to kind of, you know, teach them about things. But it's like we've gotten to a point in humanity where we feel like we don't really need, you know, the help of the gods, and maybe what's really is that maybe we do need their help again, you know. And I think that's where I lost my train of thought. When it comes to, you know, the imagination, I think that what it's also an important aspect to cultivate is a sense of mystery, a sense of openness. You know, because when you're a child, you think about the world is very mysterious. There's a lot of things that you don't know, and so because of that, you know, your mind fills in the gaps of those mysteries, and what ends up filling those gaps usually can become something very, you know, interesting and cool, or even insightful and spiritually awakening. But with the advent of technology, and I think, you know, this is a problem with religions too. It's this idea that I need to know everything. I need to know no uncertainty, no mystery. I want all the answers, everything explained to me. no contemplation. It's like people don't want to think, and that is really a detriment to the imagination. So really, when it comes to the imagination, it's kind of like it's sort of impotent without mystery. It needs that mysterious element. It's like, it's like if you think of the imagination as like a seed in the ground, it's like mystery is the water that you pour on the seed to help it actually grow. And it's like mystery nurtures the imagination. And perhaps the reason that the imagination seems to be dying is that we're trying to destroy mystery in every single way possible with every religion or non-religion. So like we want to eliminate mystery because mystery can be kind of spooky, it's kind of scary. So there's the sense of wanting to get rid of it, wanting to know everything so we're not uncertain. But it is that mystery that allows for the imagination to really grow and proliferate and do what it needs to do. So I think that bringing mystery back into the world is what we really need in order for the imagination to really thrive again. And the problem is with technology is that it's trying to destroy that mystery by explaining everything.
I think that's why we call it the beast, 666. And why the words of the serpent tongue, the double tongue, that speak the truth also speak the lie. Because in the process of being given all this truth and information, it becomes a lie. The lie being that you can know all this stuff, where the whole process of knowledge is learning. And there's no chance to learn anymore, because Googling and reading is not learning. Learning is like you say, using your imagination, figuring things out for yourself. Like I remember when I started studying the occult therapeutics, right? I used to go and peruse this captive bookshop every day for about an hour, half an hour, 40 minutes. I used to stop by the shop and check it out for new books. Any old English books, any Middle English books, books on psychology, books on Jungian books. And it was a huge secondhand bookshop. And I used to really work my butt off to get occult texts. And when you found one, you had to use it. You had to use it to milk it and see what you could get out of it. And these days, the kids, they just Google. They all that information at your fingertips. It actually prevents people from really taking a little bit to get more for themselves. And so the process of occult philosophy has become watered down, diluted to the point where it's almost exoteric. And everybody's saying the same stuff because it's written in books. But to understand the truly esoteric side of the occult and the spiritual sciences, the philosophies behind it, one has to sit and consider and think for themselves. Like Gabriel's got his enneagram. So he literally sits there trying to figure things out for himself on his enneagram. He doesn't get lost in too much of the reading. He reads stuff to put on his enneagram. And I think this is where, we've been taught to do this. We learned to do this in kids because of our generation. But the youngsters of today, they're not going to do this because they don't know to do it, because they never had to do it. They just had it all handed to them on a spoon. And there's something really dangerous about being spoon-fed. Spoon-fed past a certain age, you start to identify with being a baby. And I think there's this saying in Hermetics, milk for babes and meat for strong men. Okay, it sounds a bit sexist. Meat doesn't have to be animal product. It means solid food, basically. And the metaphor there is solid food is something you got to chew on. So you got to actually go and figure it out for yourself. But when you're a baby, you get spoon-fed milk, yogurt, soft, puree. And now we're developing a bunch of adults that don't know anything but the bottle. And so it's we really are going into a challenging chapter, I think, because it's why, okay, my child, I don't really buy him toys. I don't buy him toys. I let him make his own toys. Might sound like a real cruel thing to do, but I don't buy him toys anymore. His mother kept wanting to buy him all these plastic toys, and I noticed it had an adverse effect on him. So I just stopped buying him toys. And I'll buy him stuff to make toys with. Building materials, things. I'll buy something and give it to him. Like, okay, so the next set of toys I have to get him is a build your own sprinkler system. So he's going to build a sprinkler system for the garden. That's like, it's going to be his toys. Because what he wants. So I think parents have got to like really be conscientious about how they handle their kids. You know, because all this toys is really detrimental for children. Now he goes and builds his own things. What was he doing today? He built himself a steamroller, or was it an earth compactor? I think it was an earth compactor out of a whole lot of bits and pieces and rubbish and stuff. Put them together to make an earth compactor, and he was earth compacting out my paving outside here. And he's pretending he's building roads and earth compacting and using steamrollers, and he builds this, and then he builds himself carpet cleaning machines because he wanted to start a carpet cleaning business. And he builds himself this and that and whatever else. Oh, road cutter. He got obsessed with road cutters, so he had to build himself a road cutter. So I gave him I've got an electric lawnmower, which I gave to him. It's like, it's written off now. It's his. I don't like the electric lawnmower. It wind me up anyway. I bought myself a really cool weed eater. That's like a 55 cc strong engine. One cut and it's done, which works better for me. So anyway, my point is, parents aren't doing that. Parents are just overshowering their kids with plastic rubbish, and children have just lost the plot. And computer games, oh my gosh, it's bad. I mean, like you say, computer games were fine when we were younger. We're fine in the old, but now it's like you've got access to a computer game all day long. Your phone, you got your games on your phone. In the past, we used to have to wait to get home and play the console. So you had to do other things. You didn't just get to play games all day long. Children of today, they're on the bus on the way to school playing a game. At school
They're not
during the
even
break,
good
playing a
games
game.
either. Like when I see some of the games that these kids are playing, they're just so like mindless and monotonous. Like, you know, you think about good games, there's like a compelling story, some really complex, you know, puzzles that you have to solve that really train your mind and make you think about stuff, or they'll make you think about the world during a different story. But there's just like a lot of these games are just like, you know, just click this one thing over and over again, and it's like it's literally like it's just pure distraction. That's all it is. It's kind of sad.
Yeah, that's what it is, distraction. So we've got to have to find a way to, those of us that are going to be parents are going to have to really find a way to hammer in creativity into the paradigm in which our children have put it into the space. And it might sound like a crazy idea, but my son, because he's schooled at home, he doesn't have as much social interaction with other children. And his mother's always complaining that like he doesn't have enough. And I take him to the beach. I make sure that he meets and plays with other children and has play dates. But his mother's like, oh, if he was in a school, he'd be playing with kids all day long. So that's her idea of a solution. But then I look at these other kids and I go, hold on, my child's so much more creative because he's entertaining himself a lot of the time. He has to be so creative. So other children don't even come up. I mean, this child made up the butt fairy. He invented the butt fairy. That blew my mind. You know, his mother wanted him to believe in the tooth fairy. He said, no, he's a rebel. I'm going to believe in the butt fairy rather. And now the butt fairy has become a whole character of itself. It's the Easter bunny is the butt fairy wearing an Easter bunny suit. The tooth fairy is the butt fairy disguised as the Easter bunny. You know, this butt fairy is becoming like a label. He's gonna have to market it soon and turn it into something like children's toys or something. I don't know. So, you know, the creative ability for children to tell stories and for children to come up with their own original ideas is so important. We have Soraya joining us. Welcome, dear Soraya. How are you doing? Infinite Words of Love is Soraya on Telegram. Go and check her out. She's always popping out inspiring poetry as well as cute videos. I saw a really cute video that she posted the other day. Every few days is something like amazing. Welcome, Soraya, and how are you doing? And it's such an honor to have you with us. Do you please say a few words?
I'm doing
Or a
great.
lot of words?
I walked in and on your story about the fat fairy again. He started immediately laughing. It feels really funny to hear that. I hope it's about that again.
I was saying how Joshua doesn't have as many friends as other children have, and he doesn't socialize as much as other children does with other children.
Yeah, my
So
child
his
is
brain
really
is more
social person.
imaginative, if that makes sense. You know?
Oh yeah, I get that. I mean, my youngest is also not someone who socializes a lot. My oldest is more of the socializing, but also not explicitly a lot. It's not like they are more to themselves. Wait a second, I have a phone call. I'll continue later.
Whoops, don't talk with your mic off. So there's definitely this thing that we can see, you know. If we want to develop our own imagination, what can we do? Okay, so let's get down to the nitty-gritty. What can we do to improve our own imagination? Spend time on your own.
Spend time on your own. But I think it's also good to I think partaking in like good art, like watching like good movies, reading good books. The thing, the imagination is like it's like a body. It needs fuel. You have to feed it. You know, if I think that when it comes to the imagination, it can't run on an empty stomach. You got to kind of like take different ideas and like kind of melt them together in the alembic, and you know that's how you create something different. I mean, I for me, for example, like I have a lot of influences when I make music of different bands that I like and how they inspire me. But what's interesting is that by kind of like figuring out all the different, looking at all these different types of bands, all these different types of sounds, and figuring out what I like from all of them, even though these disparate genres, it's like I create a whole new kind of music, a whole like different genre of music. And so I think that's definitely one way to stimulate the fuel the creativities. You need to kind of have experiences that are novel and interesting to feed so that you can inspire it. But I think really it's just all about learning to be more receptive and but are also just kind of associating things that you wouldn't normally associate with. Like, so for like going back to the music thing, instead of being inspired by, I want to make a song that invokes the feeling of this other song, maybe instead you go kind of like, I want a song that invokes the feeling of this painting, that invokes the feeling of this color. And having those kind of like trying to do those different kinds of associations and kind of creating with a different creative sort of like texture, you can kind of expand your creativity that way by just learning to like think in different, not having as many limitations. And so there's definitely a lot of different strategies. I just laid out a couple that came to mind, and maybe the rest of the group can come up with some other ideas too.
Welcome. We've got Dr. K joining us. What a pleasure. What an honor to have you to join us. Dr. K, Kiana Codes, check him out. He's got the book club. If you just Google book club, no, not book, Google, in Telegram, although I'm sure he'll tell us all. He's got various different platforms running. Dr. K is first and foremost, he's a numerologist, but he's a decoder of all sorts of things: television, films, media, occult. Obviously, an occultist practitioner, decoding language. He's all over the show as well when it comes down to it. Everything from tinfoil hats to esoteric and occult topics, and to understanding, what's been going on backstage in the world. What an honor to have you with us, brother. And he does these wonderful grimoires. For those of you that don't know, take a look. Go and check him out. The grimoires are numerological explanations and expansions of who you are to get an idea of your life path, where you're at, what's going on. Welcome to the show. An honor to have you. Thank you for joining us, brother. I hope you're having an awesome day. And do please say a few words, brother.
Peace and power, Franklin. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. It is wonderful to be here with you again. Forgive my tardiness. I've had to take care of some things, and I've had a wonderful my little cousin's birthday is today. So happy birthday to you, Sharif. Wonderful to see you, Indy, Cosmic, and Soraya. And please continue the conversation. I'll jump in wherever I can.
So where were we? Yeah. What we were getting to is essentially how the younger generation is being robbed, mugged, held up at Google Point by their imagination, and how we can develop our imagination, keep it active. Things like spending more time on our own, actively pursuing some creative end. We need hobbies. People used to have hobbies in the old days. These days, people don't have hobbies so much anymore. I say, "What's your hobby?" "Oh, play computer games or this." Computer games can be okay, but they can be obsessive. Like, some children just can't get them to stop playing computer games. They just won't stop. They got to play like 6 hours a day, 8 hours a day. So variety is the spice of life. We got to keep adding new things to our brains. Like Cosmic was saying, you need to feed your imagination. You need to put something in. There's an old saying with coding, with writing code for computers. Not that I write code, but it's called Giga, which means garbage in, garbage out. And so you got to feed it well. You got to eat well to be healthy. So having a hobby is great, especially like, I'll give you an example, a hobby like building ships or something, building small things, or writing poetry, or playing guitar, or writing stories, or making things in the garden. Those are all like awesome hobbies that get us to exercise our imagination. It's so easy to become complacent in this world because the television is there. You can watch something on TV and you can listen to music, and very often it's the same cliched music that's playing. If you're going to listen to music, make a point of listening to something new. Try and break the bank. I don't know. What do you think, Dr. K, Brother Kalal? What would you do? What would you tell people to do to improve and activate their own imagination and their kids, as it's so fundamental?
Well, to a large degree, I agree with the majority of what you said, but that's going to be on a certain level because if we're looking at it through the lens of being a better society or being a better community, then a lot of those things are very idealistic and not really addressing the real root, as opposed to looking at things through a more occult level. But you're going to lose people when we begin talking about parenting from an occult level, because the idea of even being a parent in this world that we all seem to somehow know is getting worse and worse and worse by the second. Why would you bring a child into this world? You know, so like that has to be a part of the conversation as well. But that's when we go too deep. You know, nobody really wants to hear that, especially once you already have children. You know, in terms of the occult. So that's a for some it's a very thin line. For me, it's a very big gray area. As if we're going to be truthful, we have to. Because see, I heard you say, you know, you can't get children to stop playing video games. To that I say bullshit, because either I'm going to turn the power off in your room, or I'm going to pawn your video games. You know, like either you do what you're supposed to do, or you don't get any kind of outlet, reward, this, that, and the third. You're going to have to make your own toys, like you were talking about. You know what I'm saying? You should be doing that anyway. You should, you know, take it. Here's a piece of paper, and here's a book called origami. You know, and you can play with your shadow and take that. There's all kinds of things you can do, but there has to be an allowance for grievance. So you know, we're in this idea of a world where, you know, if you do anything wrong by your child can pick up a phone and call somebody. You well, the way I was raised, you have to make it to the phone. You know what I'm saying? If you're fast enough to make it to that phone and dial those numbers, by all means, you know, Godspeed to you. But if I catch you before you get to that phone, and these are the kinds of things, as ridiculous as they may sound, people have to think about before you even conceptualize a child. You know, people run and do things simply because you can do it. So all of these things have to be examined, you know, because talking about the idea of imagination, we have to be able to discern what are our own thoughts versus what is just artificially implanted. And that's really going to be everything until you understand how your own mind works, until you begin to, at the very least, meditate on what it is that's going on around you and what you would like to go on around you, and even understanding how that concept works in the form of creation. You have no choice but to be quote unquote brainwashed by everything going on in the world. This is why the ultimate tenet in the occult is to know thyself.
Yeah, I totally get where you're coming from with discipline and children. I mean, that's what I was saying about my son. I don't buy him toys. Full stop. He must make his own toys. I'll buy him things to make toys with. And then he gets to play games once in a while, but he's still young. I envision like the idea of him being 15 and going off to his college or his school on his own with a phone in his pocket, because that's just how the world is these days. Or a tablet. In fact, for schools, you have to have a tablet. They can access games. They can be sitting doing class playing games. They can be sitting doing recess at school, at breaks, playing games. They can be after school on the bus playing games. Then they get home and they want to play better games. Like it's. I've noticed this when I see kids. If you see them on the bus, they're on their phones, and I bet you half the time they're playing games, all chatting to each other on phones. But regardless, while they're young is when you got to work, and his mother doesn't get this yet. She's like, she thinks I'm too strict with him. And I'm like, no. I'm not too strict with him. She saw the video of me climbing the mountain with him. And she was like horrified. She was like, oh my gosh, he's only 7 years old. You guys are flying up that mountain at a high pace. You're going up high. And you do it every day. She didn't have any idea of how high we went and how far we pushed it. I was like, no, it's good for him. He's strong. He's stronger than other 7-year-olds. He's tougher. He's got more endurance. He's got more stamina. If he can keep that going, it will stand him well. But I think that generally speaking, people let their children just go to school, which is the trick. I think that's where the problem comes into it. Because he thinks Coca-Cola is for cleaning jewelry. That's what he thinks Coca-Cola is for. He's never tasted it. He's never drank it. And so what happens when your children go to school and they learn new tricks from the other kids at school? It's a fear in the back of my head. At some point, I'll have to deal with him learning new tricks from other children. But hopefully, I'll have given him enough of a base to think for himself that he'll be able to think that it's ridiculous, what other kids do. Though also for ourselves, because I've noticed how easy it is for myself to become complacent. Like I have to push myself, I think being in nature is like really, if you can get into a park or anywhere where there's plants, trees, nature. Most cities have parks. Most towns have some way to get like a little bit out of the thick of the city. Even just an open field could be enough. I think that's the key. Getting into open spaces. Getting into open spaces, watching the sunrise, watching the sunset. That's a powerful imagination, because the mind and the imagination goes wild when you're watching the sunrise and you're watching the colors and you notice the clouds. You start seeing all the shapes in the clouds. It's an overcast day. You're watching the sunrise. You can't see the sun, but my gosh, you can see the pictures in the clouds. So, there's a lot to be said about watching the sky. I think watching the sky is like really one of those powerful tools that we should do. We should get our children to do. My boy, I was talking about the butt fairy earlier and how he'd invented this butt fairy, and it's just crazy how this character has grown and developed into like it's an empire of a character, and he's got quite a little sense of humor for a 7-year-old. So I think this is where we're at. We're at, like you say, this world has become a very challenging place for ourselves to live in, let alone to have kids in. It's very challenging, very difficult. I'm so glad I waited till I was, in my 40s to have a child. By the time I was, because I wouldn't have done so well when I was younger. I can tell you that much. I think there's a lot to be said about timing. Like if you're going to have a child in this day and age, make sure you got your head screwed on. Make sure you got your ducks in a row, because it's not going to be easy necessarily. And even just the financial reality, like I work 7 days a week. I love what I do, so I can't complain. I'm one of the lucky ones. But you've got to have discipline. When you've got a child, you've got to have discipline for yourself, because they're watching you. And if they're watching you having discipline, they'll develop discipline. I think that's a big part of it. And I think that because of the employment scam, people don't have self-discipline. They go to a job where they've got a boss that disciplines them, and they just follow the rules. They don't have to think. They don't have to think for themselves. I think that's like the real problem in the world. Employment is probably a big part of the problem in the way that it works. Maybe if there was more people working for themselves, but the world has been designed to make it more difficult for people to work for themselves these days, I think. What do you guys think about that?
I think you're hammering on an interesting point here. You're talking about like the idea of employment and people not being disciplined for themselves. I think the general trend is I'm thinking like just not thinking for yourself in general, but not just not thinking for yourself, but not wanting to think for yourself. Really like wanting someone to think for you, And sometimes I just kind of wonder that, perhaps the way, our society, because I think another enemy of the imagination is definitely fear. It's like we're kind of like told that, that if we think too far outside of the box, or we think too outside of the box, we're going to get, ridiculed, made fun of, or maybe in more other situations, maybe even like, killed or excommunicated. So there's a fear element of like, you don't want to come up with a big new idea because it might scare the tribe that's sort of around you. And I guess that's why some people want to just like think for themselves, because they don't necessarily but I guess that's something I've never really understood, personally. I guess I have to talk to somebody who, thinks that way, because I can't really even like fathom what it's like to be the kind of person who really doesn't want to think for themselves, but maybe it's just not having the responsibility of like being wrong. Maybe that's what it is. It's the fear of being wrong, and because we're afraid of being wrong, we don't come up with any new ideas. So yeah, I think that's something we have to start to think about as a society. Is that what is it that de-incentivizes people to really want to think for themselves, and not just in a sense of that that brainwashing sense where you are tricked into thinking for yourself, but you're not actually thinking for yourself. You're thinking from some kind of global ideology. But the active willing, I don't want to think for myself because it's hard and scary. I'm like, what is that?
And that's just the world in general. Let's just look at it from the lens of what we call media, right? There's always been propaganda and quote unquote mind control, and it's largely based on ignorance, because when essentially you know better, you do better. So if I present something that is, let's go back 20 years, right? Because right now, children growing up, aside from people's nostalgia, aren't going to have any idea about DVDs or CDs, right? Because no one sells them anymore. Like it's a fad that has now gone out of style, right? But if you go back 20 years, you could, and even I mean they still exist, but it was a really really big thing. You could have 3, 4, 5 movies on one DVD, right? Multi-layered. But before that, it was dual layered. They've always done that when it comes to media. They'll have this movie playing, and then they'll have this movie in the undercurrent, and your conscious mind can't pick it up. So you're being programmed on the surface, and you're being programmed in the subconscious at the exact same time. That happens with every form of media, every form. On top of video games, on top of coding, on top of music, on top of Wi-Fi, and all of these different frequencies. So you have trans people, right, who think that they were born in the wrong body. You can understand why that is such a quote unquote phenomena as opposed to a programming, because that's what it actually is. So, how we choose to look at something, how we understand what we actually sent ourselves here for, is a level that you can essentially try to teach, but the methodology is going to be really dependent upon the individual. And we can try to attune that to awareness, birthday, name, location, things of that nature, and those are really the stepping stones on the real path to who someone is. But just teaching a society, no, it has no choice but to multiply and multiply exponentially on that level, because the amount of awareness it would take to actually do something about that quote unquote problem, you're going to have a lot of different groups addressing a lot of different branches as opposed to addressing the root of that issue.
Totally get where you're coming from with the societal issue being a mountain. A lot of rocks to move that mountain. You got to start at the bottom, and then everything at the top comes tumbling down. So you've got to first remove the top, collapse the mountain, so you can move the bottom, so you can rebuild the mountain. It's bring the ocean to yourself, so you can fish. It's the equivalent of that. Dig a hole so you can fish. But yeah, I do see where you're coming from with regards to, And also what you were saying, Cosmic, about how there are a lot of people that just have lost the impetus, the desire, or more specifically, the passion of self-improvement, and are just happy to be in the numbed out, comfortably numb state that Roger Waters was singing about in, comfortably numb. We're all just in a fishbowl going round and round. Isn't that what the song is about? So it definitely does seem that we are, upon this precipice of the proverbial death of the imagination as a metaphor. Obviously, it's not the case, because there are still going to be bright lights that are going to keep it. And I think that possibly because a lot of people are going to sleep, that means some people will become really woken up, which is quite interesting, because there is a lot of creativity sitting on the sideline. Most people are not awakening creatively, but some people are becoming extremely creative, as a compensation for that fact that most people aren't. I also believe that, the way we are moving in the social context is, I think we're going to be moving back towards imagination. I think economically, people are not going to have so much of a choice but to start engaging their imagination, because we were in a society where it was easy. And I used buying toys for children as an example. I think the time will come in the future where people won't be able to afford buying toys for their children. The children will have to go back to playing with sticks. Which is a good thing. There's nothing better than a child playing with sticks, imagining the stick's a gun, imagining the stick's a sword, imagining the stick's this, make a bow and arrow out of it, turn it into that. There's something quite profound about repurposing things to be something else. It's like my son repurposes the equipment I give him. Today it's a earth compactor. Tomorrow it will be a steamroller. The next day it will be repurposed and changed and put together in a different way. It will be a carpet cleaning machine. The next day it'll be something completely different. It'll be a road cutter. That's the kind of things he likes to play with. Guess what he's going to do one day? So, and to think his mother said he wasn't going to be an engineer when he was in her belly, and I put my hand on her belly. I said, "We got an engineer." She said, "No." I said, "Yep." So I think it's really important, passion, to enliven our passion, invigorate the passion as much as we can, and hope that we will have a knock-on effect. Yeah, that knock-on effect that drives other people's passion towards awakening, towards getting a grip. If we start doing something with our heart and putting our heart into it, we might inspire other people and think, you know what, that looks like fun. I want to try it. That person playing guitar, they're really enjoying it. Maybe I should get a guitar and start. I think that we do inspire others. Maybe it's a grassroots thing. Maybe it's a slow, little push here, a little nudge there. Unfortunately, a lot of people are going to be doing a lot of inspiring and a lot of pushing and nudging in order for people to really get moving forwards in the way that they need to. But when it comes to the occult training systems, meditation, I think meditation is really a great way. I've noticed for myself that boredom is the greatest route into the imagination. Because when you become bored, you have to improvise. And so I learned to improvise the guitar by playing a riff until I got bored. And then I had no choice but to improvise a new riff and then words to go with it. And then that became how I play music. Just improvise riffs and sounds and voice words. So I wouldn't have been able to learn to do that if I hadn't allowed myself to experience full boredom and become comfortable in my boredom. And I think we are living in a world where people are escaping from boredom because there's no such thing as boredom anymore. Adults, children, whoever alike, there's always something you can do. Google's got 15,000 options, whether it's on your phone, on your tablet, through your TV, or, out in the street, whatever it is. There's 1,000 million options. That's always on our case. So I think that also it involves maybe taking time out and forcing yourself to just be able to go and do something that's not entertaining. Entertainment is the problem, even though it's a good thing. It's also the food for the imagination. It's a catch-22. A lot of these films we watch, if one watches them with the right attitude, one can gain a lot from it. But one has to watch the films as if one's decoding a maths problem. Can't just kick back and enjoy the film, because that then becomes counterproductive. So it's interesting how, the poison can also become the nutrition, in a sense, if you use it well, not excessively, because obviously the digitalization of this technology isn't good for our eyes or our brains in any way. So I think that, there's no easy solution, but definitely by practicing meditation, one will enhance one's ability to experience boredom. And by enhancing one's ability to experience boredom, then one will bore deeper into oneself and liberate the conceptual imagination from the perceptual imagination, so that it's able to fly high into the world of pure considerations, pure ideas. So the pure ideas can give us a sense of meaning. I think meaning is what we're looking for. What do you think? Meaning, the route to imagination?
I think yes, but also exploration. Like maybe trying to find deeper meaning, like trying to explore things that don't yet have meaning, and bringing light to that stuff. That's a big part of imagination. I think when I hear imagination, a lot of times I first think of Albert Einstein, because a lot of people associate him with knowledge of science, but his work was transcendentalism. He used thought experiments to imagine how things might play out in hypothetical situations, to envision his way of understanding the universe. I like a lot of the work that he did, but a few things that he had done kind of feel like they pulled away from the integration of spirituality and science, particularly the taking away of the name ether for what we now call an empty vacuum of space. But at the same time, I feel like his work was monumental in reforming some of the works of Isaac Newton, who was also an interesting thinker. I feel like imagination is very powerful, and through it, we can give things meaning. By giving things these meanings, sometimes people fail to explore things further. Like if we have a word for something, just people think, I know what that is. I remember the word of it. But it's more than a word of it. So when you start to realize that, you can start to realize there's many aspects to things. Like if I see a tree that I know the name of, I could learn like some shamanic meaning of the tree. I could also learn some of the herbalistic applications of the tree, or just flowers or fruit or roots or leaves, or some of the capabilities of the tree, maybe to change the soil content or extract some heavy metals from the soil or something. So there's many, many aspects to things that we see, and through our imagination, we can start to explore even deeper things that maybe people haven't even considered. And so we all have these gifts to be able to find a new message to share with humankind, realize new aspects of things that we never noticed before, and have newer experiences of being willing to allow things to happen in the mind. I feel like when you see something extraordinary in another realm or dimension or state of mind, I feel like the imagination has to facilitate that first. And if you're blocking it and you say, I don't believe that, it's going to be very difficult for you to access it. So even though sometimes we are just what we imagine ourselves to be, and we're not really that yet, sometimes that's one of the best paths to get there. And they say fake it till you make it. But I feel like if you believe that you can become something, it takes the imagination that you can do it. And if you can do that, that means that you've transcended the self-limiting beliefs that are tying you down, that are governed by the reptilian brain of the reticular formation in the brainstem and the amygdala in the base of the brain of the cerebrum. And those two aspects of our brain will make it so that we're scared to do something. And so in the reticular formation, it will make it so that we cannot imagine how it would even be possible. And so we tell ourselves, oh, that's not possible because of this. I can't do that because this is one of my deficits I'll never be able to do. And a lot of times people overgeneralize, I'll never be able to do this, or I can't do that. That's not something I can do, or I'm not capable of this. And that a lot of that comes from a lack of the imagination, but it's really rooted in our subconscious beliefs of our core beliefs. So if one wants to be able to access that and change and reprogram, one needs to be able to understand their core beliefs and start to question them and start to come to a greater understanding. And by doing that, we can access greater capacity to transcend our previous self-limiting beliefs and be able to now take on new potential. And these things are all good for us to work on as individuals. There's certain things that are deficits for us that we avoid too much. And balance yields harmony is something I like to say. And for everyone, it's different, but to say balance yields harmony is kind of a way that can apply to everyone. We all have a particular balance that we need. And we can understand that. And by this, we can say that there's really no universal thing besides just that, by saying that there's balance that needs to happen for harmony. And it's good to understand that. It's a lot of times the human mind likes to reduce things down to like one answer or between one or two answers. But sometimes it's more dynamic than we want it to be. It's hard to communicate that sometimes. But sometimes things are a little bit more dynamic than the reasoning of our human mind can calculate. But it's a beautiful world out there, and I love how we were talking about the integration of nature with our imagination and our perceptions, and the differentiation between perceiving in nature and imagining things in nature, or creating and perceiving and imagining things from the mind, from imagination that's separate from the natural world, like technology as such. There's different technology. There's now green technology that's integrated with the natural environment in a way that it's meant to, instead of take away from the natural environment, it's supposed to use the forces of the natural environment themselves to facilitate energy and such. This is a step in a new direction for us since the Industrial Revolution that we need to go down. And I feel like it's been really discouraged through the media to push people into skepticism of any care for the natural environment or integration with it. But it's just like anything. We have a relationship with everything we are involved with, and an interdependent relationship between other individuals in our lives, the community in which we're in, our neighborhood, the environment in which we're in, the animals in which we live amongst in our habitat and in our environment. These things are all in correlation to us. And so if we tell ourselves that something doesn't matter just because it's trendy right now, or if you think that's really true because you've been convinced that things don't matter, other people don't matter, the natural world, it doesn't matter, or it's not real, that's totally up to the individual, how they care about their relationship with those things, and how they foster that relationship or not. But I feel like it could be good for us all to consider that we could foster our relationship with one another, and with the world around us in many ways that can bring us great joy and scintillation from just being able to partake in new activities and see new sights, and get into a deeper connection with things and with people that can help show us things in the world that can bring us fascination and enjoyment. But through our imagination, we can really create like an artistic perception of the world in which we could kind of go into a way which is unpopular, like a new way of seeing and imagining and perceiving and relating things to one another. That's constantly going on, and there's so many different types of art and different ages of it and music that have come from our imaginations that have really made our worlds so beautiful to be able to partake in. Then there's other things that are so detrimental that we've created from our imagination that are very destructive, that are saddening. But that's one of the things that humankind is versed in. We're really connected with creating things from the imagination that's not available in the natural world, which is interesting. It kind of defines us as a species somewhat. Although people relate that also bees and beavers also use technology and alter their environments as well, and in very profound ways with high levels of order. But I feel like there's a level of integration with most of the other species we're amongst that they have with the natural world that we don't really seem to achieve in the westernized, industrialized, mechanized world. But tribal societies seem to approach the level of integration that a lot of wild animals are able to have with the beauty of their habitats that they create, and but the simplicity of it all. What do you guys think? Do you think it's better to have high technology going forward into our future, for us to have to do little work and for our technology to do work for us, or for us to have little technology and for us to be able to effortlessly do great works and create things in our world from the natural environment, or some kind of integration? What do you guys think?
I think it depends on your perspective and what you're drawn to and what ultimately you choose to see. Um, I live on the fringes of awareness, and when I look around, I see innovations and inventions um, on a Star Trek level, and none of it is coming from the mainstream. It's only because I look where I look. Um, so it's very easy to base what we see on what is being presented and the behavior around us, especially here in the West. But I think it really depends on what it is we choose to see, because ultimately technology is not going anywhere. We can say it's problematic and we used to be so much better when this, that, and the third. All of that is very true, but there's absolutely no going back. Nobody's going to go out and like nullify all of technology unless some kind of crazy EMP goes off. So there's not much we can do about it. So how do we look at it in terms of it serving us, as opposed to things are never going to be the same again. You know.
I don't know. I think there's one aspect where we've gone away from using natural building materials to using synthetic building materials, and I feel like there's huge detriment to walking away from things that are of substance, that are actually from the natural world and can go back to the natural world as they were taken. The intermingling of different things in the world through the processing of industrial mechanization I don't feel like we've really understood the detriments of that because our technology has advanced way faster than our spirituality. And so I feel like our social and spiritual intelligence is really starting to catch up with our technological knowledge that we've developed. And we're starting to realize that this processing of chemicals is just really, we know that the toxicants of the process are very detrimental to our health in many ways. And a lot of people have experienced or know a friend or a family member or a family member of a friend that has experienced some kind of a injury or exposure to some kind of chemicals in a factory where it was damaging to their health. It's really sad how that's so common, but I could see that it's going to get a lot worse. The way that things have gone, we've really tried through planned obsolescence. They kind of integrate little like plastic parts in a thing that would make it break down very quickly. I feel like there's more and more of this plastic replacements of things and less of actual real substances of metal or wood or glass that you can actually be able to obtain now. And I noticed this most in the food industry. I don't drink out of plastic packaging anymore. If I can avoid drinking out of plastic bottles, I always will. And so I try to always drink out of only glass bottles from now on, which can be impossible at some places where you're trying to get a beverage. And so I'm not able to get beverages in most places a lot of times now because I also try not to drink sugar. So with that combination now, there's no glass bottled water now available anymore. And it's become near impossible to be able to find food and drink beverages that are within my standards of consumption. So I just typically will now bring water with me in a steel container. But we really don't know, like, if people have valued something like this is the right way to do things. Use a steel container. Don't drink out of aluminum. You know, we know that there's detriment to aluminum, but is there also detriments to steel? Would glass be better than that? I don't know. But we're always finding more things. I feel like I'm overly cautious about my food and drink, but I try to stay within means of good health, although some people have diagnosed me with ororexia, the golden foods disorder. If I have like eating disorder of gold, it's like I eat only the good foods. If I'm trying to eat only good foods and I consider things to be bad that are actually essential, like salt, for example, if I were to take salt out of my diet, it could create seizures. I know a friend that happened to him. But nutrition is an interesting thing. I feel like the medical industry doesn't really know too much about nutrition usually, but when there's a doctor who does, it's really a breath of fresh air. But within functional and integrative medicine, that's really becoming more popular now in the Western world, integration of Eastern and Western medicine, there's really a lot more understanding of the values of nutrition, exercise, and lifestyle changes to affect health. And so I feel like these are things that we can use in our own lives through our imagination to just make subtle changes to have profound effects on our health in the long term. We can't really use our imagination to create these synthetic chemical prescription medicines that people prescribe to us. We don't know how to do that necessarily. And if we could, may or may not be good for us, all the side effects they create, even if they're done well. But I feel like through my imagination, I've been able to explore things. Through my intuition, I've been able to weed through these things. And I've been able to find things that were shared with me. And I've been able to create new things that I can share with the world. It's a powerful thing, but I feel like there's really a push against people being able to create new inventions, new systems of thinking, probably for a good reason. But that's something I'm very interested in and versed in. Yeah. And I feel like one of the ways to do it is through fiction works. You can integrate a new system of thinking as one of the fictional peoples having that system. This is something I'm probably going to do with mine. A lot of people have done things like that through Star Trek or Lord of the Rings, things like that, Star Wars. the authors have created amazing new systems of communication, worldviews. It's all very fascinating. And when I see those systems of fictional works, I try to relate them to kind of an expression of an analogy of like the human culture or our interrelation with the animals and the animal kingdom. There's so many fascinating things about that.
I think that's so on point, and I think it's so relevant and so fundamental. You know, nature and diet. I think it's really important to keep track of your diet. Oh, make a point of eating Himalayan black rock salt.
Mm.
You get 10 of the 12 tissue salts. It's called Kala Namak. Don't get the black salt from the islands, which is made from volcanic debris. It's called Kala Namak. And it's not really even that expensive. I buy it in bulk. I bought another 10-kilogram bag of it yesterday. So I buy it by the 10 kilos, which is what's that like 25-pound bag of big chunks like this. Like
And-
fists of rock salt, and I crush it up in my mortar and pestle. That's what I eat.
Excellent. What did you
Yeah.
say the benefits were for?
Well, it's got 10 of the 12 tissue salts in it.
Yes.
So it's got everything from sulfur to magnesium to all of them in it.
Amazing.
It's even got soluble iron in it.
Excellent.
So yeah, you've got to be imaginative to stay alive. You've got to be super imaginative to stay alive. Like you got to imagine, work your imagination hard. Like what does your body require? What does it need? Eat this food, try that food. What was wrong? Imagine what went wrong when you ate that food. Why didn't it feel that good? Until you find what works for your body, because everybody is different. They all have a different concentration requirement of minerals. There's no RDA that's applicable to any two bodies. Just a sort of approximation average. But so definitely, I think like what you're saying is so on point. Food, oh my gosh. Especially since we're living in this modern day and age where most of the food is GMO, and if not GMO, it's preserved. If not preserved, with like 3 times as many chemicals of different preservatives. It's wrapped in plastic, which is dissolving petrochemicals onto it. And, you know, if it's not that, then there's a multitude of things. Like you say, it's even a nice fruit juice. It's in the wrong container. So, I mean, it's not really a laughing matter, but what can you do? You know, what can you do? Well, the only thing you can do is, like you say, keep your own bottle with you, as much as you can. But I do think that is really something that people should start doing, because if they start using their imagination, they're going to freak out. You know, like just the idea of imagining. I noticed that the milk karanja was going off quicker than it should, even with the power cuts. And I was having a conversation with a guy about it who had bronchitis. I was like, but you don't smoke. I see you every day walking your dog on the mountain. Like, what the hell have you got bronchitis for? What's wrong with you? You know, you're a lot younger than me. Bloody hell. Like, hello. And he was like trying to figure out. And I said to him, I know what it is. I said, have you noticed how the milk's getting sour quicker? He said, yeah. I said, well, why do you think that is? Well, I imagine that because of the changes in weather, the farmers have been giving all of their cows antibiotics to protect the crop, right? The herd. Because the weather's out of sync. That means animals are going to be getting sick. Isolated one animal getting sick. Farmers are so paranoid. They're like, let's give the whole herd antibiotic shots. And that antibiotic causes cystitis, which causes pus to come out with the milk. And the pus in the milk is what causes the milk to go sour so fast. I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? There's more bacteria in the milk. Why is there more bacteria in the milk? Well, there's an infection. because the animals are basically being overloaded with antibiotics. The antibiotics creates homeopathic infections in the body to heal it, right? So his face twisted. I think I made a vegan of him. So the imagination, sometimes you got to go into the dark places in order to find the light. There's an interesting concept with the imagination, having to go into the dark places to find the light. And now we're talking about the journey to the underworld and how important this journey to the underworld is. What do you think, Dr. K, the underworld journey? Maybe he's not with us at the moment. Maybe he's popped off.
Yeah. No, I think
sorry?
the underworld journey is a formidable
Can you hear
discussion.
me?
Here he is. Ready for a minute?
Sorry,
Yeah.
Did you miss
I'm
it,
sorry.
brother?
Yeah, my signal's going in and out. I heard the right before the last thing Franklin said, and then it shorted out. Was there a question?
Yeah, it was the underworld journey is one of the great adventures of the imagination that is rather fundamental to processing fear so that we can obviously remove our fixation on fear and come to terms with fear. And obviously, it's one of the primary exercises of the imagination, in a sense, from an occult therapy perspective. What do you think about this? Are enough people doing it?
Are enough people doing it? Oh, that would be a very hard question to gauge. I would probably say no. But then I would ask how many people would it take to actually affect something? You know, to affect the city, to affect the neighborhood, to affect the continent, to affect the world. Um, Meditation essentially is what we're talking about because facing your fears, these are the monsters, these are the monstrous faces we tend to see when we meditate. You know, you'll be in this serene state, and then this mask, this ghastly appendage will come and um, try to scare you. But that's essentially what meditation is. It's facing your fears. Um, can you provide for yourself? You know, I remember being young and experimenting with cooking, being allowed to cook with certain things and mixing this and mixing that and changing times and temperatures and seeing what I could actually make. Um, that's dealing with so many different aspects of your awareness, how you pay attention, how you sustain yourself, the idea of what you have to go through in order for a certain frequency. Like what Indy was talking about with like not being able to go many places because they don't service to that high level of attention. You know, you have Whole Foods, you know, which is questionable, right? For those who may understand that, you have um, certain companies and businesses that try to cater or try to look like a certain kind of thing, but it's really it all boils down to money, and they're all owned by the same parent company. So how we choose to even feed ourselves, um, you know, and the idea of supporting business, the idea of supporting your community, and if you even go that far, because some people are going as far as to, you know, have their own land and grow their own food. You know, what is too extreme? What is not enough? It really, you know, it ultimately boils down to perspective. But we know that if it's not coming from our own hands and lands, it's probably not, you know, it doesn't have the best intention attached to it.
Yeah, there was something mentioned in the comments about how Joseph Campbell also loves to inspire people into their passions. Yeah, we were talking about earlier about the Enneagram, and I mentioned how I tested as a number 5 and 7 on the Enneagram, the 7 being also aligned with my life path number, but 7 on the Enneagram being the enthusiast. But Joseph Campbell, I feel like his message is a very powerful way of showing us all that we can be the hero in our own journey. And it's really powerful message for us to be able to understand that even though we might go through upheavals and hardship and adversity, that it's just part of the ways to strengthen ourselves through that journey. So I think that's a very powerful message that when we hit a bump in the road, it might be a blessing in disguise that can help us build resilience or, strengthen us for another thing to come. So just wanted to mention that. Thank you, Mexico, for the
That is dope. That is dope. That 7 energy, regardless of the lens, is really transcendental. It's genius, like when we try to look at it from a mundane or from a physical perspective or material. It is genius. It is encompassed in the whole of how this realm operates, from seas to supposed consonants. I say supposed because we know the 7 isn't quite exactly what it is purported to be, but 7 rules all, and to be able to encompass that fully, you'll get a lot of that in Joseph Campbell's work. So that's awesome. That's awesome. You can see it in the Enneagram system. You can see it in numerology in the life path system. You can see it in the Vedic, Chaldean, Sumerian. You can see it in every aspect. The only difference is somebody typically always hides a number, but that goes to the mystic aspects.
Yeah, kudos to being the hero in our journey. I don't think we have a choice. I think it's sort of, we don't have a choice. It's fundamental because we're either the hero or we're the coward. There's not really much in between, is there? If you think about it, we either step up or we don't.
Well, that's why they show you the lion in the Wizard of Oz, for example, right? When you look at the Wizard of Oz, we know that every character you see is an actual aspect of Dorothy. So she has to meet her mind, she has to meet her heart, and she has to meet her lower animal nature. So, but when she gets to the lion was both. He was a coward and he was a bully. You know, and he's actually the only one who sings 2 songs. You see, and they're sung from both aspects. So they're showing you your own physiology and how you work and how you have to begin to understand yourself so you can deal with yourself. So yeah, you're exactly right. There is no choice, and no one else can be the hero for you. Other people can be the villain, but no one can actually be the hero for you. You have to save yourself.
But we have to turn other people into the villain very often. Like, give you an example. Going into a neighborhood where you shouldn't be going, wearing expensive jewelry, an expensive watch. Do you know what I mean? You're turning people into the villain because they're going to see like, okay, well, what have you got? But I mean, that could be one example of just not being prudent, not being wise. It's like if you're intelligent, you can pretty much avoid most of the villains in the world to a certain extent. I think prudence, being wise. But at the end of the day, yeah, you're right. No one can be your hero. You can be inspired by other heroes in other stories, possibly, and go like, oh, that's how I want to be, and then start being that. But that's not the same as them being your hero.
Well, most definitely, that's actually a big reason why it's there, and one reason why it's an aspect of it is always so popular. Um, it's meant to inspire. You're supposed to see yourself, and that's why we ultimately live in this era of everywhere you look, whether it's movies, television, video games, you see the superhero. And we know that the modern day superhero is a ancient day myth played out. It's saturated. They rise, they fall, they fail. Marvel, for example, is failing everywhere it tries. Um, but I understand what they're trying to convey. And ultimately, it's about that aspiration to rise above your human nature to this aspect of godhood within yourself.
Embracing the infinite within the finite. Godhood. Yeah. Learning to transcend our limitations. I think that is possibly the key of the imagination, what the imagination is supposed to do, how it's most active, how it works in its best form is when we're actually embracing it. Like Indy said, a lot of people don't want to know. It's like the Matrix, yeah. To use an example, the blue pill. A lot of people actively want to take the blue pill because it's just easier. They don't want to know. They don't want to see just how raw reality is, how intense the ride is. But ironically, that blue pill is what puts them in the worst situation. Because it's like when you take that red pill, and once you've gone through the crap, then you're like, okay, you're ready for it. You can deal with it, You've done it. You know what's going on. You know what the fight is. You know where you're at. It's not like this mysterious thing hiding under the bed that you don't know that's there and you can't see it, but you can feel there's something under the bed, kind of thing. You're very much aware of what the reality is and what the dangers are. I think it's very important to be coherent and conscious in this way, because we can lose our coherency when we take that proverbial blue pill, in terms of response, or to react responsibly, and to have what we call responsible actions. And it seems like most of the people aren't behaving so responsibly, sadly. I mean, some people are. A lot of people probably still are, but I'd say in the majority of the population, if you just look at the way people eat, McDonald's should have gone out of business a long time ago, but they didn't. And the fact that they didn't, people don't know this because they support McDonald's. I don't know if McDonald's still does, but they used to buy up all the apples in the world, just as an example. So they used to make money on all the apples that got sold. They buy up all the apples, then they get to dictate the apple price. And then they're selling off the apples to other companies. As an example. So because they were making so much money, they wanted to launder their money, and they were laundering their money. One of the laundering techniques was apples. See? Legal laundering of money. Why not pump your money back into assets and move those assets, make it look complicated, right? Investing it back in, pulling it out, playing with money in such a crazy way, but then having a foothold in the apple industry, and then being able to manipulate the farmers that are farming their apples, because you're buying most of the apples. So now you've got a lot of say of how the apples must be grown. And I'm sure that Apple's was not the only thing that they did this with, and I'm sure McDonald's isn't the only company that does that. So when people support a company like McDonald's, they're actually ruining industry, like agricultural industry, inadvertently, not knowing how these structures, superstructures work. So, and then of course you get poisoned because you're eating crap. A reward for being so, not careful of what you're doing. And then, of course, the price of apples now have gone sky high so that McDonald's can make a profit on all the apples. So now people can't afford to eat apples anymore. They've got to eat something else. So the whole system gets twisted and polluted so that now people are more forced into eating McDonald's because they've supported McDonald's. It's a vicious cycle. The money game is, essentially what this is. I'm sure you guys must have covered this on the Ronin show. How was the Ronin show, by the way, Carlisle?
It was awesome. Thank you for asking. It was absolutely sick-tastic. Very, very, very powerful. I hear what you're saying about McDonald's, and I would never in a billion years ever consider or even think to defend it. But McDonald's is a side effect of a far deeper issue. You know what I mean? There's a level of convenience. When the whole mass programming really came into be with television, you had prime time, right? They entered the game with prime time. They already knew how to program. And then from that programming, we went from breaking up the so-called nuclear family to TV dinners, because you may not have a wife who can sit around the house and cook for you and clean and take care of your children. She might now have to go out into the world and work, or she might not even want to be with you. So you can now, since you never learned how to cook as a man, you can, like, this was a whole mass program, on top of the color of the kitchen being green to keep women happy cooking in them. And that plays into the matrix and why it has this overcast of green in every aspect of it. So there's deeper side effects and deeper programming that has been going on for a very, very long time. And that's only because of ignorance. We can say, and I'm not saying that that's what we're doing, but we can say, they did this and they did that, but that's only because we're ignorant on it. Once we know better, we have to do better. So, McDonald's is convenient. It's kind of like cigarettes at this point. Like, it's horrible. It's going to kill you, but it's like it's right there and it's shiny, and look, there's a line coming all the way out. It must be, what I mean? Like, all of that mentality starts to play in, especially where ignorance lives.
Yeah, that reminds me. I'm almost due to start teaching my child how to cook. My dad taught me to cook when I was young. So, yeah, as a result, I was running a restaurant by the time I was like 20. So I think teaching your kid to cook is always a good step in the right direction. He'll cook for me when he's a bit older. I think that's one of the things, people aren't educating their children enough themselves, and people need to start taking that power back. Like you mentioned, the discipline factor. Also, I think not relying on schools. It's a lot harder to educate your child yourself, but it's worth the effort, because then you get to teach them real skills. which they're not going to learn elsewhere, because the system's not designed like you say. There's the inherent problems that go deeper and deeper and deeper, and the education and the food, and these are all parts of the peripheral problem, but it really strives into the layers of conditioning and manipulation of the mental field that's been going on for, well, let's be honest, it's been going on for more than decades. A lot more than decades. So yeah, the Second World War was a part of it. The whole story beyond that, the last century. I remember how we used to look at medicines, and most of the medicine bottles that you would see, if you went to go and research them, they had cannabis in them in the 1800s. So like 70% of all the medicines you could buy had cannabis in it. And then they went and made that illegal so they could get us addicted to pharmaceuticals. So there's just so much, the plot just thickens. I think having us on drugs has obviously been a big part of the plan, because like drugs do cause serious side effects to our brains, the way we can think and operate. So that there's just, like you said, there's a huge series of conditioning factors that have played into bringing us to where we're at. And it makes me sort of think that the only solution is towards decentralization from the cities. And I've been saying this for like probably about 15, 20 years, to move as far out as one can within one's economic potentials and try and recreate situations more decentralized so that people can live in communities again. And I think we're going to have to do that. I think the way that the world's economic situation is going, this is going to be a survival tactic that people are going to probably intuitively and instinctively start doing just because of the necessity of it. What do you guys think about the world economies crumbling into the ground as they are slowly, step by step, and how that's going to force people to wake up in their own way?
A lot of psychics have prophesied, I should say, that by 2050 we will have decentralized from all the urban centers and return back to sovereignty and living on the land in communities with one another. We're seeing the crumbling down of human rights and interrelations in the urban centers. It was originally articulated by the Pinocchio movie that these are like a donkey town, that they're trying to draw out people from the extended family and draw out the young adolescents into these places of enticement and temptation and indulgence so that they can be lured into consumerism of sexualized content that's been in sugarized foods and drinks that have been used to lure them into poisoning themselves. Basically, what's used to create money for the people that are creating these consumer products is poisoning their consumers by the fact of their greed. It may not be intentional, but by taking out actual substantial ingredients and putting in substitutes, it has detriments for people's health. McDonald's, for example, uses ammonia to transport the beef that's used down in the Amazon rainforest. They cut down the trees to create the cattle farms. In order to send it up to the United States, they put it in ammonia to preserve the meat. When it gets here, they take out 99%. So some percentage of the ammonia is left in the meat. The potatoes that are used have an insecticide called Monitor that takes 2 months of outgassing before they're safe for human consumption. So you have to keep them in a silo to outgas the insecticide, but some of that insecticide remains in the potatoes. So it's very detrimental to eat ammonia and this insecticide, but it's convenient, like Dr. K said. So people continue to do these convenient things, but how long will we continue to do these convenient things when we're starting to see the consequences of this so-called convenience, of planned obsolescence and the dumbing down of things, the effects of greed in our consumer market? It's becoming detrimental to our own health and can lead in potentially to sterility for the collective, at the rates that things are going.
It's very interesting. I didn't understand how bad things were. I heard people talking about what's happening in the States, San Francisco, and I was actually watching it. Just a on the streets guy doing a YouTube about it, walking around, talking to people in the streets, and it blew my mind. Going around showing you where all the businesses have shut, the laws have changed. So in San Francisco, if you are using drugs, the cops don't touch you, right? So what happens is you got loads of people on the streets in tents using pharmaceuticals and other drugs, right? Like extremely. And they go and rob these apartment stores. They go and rob these shops. And as long as they steal less than $900 worth, $950 worth, it's a misdemeanor. So you've got these people going into shops and coming out and just ripping the stuff off. And they're going to $900 here, $900 there, $900. And they've got this famous San Francisco market on the streets at night where people are selling the stuff that they've been stealing to make money for drugs. This is how this is rolling. Like businesses are being shutting down, closing down. It's just fascinating to see how extremely downhill San Francisco has gone. And it used to have a fairly good reputation, or am I wrong?
Well, it's not it's not so much what they're doing as opposed to the programs that are being run, because that's happening all over the country. It's not just San Francisco. And it's been going on for a very long time, but now it's happening in areas where it's not supposed to happen. I.e., when they happen in urban areas or black melanated areas, no one cares. When it happens in white, fancy, so-called suburban areas, it's an issue, and you're seeing more and more and more of that. So now, it's getting worldwide broadcast, and it's still being completely shown through a lens that's like highly questionable, to say the least. But it's definitely happening.
I mean, from what I was seeing, that like people are escaping from San Francisco. They're leaving in troves because it's like the whole city is basically getting run into the ground, which is quite a head change. There's so many people on these drugs. Like the percentage of the population that's on the drugs is just going up and up and up and up because a lot of people can't get jobs, right? So there's a real issue with jobs, and probably because of all of the robotics being, replacing people. So there's like a severe problem with people being depressed because they can't find work, but they can get a bit of a grant from the government. So it's enough to keep them going with drugs. They get addicted to drugs and they end up going to live this lifestyle. And so it's like, it's a bit mind blowing, for me to think that we were expecting society to start to crumble, but like whole cities at a time. According to what I was seeing, they reckon San Francisco's, the whole city is basically going to become a proverbial dump. But like you say, it's been happening in melanated areas for a long time, smaller areas. And now like the rest of the country is getting a big taste of this. But it's on a level that it's going to collapse systems completely, which seems like it might be for the good on one level, but not for the good for people. Obviously not, because it means that children's schools, that they can't stay open, they can't operate. People just can't live in those cities. So it's going to force people to decentralize, which is a good thing, to go and find smaller decentralized places to go and live and be able to function on some kind of a normal level. Here in South Africa, we've got huge problems, but we don't have anything like that happening, which is interesting.
Well, I'm from Detroit, Michigan, right? And Detroit, when I moved in 2002, had close to 2 million people. And now I think over from that time till the last few years, its population had dropped to below 1 million. And now, slowly over the last few years, it's been um, drawing more people to it. But that was largely because of the same programs you see being enacted today are a result of the programs that were being enacted then. And I'm talking about crack. Because crack led to a lot of other drugs that have become detrimental and mixed and created all kinds of things. One of the most horrible things I've ever seen, and I've lived through some crazy, crazy times. There's a drug called Trank, I believe, and like for people who do heroin in urban areas, it's very problematic because you have people who essentially scratch themselves and scratch holes to the bone, you know, and they're essentially confined. You know, they section off blocks of neighborhoods. Um, it's horrible. It looks like it's literally what they showed you in RoboCop. You know, like that wasn't a movie. That was the actual truth that's being played out.
Well, I mean, we knew when they offered the world the jab and they said, like, you don't have to work and we're going to lock down, we knew that something was up. So, you know, there's no surprise at the consequences of what's been going on, sadly. I mean, here in South Africa, we've got problems. We can't keep the lights on. So, touch wood. Let's see where that goes. Do you know what I mean? We might have our own bigger problems coming up soon, in the same vein, just different. But it is alarming, you know, to the extent and the scale of what is happening. In the UK, the thing in the UK is that a lot of people have to choose between eating 3 meals a day and staying warm. So, you know, there's a lack of food. There's a lack of resources in what was considered a, you know, proper first world country. So the reality is turning on its head, turning on its belly, turning on its back, upside down, very fast. And so this will force people to use their imagination. Unfortunately, a lot of people have learned to use their imagination in the wrong way. You know, let's find the blue pill, fentanyl, the fentanyl blue pill. You know, and the fentanyl is the blue pill. Let's call it what it is. They invented the blue pill and they gave it to people. They said, "You want the blue pill? There it is, fentanyl. Take it." And people are using it, and they're like, "Yeah, man, this is the blue pill." So it's a bit sad, though. I'm sure a lot of families are being wrecked. A lot of unhappy parents, unhappy children. The only thing we can do, I suppose, from our perspective, is to like Indy says, watch what we eat, keep our brains alive and active, eat well and healthy, so that we've got fully functioning melons on top of our heads, that our brains aren't becoming toxified to the point that we can't think properly, because that's when the insidious programming gets in. We need to be coherently conscious enough to be able to resist all the programming, because it's a continuous stream of attempt at brainwashing. And obviously we need to be sharp. We need to be a step ahead of the ball, step ahead of the game. So I see it's like, what is the time? 6.5 hours. I wanted us to try and wrap it up in 6 hours, but we missed that. I swear I'm going to try and get these things to wrap up in 6 hours. It's a goal. It's a real goal. But I thought we'd put the last bits onto the table. Soraya, are you with us, my dear? Because I know you went to answer a phone earlier. But I'd love to hear us putting our last real ideas and feelings into the mix. How we can use our imagination, what the imagination is driving us to, and any last thoughts on these concepts. Let's put them on the table so we can start to get ready to close off.
I would first say thank you again for the space. I'm sorry I got here so late. Shout out to Ronan, shout out to Moonfeather. Catch us on Fridays. Face your fears. Face the things that seem unchangeable, the things that seem outside of your power. Imagine if you had the power to change them. Quantum jump has become a popular term. Excuse me. See yourself doing things you wouldn't normally do and you couldn't normally do. See yourself overcoming your fear. What does that actually look like? Try to express yourself in ways that expand you and not restrict you. And in that, you may be surprised the inspiration that you see in yourself, the results you begin to see from doing that inner work, because your outside has to become a reflection of what you see. So how much are you actually controlling your immediate environment?
Thank you for that. That's really good advice. Use your imagination. Quantum shift. Suppose it's the only options we are left with at this point in time. All the other resources are being burnt. We've got this one, heart and mind and consciousness. Thank you for that beautiful, insightful advice. And is that you, Soraya? Am I picking up your frequencies?
Yeah, I'm here.
What would you like to add? Because we're getting ready to close off the conversation.
Well, yeah, I guess we are now at a moment that we have to indeed take back our imagination, because that is what gets you to create things. And to escape the moments where you feel like you have to do something.
Do by choice. Don't react.
Exactly.
Choose consciously.
And what I wanted to say to Indy, the best metal to drink from is copper. Yep, you get one. I'm saving for one. They're not that cheap.
I bought these copper things from the Indian bazaar. Check if there's an Indian bazaar where you live. I got
No,
this
there's
from
no.
India.
We
Hey?
only have no. There's not one. We only have the only thing that looks like an Indian market here in the Netherlands is what you call pasamalam, but they don't sell these type of things there. You really have to go to a spiritual fair, or you have to buy them online, and they are at least 40 euros.
Do you
If
have
you
Hare,
want to have it's one of those that you're drinking from.
do you have Hare Krishnas
They
over
have- If you have a cup, like a small cup that gets like a small glass, that one is not that.
Guess what I paid for this? It's pure copper.
Yeah,
$50?
Just over 10.
Wow. I want
if
one.
you get that on an Indian market, you can have it for that. But here it is very pricey, and that is because I live where I live. Because here everything is very highly priced in regards to the amount of taxes that you have to pay over each product. They have an insane tax fee over everything, basically.
I bought a jug for $15. Like a 1 liter, 1.5 liter jug.
So that's why I'm saving for one now.
Gosh,
Putting
$50.
away a dollar
$50
every
one.
week, but
My Hare Krishna friends have like copper everything. They give me a copper tongue cleaner. We don't really even use this in like Western dental care.
no,
they-
it was just very good, actually.
Tongue scraper works great. I love that thing.
Exactly.
So that's interesting. Gosh, there's a bit of corruption going on there that the copper bottles cost so much, because the fact that I can buy this one for what I paid for it, the bottle was about $11, $12. Well, no, it's about 11, 12 euros. Maybe dollar wise was like $13, $13, $14, something like that. But it's not like $50. You know, 50, $60, whatever. It's ridiculous. The fact that I'm getting it at that means you can buy it in India for a lot cheaper. Yeah. Probably buy it in India for like $7, $8.
Yep.
€7, €8, you know.
No doubt.
So somewhere along the line, there's a lot of money changing hands before it gets to you.
Mm-hmm. Too many middlemen.
Yeah. So what does that say to you? It says that somebody needs to go to India. These bottles, they don't weigh that much. Somebody needs to go to India and buy a whole lot of them and put them in a container and come back to the States.
So I get these little rings.
Wow.
Nice.
Straight out to Asia for $1 each. And sell them for $20 each here. Easily.
Where do you buy them?
I'm not gonna say, because where I used to buy them, it used to be $1. It's now like $10.
No, I mean, do you go to Asia?
Oh, online. I'll just go online.
Oh, you go online. Okay. No, I thought you meant you
I
go
would,
to
I
Thailand.
would prefer to go to Asia, but even better, I'd like to make them myself. And someday I hope to.
Wow.
I collect a lot of scrap metal. I hope to melt it down. And my friend used to melt bismuth crystals. It's just beautiful. I love playing with fire. It's so beautiful. Controlling it.
I used to love playing with fire when I was a kid. Got me into a lot of trouble.
Too. Same. I'm more interested in using it for constructive forces.
God, thank God I never hurt anybody. Oh,
Same.
yeah. So that's yeah, basically, I suppose it's what it is. You know, we've got to preserve our health. We've got to keep our brains working so our imagination can be free, versatile. So, what else do you guys have to throw at the table before we wrap it up? It's getting to 6:40, which is still within reasonable time.
I wanted to mention something to close.
Yeah.
The lesson of blessings in disguise. I mentioned earlier that all words and saying now, like, situations too can be, dark and light. You can see things in a good or bad way, and people have probably heard before, if you have a bad thought, you can turn it around with 3 positive thoughts. But blessing in disguise lesson is always a good one too. Things can always be seen as a blessing, even if it seems like a really, terrible, tragic event. You can always find a silver lining in every cloud, and without the rain, the flowers wouldn't bloom. But there's a couple stories. I'll tell the story that I haven't told, I don't think, on here, of the kid that went to go walk his dog, and his dog went chasing after a rabbit and got away from him, and he couldn't get his dog. And he put up signs, and for weeks there was no word of the dog, and he had kind of given up. And then a girl came to the door, and she had his dog, and they got along and got to talking and ended up starting a date. And he was traveling to pick her up one time, and happened to get into a tragic car accident and had a massive head injury. Is at the hospital. The doctor came in, and he told him good and bad news. He said, we helped you survive the accident, but bad news is that you have a brain tumor that we would not have found, actually, without this head injury. So even though it's unfortunate that you have a brain tumor, it's good that you ended up having this accident so we could find it in time for you to survive. And so he was able to survive and have a happy life, and ended up marrying the woman. And it's a beautiful story in the sense that a tragic accident did happen. It was a very, very trying accident for him. But at the same time, if that didn't happen for him, he would not have been able to survive at all. And so it's an interesting story, but you can always say that even if it's not something that's clear to you, when something bad is happening, you could see it in a positive light, and that attitude can help the healing process. The feeling of regret and the feeling of anger and stewing in your emotions can be difficult for the process of being able to heal yourself. And I've been able to find that, for me, being able to envision the benefits of an outcome that might have seemed at first to be tragic and detrimental may have beneficial outcome in the long term, can actually help one actually create that. So it can be very helpful. Part of the imagination.
Yeah. Always see the silver lining. This world is a world of clouds. We will see what we want to see in it. Beauty always lies in the eye of the beholder. So we will see what we want to see, because we will anthropomorphize fundamentally into reality, onto people. I think the other thing would be not to make assumptions, to realize that everything is imagination. So we're imagining everything that we think we know. We're imagining what we think we see. We're imagining much of reality, anthropomorphizing it away into our own personal subset of how we want to see it, experience it. And by recognizing that much will not be the way it seems, is a way to learn to take your time, learn to be slower, learn to be more patient, more cautious in our choices and our because it's not a race. It's not about being first out of the gates. I think this is what we've been taught in our conditionings in our school, is to be first out of the gates and to try and win the proverbial race. And when we realize there is no race, there are no gates, there's no prize, there's just the journey. So put it all together, But that's my 2 cents worth. Are there any other thoughts that you guys want to share before we wrap it up? Anybody? Everybody?
I like to reiterate that the journey is the destination.
The journey is the destination. Yeah. And we call that destiny. The journey is the destination, and we can call it destiny. Well, thank you, Indy. Thank you, Surya. Thank you,
Yeah,
Kalal,
thank you.
Dr. K. Sending you guys so much love. I hope you're going to have an amazing what's left of your Saturday. I'm going to have an awesome time in Club Duvet, getting lateral on that futon that I love so much. I love the futon because it's hard. I love it because it's hard. I like a hard base under me. And yeah, sending you big hugs, all of you.
I
Thank
like
you
sitting
all.
on hard bases as well. I'm sitting on a wooden chair right now, so
Yeah.
I don't want those soft cushion things. They make my back hurt
There's something about that.
after a
There's
while.
something
I
to
don't
be
know
said
what
about
it is, but soft chairs should be comfortable, but for me they're not. It amplifies the pain in my body when I get up from it.
I think it's because a hard chair makes you relax. Your muscles
Yeah,
have to
because
relax.
you have something firm underneath you, and then your muscles don't have the feeling that they have to work.
Yeah. So yeah, brother Kalal, sister Soraya, brother Indy. God bless all three of you. God bless all of you in the chat. Thank you, guys. Magic Lacroix, you were back. Welcome and goodbye, brother. What was it that he said? Let's see. Yep, cosmic events. They are definitely on the roll. We are definitely rolling into this cosmic soup of cosmic shift and change, and it is what it is. It's a hold on tight ride. Hold on to your hat. Hold on to every bit of yourself that you can. Sink your toes into the soil. Get your feet dug in. Stand your ground and be ready to fight the good fight. I suppose that's the meaning. Anyway, so much love to all of you. Big blessings. Om Shanti. Hope you have an absolutely awesome weekend. What's left of it. Take it easy. Don't forget to smile, because life is genuinely just so short. We should make every moment of it count. Bye bye to all of you, and thank you, guys.
Blessed be.
Blessed be.
Blessed be.
Blessed
Bye.
be. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.